Oh, it is the day, ladies and gentlemen. Is it live yet? Oh, I hope it's live. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Is it live yet?
Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream a Large boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know why I'm excited right now, it is because we have Jerome Powell today at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. 30 minutes prior, you're going to hear from the Fed. There's a lot that is going to happen afterwards. We have a breakdown. I even have a lot of information to go over with you. We have all of the breakdowns. We're going to go over analyst comments. And I even have a breakdown of the last transcript from the last Fed meeting. So it's very interesting. There's going to be a lot of info. We even had to respond to a couple of things here in the morning. You had another good jobs report, which was not good. That's why we started dropping here. You even had an announcement. This one was from China, the National Health Association or something like that. But they said that they're sticking to COVID zero policies. That brought some things down. And then there was, I think right here, I even had it up on ZN. There was a Treasury buyback announcement or no buyback announcement. And they said they're going to keep their funding amount steady. So people were looking for a little bit of a bullishness factor. But that one did not show up there. So we're going to see how that one plays out. But all in all, it's going to be exciting, Chattadonia. I hope you are ready. I hope you are locked and loaded. And it is going to be a very, very good one, baby. So I love you. God bless you. I hope you're all ready. But Chattadonia, today is the day, and it is going to be a wild one. So hopefully you are focused and in the game. And I'm glad to have you here in the morning. And good morning, baby. Good morning. How we feeling? What's up, Jurash? What's up, Manny G, Malcolm King, Colt Rookie, Broski, Kurt McGart, CEO, Taylor Barry, good morning. And good morning, even if I don't see your name out there, baby. If you made it here, you're ready, so let's get it. Oh, good morning, baby. Oh, man, it's gonna be good. Morning, Josh. Oh, good morning. How you living? David Lee, Taylor Barry, yay, good morning, baby. Liam Sasman. Paulo, Hunter, Matthew, good morning. What's up, Doug? Aimless Laser. Oh, James Samsel, Capavelli, good morning, baby. Aaron Adams, good morning, Aaron Adams. I'm glad you didn't get hit by the fake Josh, man. Don't let him hit you like that. I got you right here, baby, so let's get it. Let's have a good day, baby. Oh, Battleborn, good morning. Rah, good morning, baby. Oh, yes, AMD, you had the earnings and all of it, baby. It's a nice look. Let's go, baby. I hope you can stay on the first string right now. It's game time. Again, just be wise, be ready. You have everything you need to succeed. Amen, amen. I hope you are ready for it. And I forgot to. Just don't forget, seriously, regardless, man, I believe at the bottom of my heart that this is going to be a very solid indicator today. So if you didn't watch yesterday's watch list, it don't matter. Again, you all can get this information right here. It's ZQZ22. I would be monitoring those Fed futures, how they lead. I definitely think it will lead a lot of everything today. So we're going to find out. The good jobs, again, people don't like it, but when we go back to the last transcript, I think the jobs question is going to be very important. Again, today is going to be all about analyzing the press conference. So we're going to see. And literally, I refreshed myself last night. And I was very, very surprised at what I saw from it. So we're going to see. We're going to have a lot that we're going to have to deal with. I think it's going to be exciting. So I love you guys. I'm ready for it. And honestly, we're going to probably have to put in some work and wait a little bit until the meeting. Remember, nothing is going to happen until 2 p.m. So let's see what happens. But Chattadonia, let us get to the news, baby. Another supersized rate hike of 75 basis point looks to be in the cards, and that is bringing the key rate to a range of 3.75 to 4% today. The question is whether or not the pace will stay steady or slow in December. Investors will also focus on any guidance on where rates may peak, any sniff, hint, or even imagination of anything mildly dovish in nature, and we could witness an outlandish rally in bonds. That's what Mutual Scott Rundle said. Oh, and that on that note, too, let me show you. I have one more. I got another pretty picture for you last night. I thought I put it up on the watch list, but pretty much after today and what is expected to happen in December, this will be the most amounts of rates ever rose in history in this period, or at least it beats out the 70s and 80s like no other. So it's quite phenomenal. Again, even the size of today's rate hike, it is going to be a big one. So we are going to see what happens, but watch out for that. Futures wavered before the decision and after a surprise beat in the ADP employment data. The dollar weakened against all major peers. The S&P may rally 20% if the Fed were to signal it's softening its stance. That's what ABRDN said. But Barclays warned market optimism was misplaced. Short-dated treasuries, oil fluctuated, and gold gained. B of A's contrarian indicator based on Wall Street strategist allocation views is the nearest to flashing a buy for U.S. equities in more than 5 years. The bank sell-side indicator signals the S&P can rise 4,500 over the next 12 months. The Treasury halted the longest string of cutbacks to its quarterly sales of longer debt maturities in about 8 years. In its announcement, the department said they also plan further investigation into a potential program to buy back older securities. It will sell $96 billion of long-term securities at quarterly refunding auctions next week. In line with the August operation, dealers had predicted an unchanged total. So that was another event here about 30 minutes ago. 5:30. People were expecting they could have done it or they were hoping for it, but pretty much Yellen, Treasury, they ain't doing anything. They like, nah, we going to keep it there. They're keeping it there. Hiring at U.S. companies accelerated for the second month in October. Private payrolls rose 239,000 last month after a revised 192,000 gain in September. According to the ADP measure, consensus called for 185,000 advance, coming after a higher than expected JOLTS figure. The data will pressure the Fed to stick to a hawkish stance. Apollo's assets under management grew 8.7 to 523 billion last quarter, including a 34 billion of gross inflows across their assets. Dry powder was 51 billion as of September 30th. Foxconn faces more disruption to iPhone shipments after China ordered a week-long lockdown of the area around the Zhengzhou plant. Tesla shut its flagship China showroom in Beijing as it shifts strategies, a person familiar said. Credit Suisse's long-term rating was cut by the S&P to BBB- from BBB, just one level above junk with a stable outlook. U.S. oil inventories fell about 6.53 million barrels last week, API is said to have reported, in what would have been the biggest draw since August if confirmed by the EIA later. Gasoline stockpiles also shrank, an additional sign of tightening in the market. On the flip side, Cushing and distillate supplies both expanded. Wheat sank after Russia agreed to resume the Black Sea grain export deal that Ukrainian supply to flow to global markets. That's after it received written guarantees that the safe passage corridor can only be used for grain and not military purposes. Turkey earlier said shipments would resume today, so that's good news for you. For wheat right there. The BIS is partnering with 3 central banks to explore the automation of foreign exchange trades with central bank issued digital currencies. The project, codenamed Mariana, is being conducted by the Banque de France, SNB, MAS, and the BIS Innovation Hub, and will be a decentralized finance technology and automated market makers which power automated trades on crypto markets. Hot dog. Rich investors are optimistic even as economic woes persist. UBS's investor survey shows 59% of wealthy investors are cheery about global stocks, citing strong demand for goods and services and robust earnings. U.S. investors were gloomier than Europe and Asia, with just 51% bullish and almost 2/3 saying the recession is imminent. 10 a.m. ECB Villeroy speaks. 10:30 a.m. EIA U.S. oil inventories. 11:30 $33 billion of 17-week bonds. 2 p.m. Fed rate decision. 2 p.m. Fed ECB Nagel speaks, and then 2:30 Fed Powell press conference, and then Supreme Court hears arguments on foreign bank and financial account reporting. Earnings include Qualcomm, Booking, eBay, Etsy, Equinox, Fortinet, Allstate, Albemarle, Cognizant, Eversource, Ansys, CF Industries, Marathon Oil, and MGM Resorts. Boeing is also holding their investor conference, and the World Business Forum begins in New York. Joe Biden slammed Ron DeSantis as Donald Trump incarnate, offering a preview of how he may handle a future showdown with the Florida governor if they end up facing off in 2024. Biden also warned the GOP control of Congress after midterms may trigger a standoff over government programs and the debt ceiling and unleash economic chaos. Republican J.D. Vance, who has asserted that the 2020 vote was stolen from Trump, said he trusts the integrity of Ohio's elections and he'd accept the losses if he results if he loses in the Senate race. Israel is set to return Benjamin Netanyahu. The Power television channels put up the pro-Netanyahu bloc in the lead with as many as 65 seats in parliament. In Denmark, Mette Frederiksen is set to begin talks of forming a new government after a last-minute comeback secured her majority. Euro area manufacturing activity sank to the lowest since the first COVID lockdowns in 2020. All of the bloc's biggest economies except Ireland saw the downturn deepen in October. PMI showed Spain was the worst hit, closely followed by Germany. Saudi Arabia and the U.S. shared information indicating Iran may attack the kingdom or other nations in the region sometime soon, and both have raised their military alert level, People Familiar said. As Wall Street bosses gathered on a panel of Hong Kong's big financial comeback summit, one topic was conspicuously avoided: China's growing risks. Instead, Goldman's David Solomon and Morgan Stanley's James Gorman focused on inflation, market volatility, and the chances of a soft landing. The panel was moderated by HKMA CEO Eddie Yu. More summit takes. China property sector is in an area of concern, though risks are manageable, CBIRC Vice Chairman Zhao Yongqi said. The PBOC's Yi Gang hope the housing market can achieve a soft landing. North Korea fired at least 17 missiles, about 100 artillery shells. South Korea's military said it was the biggest daily barrage under Kim Jong-un. The Bank of Japan's yield curve control is necessary to achieve stable inflation with wage growth. That is what Hariko Kuruda said. With inflation cemented above the 2% target, it is possible to make the YCC flexible, but for now, it's appropriate to maintain the program. Kuruda sees inflation slowing in 2023. Australian building approval slipped 5.8 in September, smaller than the 10% drop. South Korean inflation quickened to 5.7 from 5.6. Singapore can absorb record inflows of new money, its new central bank chief said, allaying concerns of real estate bubble even as rents and prices surge. The city attracted $448 billion last year, 16% more than a year earlier. Russia's LNG exports rose to a near record level in October, with France, China, and Japan the top buyers. Ship tracking data showed while there aren't currently awaiting any direct sanctions on the country's LNG, the increase illustrates how the world is struggling to curb their energy dependence on Russia. Oil option markets are turning bullish. The premium of calls over puts, known as the skew, has rallied to the biggest since June in recent days, showing growing concern about the risk of a price surge in coming months. Among the biggest risks of the market this winter is the introduction of sanctions on Russian oil exports. Metals mostly advanced as commodities tracked higher sentiment in Chinese markets ahead of the Fed. Oil fluctuated. Natural gas rose in the United States and Europe, with prices in the latter region gaining amid nervousness about a thin cushion of global supply after Russians' curbs. In agriculture, corn and soybean joined wheat in declining in the wake of the grain corridor developments. Ithaca Energy aims 300 million euros in London IPO. DuPont rose pre-market after scrapping $5 billion takeover of Rogers, saying it couldn't get a timely regulatory clearance. KFC and Pizza Hut restaurants' Middle Eastern operator is set for a landmark dual listing. Saudi Arabia's PIF in Dubai businessman Mohammed Alabar will sell 30% stake in the firm that may raise at least $2 billion. CVS, Walgreens, and Walmart tentatively agree to pay more than $12 billion to resolve thousands of lawsuits accusing them of mishandling opioid painkillers. Estee Lauder fell after slashing their sales and earnings forecast for the current fiscal year. Paramount's global profit and sales trailed amid continued weakness in TV advertising. Canada Goose lowered their outlook, saying coronavirus restrictions in China had a significant uncertainty in the global economy will hurt sales and margins. Maersk fell after warning global container demand may shrink up to 4% this year. UBS is ending its on-the-ground investment banking operation in the Middle East and Africa. Amazon froze headcount in their advertising business, a person familiar said. Nomura reported gains in fixed income trading, but overall results were severe, the bank's CFO said. GSK raised their outlook again due to strong demand for vaccines. Novo Nordisk climbed after raising outlooks on growing U.S. demand for diabetes and new obesity treatments. Citigroup says half of firms are already using digital assets. China locks down an area where Foxconn iPhone plan is located. Apple is currently investigating issues with iCloud Mail. Microsoft reinstated neutral at Macri at price target 234, and then Walgreens sees to settle opioid claims with states for 4.79 billion. When the world leaders descend on Egypt this month, hey, let's go, baby. For the COP27 climate talks, they'll be entering a country that's heating up twice as fast as the rest of the planet. From agriculture to ancient monuments, we're looking at what's at stake for the year's host, Egypt. Let's go, baby. Amen. Salary $0 to $2 million. Employees struggled to adapt to New York's pay transparency law. Hundreds of open roles Goldman typically advertises were reduced to just one yesterday morning as it scrambled to amend listings with the required salary ranges. Citi posted a job for a client that paid anywhere between $0 and $2 million. A technical issue that a spokesperson said that they are working on. Crammed and cranky, the FAA received almost 25,000 comments when it asked the public for their views on how safe airline seats were, while many stuck to the FAA's request to address whether the seat dimensions were a direct threat to safety in the event of emergency. Many also took the opportunity to slam comfort levels in typical economy cabins. One said, "You are squeezing me to death when I fly." When football fans descend upon Qatar for the World Cup this month, the conservative Muslim landscape will be unfamiliar to many. The high-end restaurants, though, there will be very recognizable, of course. There's a Nobu in Doha. You could also find a Koya Hakkasan and Cut by Wolfgang Puck. These restaurants are all attached to the hotels, which generally have special licenses to serve alcohol. Food writer Julie Powell, who became famous for making every recipe in Julia Child's Mastering of the Art of French Cooking, leading to a book deal with the film adaptation, died at age 49. The cause was cardiac arrest, according to the New York Times. And then on this day in history, George Bernard Shaw died in 1950 at age 94. He wrote more than 60 plays, including Pygmalion, I can't say that. The inspiration of My Fair Lady, his influence on theater and culture extended from the 1880s to his death and beyond. In 1925, he won the Nobel Prize for Literature. He was controversial polemicist, promoting eugenics and alphabet reform, opposing vaccination and organized religion, and courting unpopularity by denouncing both sides in World War I as equally culpable. Wow. George Bernard Shaw, Pygmalion. What is a Pygmalion? I don't know. It sounds like a bad word. I feel like I shouldn't even say Pygmalion. You know what I'm saying? But Chattadonia, today is the day. I hope you're ready. We got a couple of pre-market movers. Let's go over a couple. AMD, they rose 5.6 after top-end profit estimates on the semiconductors company's expansion into the server side. Airbnb declined 6.4 in pre-market after giving a downbeat outlook for fourth quarter bookings. While analysts applauded the firm's third quarter results, they highlighted the moderately weaker prospects and the accommodation of FX headwinds. Arcturus Therapeutics, ARCT, shares surged 33% after the biotech entered a collaboration and license agreement with the unit of CSL. Bally's, BALY, cut the hold at Stifel, which says the macro regulatory development risk in the near term forced the broker into capitulation. Bandwidth band shares jumped 18 after the company's fourth quarter revenue was above the full year range. Benefictis shares rise 48% to 1031 pre-market after Voya agreed to buy the company for 1050. Chegg shares jump as much as 18 after the education company reported better than expected third quarter earnings and boosted their full year outlook for revenues. Coty and L'Oreal declined after Pierre Estee Lauder's second quarter and full year forecast miss. Stock is as much as 13% down pre-market. CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens, they're paying that opioid deal. DuPont gained 6% in thin pre-market trading after scrapping a planned $5 billion deal of Rogers Corp. ENVX shares fell 20 after the company's third quarter revenue came in significantly below estimates. Freshpet analysts were largely positive on the pet retailer and it reported their third quarter revenue that beat expectations. Shares declined 6% though. LL Holdings dropped 32% after the flooring retailer saw third quarter sales decline and said they expect consumer headwinds to continue. Shares are down 50% year to date. Lion Electric, LEV, jumps 3% after the first company said it has produced its first zero-emission Lion C school bus in its Joliet, Illinois-based factory. Match Group surges 15% pre-market after the owner of dating apps including Tinder and OkCupid reported third quarter revenue that beat. Analysts said fourth quarter and initial guidance were below expectations, but they look achievable based on the current macro environment. OfferPad Solutions, OPAD, slumps as much as 88% pre-market ahead of the real estate firm's third quarter results due at market close. What? They dropped 88% before the earnings? Is that real? Oh my goodness. OMCL dropped 7.8 in pre-market trading after the company lowered their adjusted revenue for the full year. Paramount shares are down 9 after the company reported third quarter results that missed. Regal Pharmaceuticals rose as much as 1.3 as investors look past the biotech's announcement that had missed the endpoint of COVID-19 drug trial. TFF Pharmaceuticals, TFFP, plunges 38% pre-market as studies of 2 inhaled powder therapies have impacted by challenges tied to staffing shortages. Tupperware shares plunge as much as 33% pre-market after the company reported worse than expected quarterly results. Yum China jumps as much as 11 after the restaurant operator reported flat same-store sales growth, but they thought it was good because they were expecting a decline because of COVID-0. And then Zoom Info Technology shares plunge as much as 26% as analysts cut their price targets following third quarter results, despite a beat and raise. Comments for the software company that our operating environment is becoming more challenging, showing that it could be more susceptible to a slowdown in the economy, according to analysts who see growth moderating next year. Wow. Chatadonia. I hope you're ready. It is here. You got a couple of more minutes till the bell. I hope you are locked and loaded. I hope you are feeling good. I will get it for you, but let me see. Let's see what we got. I need to go to the bathroom real quick, so let me get you this. But good morning, Chatadonia. I hope you are ready. I hope you are only anything but purely. I just hope you're purely focused. That's what it's going to be today. That is what we're going to be focused on. So I hope you're locked and loaded, Chad. But it is game time. So let me go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram and let me get you this and get ready. Get ready, my friend.
Oh,
Get
yeah,
ready.
absolutely. I think there's signals all over the place.
All over
you
the
look at
place.
those PMI numbers, you look at the housing numbers, you look at the slowdown in the global economy, the strength of the dollar, on and on. There's plenty of signs that the tightening in monetary policy to date is having an impact and that we're going to continue to see a slowdown/recession going forward. The difficulty, obviously, is that the inflation numbers haven't come down yet to the level where the Fed feels confident in making a big call. So I think today, Jay Powell probably just want to keep the optionality out there and just say, look, we haven't decided what we're going to do in December, but there are just so many factors now pointing to not only an economic slowdown, but some stress in the financial markets. The volatility in the bond market is practically off the charts right now. So there are things that need to be done, and a slower pace would certainly help.
Bob, given everything Kathy just said, how high is the hurdle for this Fed to pause hiking?
So I don't know that the hurdle is any longer that high. If I think about the last 7 months of core CPI, yeah, 6 of the 7 have been 0.6% or higher on a monthly basis. But the forward-looking indicators of inflation are starting to roll over. Things like producer prices, import prices, and then some secondary measures of rent. Those are starting to fall. So I think the Fed has some cover to indicate that they're open to stepping down.
Kathy, is that good enough reason to lean into the long end of the yield curve, into treasuries?
I think so. We've been advocating extending duration gradually, not just jumping in with everything here, but the upper end.
Stemming in, baby.
Is probably better.
All right, Chatadonia. It's game time. 6 more minutes until the bell. I hope you are ready. And Chad, we have a lot to go over, so honestly, let's get through the first 30 minutes or an hour, and then we're going to have a little bit there again. I mean, it doesn't come out till 2:30 and even 2 p.m., but if you guys want to go over it, I have the transcript from last meeting, and there's a couple of things that we could go over, so we'll go over that. I'll get it for you, but Chatadonia, keep it on track, keep it on focus. What is your first play of the day, baby? Tell me what the first play of the day is. I need to know. What are you rocking with? Let me know what you are rocking with, baby. I need the first play. I got a couple of ones for you, but let me know what you riding with. Locked in. Wait until Powell, baby. UNG. Let's get it. Selling Airbnb puts, SPY puts, BHE, BA puts, buying ENVX shares. Okay, that was the earnings. CAT, BA plays, NQ play. Oh, no play. Nothing till the meeting. Patience. Babylonian puts, patience call, Starbucks called. Hold the cash till 2. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Tilray shares, Apple puts, SPY, patience, pause mode, wait till Powell, watching Boeing, commodities, CRF, Tilray shares, Tesla puts, SoFi calls, patience, Tilray, SQQ, Roblox, NQES, Roblox, Coldplay, UUP calls, Long Chat calls, ES both sides, all commodities, SMG, BA Investor Day. That one's going to be a weird one. Airbnb, sub 95, Frizza showing something with an electric boat, right? The NCLH puts, Powell calls for sure, let's go, SPY calls at open, holding in the downtail Powell, AMD calls, holding Micron calls, Yin, patience, ACB, Snap call, holding, DraftKings calls, Apple, Amazon both ways, Apple pivot, SPX calls, Snap calls, put City Bay, and TLT puts, Astro calls. I know they need a win. They need a win, otherwise we can't do it, baby. Try not to revenge trade or gamble. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's make it a good one. Airbnb puts, oh, no need to apologize, baby. Trust me. Run it, baby. Run it. As far as the plays I'm going to be watching, /ZN. Again, I think the bonds and /ZQZ, man. If you are not watching those today, you're going to miss out on it. I'm telling you. You don't have to play it, but it will be an answer there to show you what's going to happen today. But going to be watching those, TLT, TBT, anything related to bonds. I think we're going to get a lot of movement there. Apple, again, they're already down. They had the Foxconn news as well. BA Investor Day before Powell. I think that one's going to be a fire one. Then Yin and maybe even Yang because of the China stocks. Again, you have that health news there right before the bell. Airbnb, even both sides of it. I'm going to be looking at it. And then MGM and Caesars. Again, China stuff was doing good, but also in general, they have been on fire. MGM, Caesar, they've been killing it. And Caesars had a decent report. And then AMD and NVIDIA for the earnings. So, oh, wow, we're a little bit behind on there, baby. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you are ready for it. It is game time. But here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country for real every single day, man. God bless you and thank you for your service. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public service out there as well too, baby. God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Herna! Let's go, Catadonia. Oh, okay, he just flew. Oh, Oh, man, that's a Powell day for you, baby. Hold on, I gotta recover it, bro. I gotta recover it. Oh, my goodness. Let's go, baby. Let's get it. This is the day, man. This is the day. So, Catadonia, be locked and loaded and get ready. Again, I have so much to share with you after last meeting, just how it moved. The first 15 minutes, I mean, if I could give you a reminder, I could show you on the ECMI, but this Fed meeting or last Fed meeting was very, very rare and unique how it occurred, and it was very, very sizable. So just get ready for wild moves today. Again, even throughout the press conference, I have an idea of what we're going to be looking at. I narrowed it down a lot more, which I'm very excited about. But at the same time, just the moves throughout, man, it's going to be a long day. And remember, right after Powell, there's only going to be about an hour and a half of the market left, okay? So keep that in mind. Good luck. I hope you're ready. Oh, yeah, NVIDIA, Apple, has something just come out on that? Round one. Fight. Let's see. So open up 0.16. We're pretty much right where we opened or closed yesterday. Apple just took off. Apple 0.5% from the open. Central time, I have no idea when that's going to occur. Let me take a look at the map. TLT gap up. Again, watch the bonds, the ZN, and then SAS ZQZ. If that goes up, bullish. That goes down, bearish. It will be more of a signal during the meeting. Airbnb. Yeah, they're down 4. Let me know if it breaks 100. That's what I'm looking for. Otherwise, we're just going to have to wait. Tesla's down 0.74. Again, NVIDIA, they had that gap up there. I know, yeah, they're still moving. Again, watch AMD. Coinbase is on the high. Tupperware is down 30%. And then the bonds. And then we are dropping a little bit more. Let me check the levels. Let me check one more ZN. Okay, 10 years not moving. And we are getting to the low of yesterday, 3852. You're about to hit the low. Watch if we don't. Nope, you have a new one. Literally, you have a new one. Remember, 3837. That's it. That's just from the price from yesterday. I think if we hit that, maybe we get a move, but we'll see. And what I mean by maybe is maybe we don't get the wicked bounce off of it. Tesla, Netflix drop. ZQ is going up, is saying 0.5, and then if it goes down, exactly. There it is, baby. Amen, amen. Yeah, Netflix is down another 0.77. So we have that. Let me see the Tessie. Tesla, I'm down 60, but we're making more on that one. Then the XOM oil names are up. Apple, watch Uber, yeah. Again, Netflix on the low. Watch for the 3837. You're at 383 flat on the SPX. So, again, a couple more points here. You could drop a little bit lower. I think it's going to be like 382, maybe 382.50. And then bonds not moving. Dollar is down. So, it's kind of a weird reaction compared to yesterday. Remember, we opened down and then we started moving up. McDonald's, they're doing great. Costco, they're coming down. Where is TGT? They're down 0.4. Match is still up 13. They sold off a little bit. And then again, Boeing Investor Day is going to start here, I want to say at 8. I could get it for you, but keep that in mind. You're going to have the Boeing Investor Day event. NVIDIA reverse, Netflix at the low. 3 straight down candles so far. You have yet to hit 38.37. Microsoft went negative. Yeah, and AMD's even 3%. Yeah, Microsoft's red. Watch Apple. Again, Apple was down 1.5 here right before the bell and then just shot up. Who's the other one? Meta. Yeah, Meta's even losing their gains from yesterday. And G7. There it is. So 3847. A lot of volume. So there it is. 3837. SPX. I mean, watch for a bounce if it's going to really get ugly. Remember, you had good jobs data today, which was not good. I don't know if we're going to bounce here. If it wasn't with so much downside, and even from yesterday, I would say it would. But just watch at this level. But at the very least, this will be a key. JPM. Yeah, banks are trying to go. What is it? 0.4 now. Everything's down the same right now, too, actually. Materials are the only thing green. Financials are down 0.2. Tech is down 0.37. Real estate and energy are actually the worst on the day. Watch bank stocks. If those go up, Boeing's on the way down. There's XOM and oil now kind of slipping. But, again, this is the level. We brought this up from yesterday, 38.37. You have now unwound a lot of this week. That's it. I mean, you're pretty much back to where we were at on Friday before that little monster rally melt up. WTI 7.86. And down 35 on the ES from yesterday. Again, this one I'm going to be more flexible with. Hopefully you watch yesterday's watch list. Again, my plan with all of these is we're going to be during the meeting looking to exit a lot of them. Or during the press conference. So you got your bounce off at 37. Just watch how this level plays out. It's literally 382.70 on the SPY. AMD wants to. NVIDIA's only 1%. That was wild. NVIDIA, even from that pre-market move. And then watch Netflix again. I don't know if you guys are still in that one. It's decent so far. Watch if AMD. SMCI is on the high. They were really good earnings. Rogers, again, they DuPont backed out the deal. That's why they're down so much. Meta with the spanking. Yeah. I mean, they outperformed yesterday, but watch if it does go below 93. I mean, again, I was still expecting more downside on that one. So we're going to find out. Otherwise, watch 90. Not Meta, Microsoft. Watch Microsoft, because again, Microsoft, even with the chip stuff. So again, that little bounce there. Amazon holding green. Roblo, big pop, about to go green. Roblo's into the high. Amazon's leading, yeah. Remember, Amazon led downside yesterday, so, and that's kind of one of those post-earnings continuations. So keep that in mind. Apple, there's Netflix off the bottom. All right, I closed out of the Netflix short, 190 profit. I just wanted to book one. I know I want more downside too, but I want to take one from yesterday. Yesterday morning got me after not taking some of the early ones, so I had to on that one. We did the same. I know we had $200 on Tesla in the morning. I didn't take it, so I was like, I got to take one of these. I mean, if anything, we already have all the downside too, and then I want to make it a little bit easier to maneuver here as I get into Powell. Tesla. There it is. So Tesla, we're down 70 on. The XOM now finally went green. Let's see what he does. UNG up 5. Again, wheat and all those got clapped. Wow, that's a weird VWAP move. You see that? Oh, no, that's not real. I was like, that looks kind of sketchy. So, again, you went up here, one little wick up to 3843. You might test this level again, so watch out. This is it. 38.37. I want to see how it respects it here leading into Powell. I think that'll tell us a lot. It looks like bonds want to move, but they're not. They're getting some. Baba. Let me check currencies. The yen is that best performer on the day. The pound is doing nothing, and the euro is doing nothing either. Again, so futures 38.50. What is that on the futures? 38.50 is 38.46. 38.37. Again, watch Amazon. They got a little bit of outperformance on the day. NQ trying to bounce. Index shares, you think it will go up as the news comes out? I mean, it'll work on shares, I think. Again, with this level of volatility, I mean, you're going to get some reaction on there, and I think dollar for dollar will be good. Tesla. Again, we covered the Netflix. Mickey D's. XLV on the low. Healthcare down 0.62. Banks are fighting a little bit. Bonds are going down again. That's not going to be good. And just keep your eyes on /ZQZ still. That won't barely move today. Again, 10-year wants to go lower. That won't be good. 11.21. I'm still scared of 11,000 on the NASDAQ. 3837 again. This is the level. Bigger volume coming in. TLT dumping. They made an agreement again on the corridor. So after blowing up everything, everybody got mad. And then they were like, nah, man. All right, just promise you're not going to send military equipment through the grain shipment. And then they were like, all right, fair. And then that's it. So now it's chill. It's honestly weird how it works because they're like, we'll kill everybody. We fight him. But then they have that agreement. So it's good. Acre BP sells shares to employees. That's coming out now. Yeah, Airbnb, I still want below 100 on that one. Apple, Microsoftian, 837. NASDAQ bouncing. Futures a little bit. So what? It's only been 10 minutes. They got their fingers crossed. I know they're like, yeah, we ain't gonna do that. Why would we use all of these ships in this ample waterway to send other critical necessities? NVIDIA again on the high. Yeah, NQ had that bounce. That was a big move already, low key. So maybe if it bounces off here, you hit the level twice. But again, my optimism is very, very low. And what I want to see the range we're gonna chill at. That's what I'm keeping in mind. Is that, you know, when it's all said and done, I think we're gonna make a move here in the first like 30 minutes to an hour, maybe hour and a half. But then what's gonna happen is then it might like get a little frozen as everybody waits for Powell. So we are gonna see Tesla pop. Roblo again. All right. Let's see. We're still coming out the gulag. XOM. Even oil's bouncing a little bit. Roblo, Bobo run. Watching NVIDIA. He's been on fire today. And then even then, AMD, it is coming back pretty good. Meta new low. Yeah, watch out for that. He's going back to 93. Keep 90 in your sights, if anything, especially if today gets bad. But again, if Powell is bullish, I'm going to add to Meta. So it's good. You're getting underperformance. He's down 2. I don't think any of the other tech stocks are even down that much. Apple was the closest in the morning, but they bounced. CLX on the low. They had earnings. ZQ Fed futures. Up is bullish, down is bearish. Up means 50 basis points. Down means 75 basis points for December. So super simple. You don't have to overthink it. I mean, even during the day, we will get moves that will be a little dislocated on it, but it will be important. But it's very, very easy to read. I mean, we're going to be doing it here. And, you know, just keep an eye on it. It's not going to hurt you. Cassava on watch. Rumors, cautious. They're down too. I feel like we haven't seen Sava move in a while. Amazon's breaking out here a little bit or getting to the highest candle of the day. But SPY is still coming down. This could be oil names. I'd watch out for that. Because, again, it looks like some tech is there now. Tech is the best on the day. SPY and Dow Jones are matched up now. Pound slipping big. That's good. That could lead us because we have not had any currency moves here today. Again, the only thing moving is the yen. Yeah, pound was just very well doing nothing, and now it started to move. Same thing with the euro. So currencies are waking up now. They have not done anything all day. If anything, America, the U.S. equities have led the currencies right now. Very, very interesting. I would argue you have more volatility in equities today than you do in stocks. Or than you do in bonds or currency, which has not been the case. Netflix diet. I might have cut that one too early. Yeah, Microsoft now selling. There's NVIDIA. Yikes. I'm like, NVIDIA's outperformer AMD, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to short any of that strength there. Watch at this level. Again, we're not flushing here. You're getting a lot of activity, but just watch around here. I don't know if we're going to see that same size we saw yesterday. At least it's not as bad, but give it one more minute. Give it another like 20 or 30 minutes. Just remember, yesterday the size was just absolutely massive. You're watching 2,000 contracts at a time. NVIDIA again on the high, so is AMD. Again, watch Amazon. I think that's going to be your leading tech stock of the day here. Everything's red now. Materials are even down 0.04. Bigger volume coming in on the SPY, but futures are flipping down, so watch out on this candle. Watch out. Yeah. And then Amazon, Chegg, I forgot, that's earnings. Chegg, Clorox, and a couple of others. So watch out. Big volume just came in. You had a lot, but it flipped. So just watch. This is the key level on the futures and the SPX. And the UVXR is more volatile. Yeah. Those were the good old days. Used to be great protection. You're now below 38, 37. Very, very big level, ladies and gentlemen. So, again, watch how we play around here. If anything, the weaker today is, that will act as a resistance point. Airbnb on the low. New low. Microsoft new low. Nvidia is still on the high. Clorox on the low. TLT's moving. Virgin Atlantic CEO pledges to run full schedule over crucial season. Tesla, Cano, Shop Pop. Yeah, Tesla's fighting too. Some names are. I think it's oil that's really slipping, but then they kind of calm down. But then it just is very broad right now. Everything is red. So look at, you're doing a very similar pin to yesterday. The only difference is it's 15 minutes in the morning. So your candles are being, very, very small. 4 or 5 point candles compared to like 10-point candles that you were watching the other days. So again, watch. This is either going to be support or resistance from here. Even then, the next level is 38.20, and that will technically be the low of Friday and Thursday from last week, which I believe the bonds are at. Yeah, that's exactly where the TLT is priced at from there, at least that morning open. And then I'm not too sure about the dollar. I think the dollar's there. Baba Chicle. Yeah, dollar's way stronger since then, actually, too. And that's all your currencies disagreeing. Hey, Macarena. How is that video of catching them in the act? Oh, you should watch it, bro. It's funny. I was just doing my homework yesterday, and I'm telling you, it's I don't know. Call it tinfoil, call it what you want, but that shit was funny. Bro, I guess what? It happened twice. It was nuts. It was nuts. Yeah, I think we might have cut Netflix too soon, but I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, any of these plays I cut too soon, maybe I should just jump back into it, but then that usually leads to another problem. But if you still got it, ride it. If not, we could cry together. It's that. What, dude? It was crazy, though. You got to watch the video from yesterday. Go watch the short if you didn't see it. NVIDIA, Uber. Yeah, Uber's above 30. Airbnb 101. UPS on the low. That one's a little weird. Again, all the travel stocks are low. Dude, nothing is popping on there. So maybe if the dollar come down, it'll be good. Dude, the dollar's is doing what it did yesterday. I think that's why we're getting pinned. You're just holding this $30 level, and it's either the dollar needs to break below 30 or hold 30, it seems like. I wonder what, I think that's, 115 on the DXY? I'll have to look. AMAT. Another chip maker. Yeah, they're doing great. ASML, LRC. ASML's lagging. Netflix on the low. I'm doing the drop in barcode. I think until the dollar moves or a bigger move on the bonds, I mean, I'm expecting some level of freezing until Powell. But this is we're starting this pattern off very early. Bonds coming up. 3837 though. Bro, the amount of times you've wicked into this level, I think it's going to go down a little bit more. Again, I don't think, I mean, there's a lot of buys, but we'll find out really how people are feeling here. Again, at least we're not seeing the same thing as yesterday. Yesterday was just again, a crazy amount of volume. Volume on the intra, like on a minute period, but overall daily volume was lower. Still, I guess, wasn't too bad. Appel. Where were they? May 9th, May 10th? Oh, no, Paul, I forgot. I've been forgetting, man. My bad. And I don't know if we have any more data on the rest of the day. Again, you had the jobs report in the morning, a small one. Uber hanging on at 30. Watch some of those airlines. Yeah, no, all you have is the Fed today. All we have is the Fed. Trading shows extremely unpredictable price action. Yes, today, I mean, even, I'm excited. Let's get through the morning here. I can't wait. We're just gonna go over what happened at the last Fed meeting. And, I think I got a lot of good info to share with you. And you'll see, because, like, last Fed meeting was very similar to this one. And in the sense that you have to wait in between meetings. People were waiting for a lot of things. And then it's like now, it's just how it played out in the size was very unique. Again, last FOMC was one of the biggest ones in the last 12 months in a weird way. And then here's the crazy part. Are you ready? There hasn't been a FOMC, a Fed meeting, except for last time where it actually moved like this. So the last Fed meeting was the biggest downturn off of a Fed meeting in 30 minutes, an hour, and even 2 hours than you've had all 12 months. So a lot of reactions have been positive. Last time was very negative, and that's why I want to make sure we had a refresher. You know what I'm saying? So it's going to be good, but that's why we'll go over that in a little bit once we get all this out the way. Bonds are moving up here. Again, that we need something to move. You need currencies to play along or the bonds. Otherwise, I don't think we'll get out of this trap right now because, again, we markets, U.S. equities are leading the volatility today, which has not been the case over the last couple of days. Russia sells 11 billion rubles of March in an auction. BA is the investor day starting. Let me see it for you. Boeing already just gapped down off that. That has to be investor day. It starts at 10:30. So it hasn't started yet. I have the time. 10:30 a.m. Eastern. So in 30 minutes, the Boeing investor day starts. Chances are a guidance number is going to come out. Again, I can't say that with there's no way to guarantee it, but that would be the play you're looking for if you're going to try it. 10:30 a.m. Eastern, Boeing investor day, and then it gives you 30 minutes ahead of Powell. Or no, it gives you like 2.5 hours. They might guide down again. They might. I don't know. I guess they might use investor day to do it. Apple hitting a new low. Bonds are coming up here. Let's see. It'd be good if tech sells off further from here and bonds catch a bid. It might even us out in a weird way. Otherwise, just watch for everything to go in the same direction or not. But, dude, he is battling right here. Look at this. This is hideous. Bro, you're barcoding in the first 20 minutes like this is the middle of the day right now. This is quite phenomenal. I love it. But today's going to be crazy. Oh, man. Start your engines. More volume coming in. Bonds had a big candle right there. Again, that's a big red candle on the SPY, but the futures are showing, again, the back and forth a little bit better. Uber, huge volume. Volatility is just holding. I'd watch this candle right here on the SPY again. A lot of things going, and you're holding the 38.47, which is, again, the 38.37 on the SPX. And there it is. It might break from there. No. 38. It's going to bounce. Yeah, man. This is going to be a shit show. I'm excited. And get ready. So, again, you've been doing this wick candle here for about 25 good minutes here to start off today. The first two candles moved us the most, but, I mean, it's kind of good we haven't flushed here, but just, again, keep in mind anything could happen. Snap moving FCC chair to appear on CNBC. So watch out. That could be if you want to just flip that trade. If they do pump it up, kind of buy the news, buy the rumor, sell the news. If FCC chair starts talking about banning TikTok again, you saw the effect yesterday. There's dancing. It's the Macarena, bro. I don't even know if it's not even dancing. It's just like, I don't know. This is somebody who can't dance. Yeah, it's dancing. No, it looked really, I've never seen this dance, you know, and I don't know if it's interpretive dance. There you go. Now we can interpret something. Again, watch out. We had that first big wick. So now you're coming down there. You just took out a fat bid order. So get ready. Again, and more orders coming in to sell. It's still not the size of what we saw yesterday. I think that size I don't think we could recover, but we'll see. Oh, I forgot. Dude, I keep forgetting about the weed stock. All right. We're going to wait. We need that for, again, I think after Powell, you're going to get more midterm stuff. Microsoft picking up. Again, honestly, I mean, what I've learned from yesterday, if you start seeing just like any volume on the futures, like above like 800 or 900, those are just very rare is what I've been picking up on. But yesterday, bro, I've never seen those 2001, like it was 2000 after 2000. So just take notice. I mean, even then today, I think it looks scary because we've been down a lot and like you're still below the level, but it's just, we're not getting the same, there's less dumping going on today, but that's what we want to be looking out for. They're going down a little bit lower. You said Uber fat dump. Yeah, he was struggling to get through the top now. I didn't check Caesars or MGM. Yeah, they're killing it, man. Again, all of those are doing great. SPY's weird, but you're gonna wick into the highs and lows where it's doing that, you know, hit the low, go high, and it's just like, but where you're gonna end up around the same price, but the wicks kind of leading the way. They're giving you some direction. Apple dance, that's not going to be good. 57. Where's Tessie? Watch if Tessie gives up. That could be like Uber. Any of the names that are up right now, you don't want to see them go down. And also, to travel or like transportation, they recovered, but they were doing bad. Yeah, XLF is about to do good. That will be good. Microsoft falling more. Yep, and Apple. Microsoft, Apple. Remember, Apple's down 1.5. Apple hiring freeze. Let me see. I'll verify. It's not hitting as breaking yet, but let me double check. I'm not seeing that one yet. I see it posted on one, yeah. Again, there was the Amazon hiring freeze last night on the ad thing, and yeah, that one actually ended up being good. JP Morgan, yeah, Banks, XOM on the low. So at least you got some oil dumping there. Actually, yeah, XOM starting to like really give back up. I didn't notice that. So you got like $100 almost. Tesla's still holding up great. Microsoft, banks are just holding up, and chips are giving you life. But then now oil is pulling one part, Apple and tech is pulling other, and then the Dow is just, you know, he's doing his job, and he's just like, yo, man, I'm stable as hell. 3835. Again, a lot of their big orders at 38.41. I would just watch for a big flush candle, and that I think, see 400 right here. That one was getting a little bigger. 500 right here, like I was telling you, yeah. So honestly, the dump candles are getting a little bigger right now from earlier, but just watch out for that. If you see any of those flushes, I think that is what will cause just more snowball effect than not. I'm down 39 on the ES from yesterday. NQ and other stuff not doing too much. We're going to have Powell. No sectors in the green. Yeah, everything red. Boeing, again, 1030 for the, oh, wow. Okay, maybe right now. Maybe right now, Boeing. Yeah, no news on it. Last thing was like a 737 thing in Australia. Yeah, that's a big pop. I think Boeing's going to lead it. Watch. If any of those Dow names do it, well, then there you go. Trader Simplex gets FINRA. They brought something up. I quoted them the other day on something. That's funny. I dropped Simplex in a video the other day, or like a couple weeks or months ago, I think around last Powell. Here we go. Apple Pop. Again, we're just back to the same ass level that we. That's the crazy part. All of this, man. We gotta be careful. Anything, any giant activity is what we want to see today. Otherwise, just get ready. At one point today, they're gonna say, "Stop! It's power time." But everything will freeze eventually. And that was a very weird way to open the morning right now. So let's see if we get out of the gulag. Otherwise, I would call this the gulag more or less. And then Boeing, that might have been the chance to pick it up cheaper there. Again, you have your thing in 30 minutes till the Investor Day conference. They could provide guidance that is either good or bad. We don't know which way it's going to go, but the whole idea is we know there will be news. So if you can react to that accordingly, you could profit off of it. 8 mil, 30 minutes. Just watch that future volume too. Just why again, right when I was just said it, we saw again one 400 candle, one 500, and one like 200. But that's where it gets a little aggressive. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Dash. Microsoft still selling though, so watch out. DoorDash is on the high again. Travel sold off this morning and then is balancing out. ADM approved in China. Apple short. I'm ready. Yeah, FINRA warns Simplex of potentially abusive option strategy. Bro, I need to find that Simplex. They said something at the last option thing. I wonder what they said. I wonder what the Fed said to them or the SEC. LMT Big Red. Yeah, interesting because even Boeing was going up if they do opposite. No breaking news coming across right now on LMT. Disney gassing. Again, I think their earnings are this week or next. All right, you're moving up a little bit, but let's see. Chattadonia, I love you. God bless you. But I need to go to the bathroom. So follow me on Instagram. Say hello. It's like church. TOTs drop in. That's going to be negative in the bathroom. Watch out for that. TLTs drop in faster than I would have took a dump. So, but I love you, okay? And follow me on Instagram, and I'll see you there in when I come back. And then just like, you know what I'm saying? You're going to be good. You're going to be good. You're going to be good. Say hello in the chat. Bless them. It's like church.
Here are the
Amen?
top market
Amen.
stories that we're following for you at this hour. Surprise, Powell said. A 75 basis point hike seems a done deal, but so many questions remain. From the terminal rate to the pace of hikes, we look at how the Fed can surprise the market. And close to a buy signal, Bank of America's sentiment indicator is at its lowest level since 2017, which could be a contrarian sign for stock bulls. S&P, though, rolls over to the lows of the day. And a big warning from a shipping giant. Maersk says weaker global economy and stickier inflation are here to stay. We get the view from Genco's CEO, John Wobensmith. From New York, I'm Alex Steele with my co-host in London, Guy Johnson. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets. Guy, as we go through the morning, the ADP number coming in really strong. It's reminiscent of yesterday's JOLTS number, and that's going to pose a really tricky thing for the Fed when Powell speaks this afternoon.
Does make you wonder, though, which is going to be the bigger event that could surprise this week. Will it be the Fed, or will it actually be payrolls coming through at the end of the week, Friday? That, I think, is something we should also focus on today. But I guess when we think about the Fed today, we've got to factor in where we're starting from. How is the market positioned? We've certainly seen a run-up in stocks over the last few days. How much have we priced? What have we priced? I think are key questions that we need to answer. Because I think only then, once we've ascertained that, can we start to answer the question, how could the Fed surprise? And I think it's a good question to ask at this point, but I think we need to set the groundwork. So let's try and do that throughout the program. Let's start with Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta and Bloomberg US rate strategist from Bloomberg Intelligence, Ira Jersey. Ira, let me start with you.
We got to listen. I retweeted him in the morning, and he replied back to one of you guys. You asked him where to get info.
How is the market positioned
Ira,
right now?
listen up to Ira.
Yeah, so the market right now is positioned for the Fed to hike the upper bound to either 4.75 or 5%. It's about 50-50 odds that we get there before the March meeting, or at or before the March meeting. I think if there is a surprise,
yeah, Dash is going
what
crazy.
The market's not really priced for, is what would certainly be dovish. So if Powell is very dovish and says, like, that we're going to end hiking, maybe at the end of this year, so you're only talking about 4.5% type of upper bound, then that certainly is out of the cards. But I think the more realistic surprise is if Jay Powell is a little bit more hawkish and says, hey, we actually think that inflation might be more persistent and we might actually have to hike more, because we are priced almost exactly for that, 5-ish% plus or minus, minus maybe 25 basis
Financials
points.
are the best on the day, and then utilities
I
next.
think it could be off to the races.
Financials are about to go green.
2-year note yields go up significantly.
Again, watch his bonds. Bonds rally, market will too.
But
you're still in the gulag.
Kriti, what about in the equity market? Because it seems like if we read the jobs data over the last 2 days as a way of reading the equity market, we continue to be surprised that the labor market is hot and that the Fed's going to have to do more.
Right. I think what was really interesting for me is a chart that I actually saw that perhaps answers this question beautifully. The idea here that if you start to have the Fed terminal rate, the consensus be kind of a 5% peak policy rate in, I believe, March of 2023, then that kind of stalling creates a bull case for equities, because it means that the stock market, which by definition prices something out 6 to 9 months down the road.
Yeah, man, this is also what they're even saying. It all depends on the December rate hike, because once we know December rate hike, you know where the terminal rate's going to be. We know if it's going to be 4.6, 4.56, 4.75. And again, I'll just tell you, go look at the 2-year bond. And that's why it's so important, because the 2-year bond is already at that price. So if the 2-year bond is correct, then it will stop going up if Powell pretty much signals, anything of that nature. But I think I know the surprise they're talking about. We're going to talk about it here when I get into it. Again, we have the transcript. All right, man, get us out the gulag. You're not out of the gulag till you get above 38.43. Otherwise, I mean, we've done a lot right now to do nothing, and then the market looks a lot like the dollar. Unless you noticeably get under that 30, I think the market will trade a little weird here. And then again, banks are going to be the first ones to go green on the day if we get any upside, or at the very least they are leading. See, nope, big dollar pop. That's not going to hold. You're going to go back to the gulag. Maybe the yen is giving up, and then so is the pound, and the euro's hitting a new low. So the currencies are giving up. Again, you have the yen very, very strong today. Not very strong, but stronger relatively. Dollars popping, Nvidia's dropping now. Everything's taking a hit off of that dollar pop. Again, all the currencies are starting to flush there, and it's getting rid of that. Let me see the bonds. Bonds are trying to climb, though. NBIX. 122. No, let's check, though. Google, 100 on Airbnb. They got a price target raised 5 minutes ago, actually. So at 10:04. Yeah, right here. Price target raised to 120 from 110 by Wells Fargo, and then maintained at equal weight. And then, like, right before that, they got a price target raised by Mizuho, maintained at neutral. And then Cantorfish, they literally just got 3 price increases in a row. Price upgrades by 3 different banks. Airbnb, still I want that 99 handle, but now this is where the action happens. Microsoft still at the low. Watch if NVIDIA gives it up. Surprisingly, we're holding. Walgreens 1.9. I guess. I mean, the Dow is down only 1.3 now, or 0.3. S&P 0.5 and NASDAQ 0.5 as well too. And then yeah, Dash is killing it. Bonds are going up, but the currency isn't playing along. So let's see, my friend, but still haven't hit 30. Yeah, and then Uber's not getting that, but Dash is killing it nonstop. She's holding. Yeah. Okay, rum hitting lows. Damn, 15. They were killing it yesterday. A lot of medical names are starting to run. Watch if XLV wakes up. Again, XLV actually does not even look that bad. But they could still move big. Again, last Powell was September 21st. Isn't that crazy? The last time you heard from Powell was like 2 months ago. MU. Again, watch if NVIDIA or anything else gives up. Google 52-week low, though. Hot dog. And then Amazon, the tech wreck is happening, though. Very, very weird. So watch out. I don't know. Unless those hit a bottom and bounce off of that. I mean, every time you get a green candle, you have something else giving up on the other end. The chips, AMD, they just got a little bit. It's anything related to data centers. That's what sparked it. And then AMD just was not as bad as feared. That's it. They lowered guidance a week before earnings. People thought it was going to be very awful. And the fact that they didn't do that much worse than they already warned. I mean, people were pretty optimistic. And then Lisa Su, she's good. She's good with the crowd. They like her. They like her when she talks. Boeing, PSX on the low. PSX is flushing. Phillips is not too big, but it's just painting the low ticker. It's not one of those like super big flushes. But that one is just painting on the low. XLV's trying to climb. S&P's going down. Google 52-week low. AMD gave it all back. For that, they're still a little higher, but yeah. See, this was after Lisa Su started talking here. But again, she would double down on the cloud business and the like data center stuff, and she's like, yeah, that's all good. And then she said they're like under shipping demand. So that was kind of good too. And then, a lot of the CapEx stuff, it didn't seem bad, but it wasn't a good earnings. I mean, they guided lower on everything and margin and all of that, but it was just, it was decent. I mean, that's it. It wasn't as bad as much as I wouldn't say it was a good earnings, but it was a lot scarier. The fear of what could have happened. And I mean, you've seen this in the beginning of the year at the same time. Airbnb, $95 is where I'd want to buy, but I still think that's kind of like, I would like $80 or $90, like low 90s. But I remember $95 was the last time I was considering it, and I missed out on it, and it ran on the rally. But now, I mean, I think we have time. We have Powell, though, unfortunately. So let Powell do our dirty work, and it's going to be good. And Matt took profits. 883. BRZU. There's Airbnb flush. Big volume. Yeah, Google. Now Tesla, too. Watch out. Everything. And then if the oil companies give up, and then just watch out if the banks give up now. Remember, everything's already red right now. So you're getting a weird cat dog today, but most of it is pushing to the downside. That's a big candle now. Let me check size. 290. So again, still kind of big. 300, 300, 300, then another 100. It's decent. Again, and that wiped out this order at 3844. Is that about to be the low of the day on the futures? What about SPX? Still no new low, but it was close. Watch out here. UNG pop. Google, they're getting their green shoot, but, I mean, we're just coming into the low. Yeah, UNG is getting wild. Tesla. Oh. Getting some activity. Again, then big orders coming in here. 345. Biggest of the day was like 4 something. PayPal, I think it could be good, but otherwise, I mean, it's hard to put our finger on, what exactly is going to happen here for a lot of these earnings companies. But I think PayPal is one of those names that, they've been beaten down. I think they already might have had it, though. They could be one of those sandbag candidates, but they think they got it last quarter. So I think they're going to be kind of 50-50. Maybe PayPal might play a little bit like Airbnb in a way. We'll see. I think it might just move in the range it's been at over the last month or not, unless the earnings surprises. But I have no idea how or if the earnings will surprise. Earnings tomorrow. Not even earnings. I mean, just get ready. I mean, at the end of the day, the next thing we got to be looking at, even though Powell has yet to even speak, it's going to be that jobs report on Friday. Just imagine all the jobs data that we've gotten. I'm sure Powell is going to have to allude to the jobs data, but watch out. PayPal's on the low. They're drilling into the low. A lot of things. Boeing is still at the high. Google tried to bounce. SPY's about to hit a new low of the day, Chad Adonia. 20 million premium. Apple 135 put for April. Buy to open. All right, Chad. It's the dump volume's coming back. 600. It's starting to look a little dumpy now. That's what we saw yesterday. I hope it holds. I mean, considering we have Powell about to happen, but oh my goodness. The dollars pop in, the futures. Again, I don't know if it's real people or if it's just a computer, but you're getting more size to the downside now. Or at least even the size coming in. Let's see. 264. I'm going to have to wait. 102, 109. This guy's crazy, Habibi. Exciting day. Just beginning. New low on the futures, though. Watch out. You're literally right into the lowest point of the day right now. 3833. Apple's still strong. Again, another candle. Watch out for this one. Banks are selling off now big. BA starting to slip. Yeah. Again, you got, 15 minutes till the event? Apple is your leader. I mean, we have a lot today, though. I mean, I think it's very hard to put our finger on who it is. And again, a lot of them already flip-flop. But we are going to see. Google, Tessie. Yeah, it's wicking downwards, but I don't know. It might want to flush here. Again, this is a new low. Any lower from here gets a little uglier. The yen is holding. Pound is bouncing, and the euro. Apple bounce, not sure if real. It's decent. I mean, a lot of them are. Everything kind of doing, and then the currencies as well. And then 7:30 almost been an hour. You've almost gone through an hour. We have what now? Powell comes on at 11:30. Yep. We got like another 4 hours, man. You got another 4 hours. All right, watch out, though. TLT dropping off that if those currencies come back down. Do nothing. The sun don't shine forever, but as long as it's here, then we might as well shine together. Come on, the currency's moving a little bit, but, bro, the back and forth on these are all wild. Warren says Amazon, Apple role in the auto industry raises concerns. GRWG. 3842 flat is the low of the day. I don't know if Apple and I don't know, man. If Liz Warren starts like moving stocks, it's gonna be crazy. Might be 3841, another flush, literally wick into another low, clear out of order, do the bounce, and then come back in 3 minutes. So like you've done this every single move on this right now. That's why it is even very difficult to trade in here at this point. I mean, if this keeps persisting, I'm looking for NASDAQ at 11,000 flat, but we're already moving. We need a green wick. NASDAQ didn't hit a new low on that. Diego buys Texas whiskey distiller, Balcones Distilling. Diego. Oh, it's London. 3832, another low. Pound coming down. That's what I'm gonna say. If the pound does, we gotta watch. Just put it out on the stream alert. I'm like, hey, we're hitting new lows. It's gonna be weird, but I'm like, just that equity volatility is higher than bonds and currencies today, and that's why I just keep that in mind now, because in the last couple of days, you have been watching the currencies more or less lead the markets to a degree, or the bonds, they had that leading effect. Today, it's the United States. So we move before the yen, we move before the pound and the euro right now. So it's going to be a little bumpy in the Powell, and now again, we still have another 4 hours on the clock. There's Tessie. TLT pull back. Yeah, it just sucks. We need the dollar though too. Again, that ties into that volatility. Or that's why I'm thinking if the dollar calms down, I think your equity volatility, it'll be easier, because the last thing you want right now is equity volatility, and then the currencies are going to add the back end as we're watching, waiting for Powell. 7 minutes till Boeing. Good call. Is it still up though? Oof. You're at the higher point. It's decent. Cigna on the high. Alcoa down 2. Apple at the low. Watch Apple, Microsoft, Tesla's doing the best. And then I'd say even keep an eye. The financials and healthcare are your two best on the day. And now energy and real estate. Now consumer staples. In a weird way, even watch oil, though, too. Another wick on the bottom. My goodness. 1165. Volume 242. 500, 400. That's that dump volume, man. I don't like that. 96. UUP dropped a little bit. TLT came down. Yeah, even the video is starting to slip. What time is it? 7:30. It's only been 30 minutes. NQ new low. Yeah, 11.20, and then it just bounced 10 points off of it. I'm sure with S&P, big sell orders are positioning very, very high. If you get through that, I think you'll get a little bit more, but you literally just doing the wicks. You wick down, hit all of the orders. That gives you a little energy, and then it's been doing it. But again, the aggressiveness of this dance move today has been fascinating, to say the least. It's the bouncing queen. But watch out, you're coming back down on everything. R is on the low. That's Ryder. Dude, I've seen a lot of travel names get clapped so far today. Like Transports, IYT is already on the low, so watch out for that one. Labu, Chris, Edit, SGen, Biogen. It's the Algo Queen. Do, 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 do. Mm-mm-mm-mm. 38.40. R buyout? Oh, really? Oh, we played that before. Remember, we played that the other day. So I'm like, maybe. 38.40. AMD put was money. I was thinking in the video, but I don't know. I've been shorting way too many outperformers. Oh, get ready, another 200 into this level. Like there's a big order. I don't know if it'll flush or not. It's definitely getting interesting here, but now I mean the downtrend all day is just not letting up. And watch out for Ryder. Again, we don't have any news on that. I remember playing that one though for the same news. I remember somebody was related with Ryder. It was like Ryder and some buyout. Oh, there, dude. Another one, bro. That's 500 contracts in 2 minutes. And that's right before this big order. So maybe it tests it, does the flush, it does your bouncing queen right here. But watch out. A lot of volume coming in. And then the dollar is still staying elevated. TLT is not moved, so at least that's holding. Can you keep Boeing up? I got you, my friend. I'm going to need some. All right. I went with the NQ long again for a flip. I mean, I'm going to try to keep this one tighter, but let's get a little bit. Let's get a little bit. Show us what you got. Show us what you got, Sade. Again, big bond volume came into. That's good. Public storage, they're coming out with guidance here. I don't know if they had an earnings call or not. But I don't know. That candle, that was a green candle, but I don't know if these green shoots work anymore. Again, I'm still worried about this little flush here. 11/12/60. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Spy grind down. And again, it's been about an hour so far? 7:30. I think we got like 30 more minutes. And then we're going to get into 8. But no, we need 2 more hours for Euro close. Oil data. BA Investor Day is about to begin. We have that up on the screen if you want to play it. And then, yeah, that's it. I think it'll be like 30 more points. Again, I just went long on the NASDAQ. I'm down $50 on it. But we will see. I didn't, all I did with Bookmap was I just set the like thingy-mabobber, the recenter on the trays. That's about it. Dude, all of these, again, the wicks are big, but if it comes right back down, it just gets a little shaky. Crude oil inventories fell by 3 million barrels. That sounds good, but I thought it was going to be 6. Yeah, big negative stock. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It might go up. I thought it was supposed to be 6 million. So we'll see, but that's moving some things right now. And then BA getting some. Biden sent it to China. TLT under VWAP. Yeah, it's weird TLT. I mean, we need the dollar to go down, but like I'm saying, it's just there's a weird dislocation now between the two. 11,723 again. That got you up to a big sell, then it came right back down. Yeah, literally. Watch out. The candles are. You're doing the same exact game here. Again, in a weird way, maybe we stabilize. Worst case, we go lower, but you know, every single 2 candles, you're getting batted right back down. I think you might even hit a new low off of this. Again, oil inventories are coming out. I think they came in a lot lower. Yeah, that one sold right back out. Yeah, crude is going to move around. Watch how that hits the dollar. The yen had the pop and drop, but the pound and euro are coming down now. Euro's coming down big. And 1 point below the low on the ES. Again, I'm back negative now on the NQ. Dollar, what a day, man. What a day. And Microsoft is just pinned. Yeah, CLX, they did good, I think, but then they had something on their guidance or like their numbers that they said. Colgate. Amazon ended up falling again. Boeing's moving up. 3 big candles. 3 big candles on Boeing. Again, the investor day has already started. I could get it for you guys. I don't know if you want to listen to it. Do you want to listen to it? Let me see. Oh, it's not. It hasn't begun yet. All right. So when it goes live, I'll let you know. I'll try to keep it up. And then we'll see. But it's not live just yet. Yeah, you can hear it, but it's not there. So we'll have it. All of this move right now is off of nothing. Yeah, it was great jams. Vibes, bro. Vibes. We love it. And then bonds are moving all over the place. It's good that we haven't flushed this yet. But, I mean, you got 3 candles up, 3 candles down. What's going to happen? You turn it around. You hit the wick. It jumps to shit. And everybody's pissed. Hey. Mike in another. Do all the wicks. Airbnb is here. Almost. It is actually. It's getting close. I like it. I like it. Coffee before that 7:37 action. Yeah, 7:30. 7:30, and then again, Powell is going to be here in about 3 or 4 hours. So we still got some time to kill. Still going to have some time to kill. Yeah, oil. Let me double check that. Again, I don't know what I need to check the estimates. I thought it was going to be 6 million, but then if it's 3, it should be bullish. And then I don't know if if oil gets really bullish, hopefully it just brings down the dollar, but we'll see. It's going to be a wild one, man. It's going to be a wild one. $265. No. Boeing hasn't started. So all these Boeing moves are not off of, it's not off anything. EA did a pop and lock the other day. Dollar's coming back. Watch out. Watch out. Yeah, AMD's dropping. Low ticker. Nah, it might do it. Be careful on this one. Yeah, you had the flush there. AMD and Tesla. Oh, yeah, everything just took a drop right there. You haven't hit a new low. NASDAQ has, but not the SPY. But NASDAQ is the one leading the way down again. They're already leading on the day. Yeah, NASDAQ hasn't hit a new low. Neither has the SPX, but you're about to. Yeah, the 10-year is just waiting. I mean, all of this is just movement until Powell. But now, like I'm saying, I think over around here, 55 to 23 might be the lowest on the NQ. Biotech, Russia confirms no nukes. Almost can close MNQ. Yeah, we're waiting on him. Even then, I'm waiting to see him. I mean, I've not seen a day like this in a while, where your Monday morning is just it's pure. It's pure dancing from the first minute. 11,250. Coin. AMD. Watch any tech, but watch the dollar here. Again, he's weird, and the bonds haven't done much. Centro disrupted the EV with a hydrogen 8 truck. And then S&P is loving it. Bouncing queen. It's the bouncing. I like it, though. It's cool. I get to learn a new dance move today. And I'm excited. I get to add it to my repertoire. This is definitely one for the books, man. I hope you see it, Chad. Like, you know what I'm saying? I really hope you see how much is riding on stake for Powell. And, like, I hope you could sense how the market feels leading into this. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is very different than any other morning. Like, I don't know, you should be able to feel the tension from a mile away. That's why I'm like, man, it just shows what is riding on this event here today, man. There is a lot. There is a lot. UNG. Well, let's see. Again, if we could get a breakout. Otherwise, I think you're going to be still regulated to purgatory in this dancing, bouncing queen environment. Tup. Yeah, they dropped 30 on the earnings, man. They got tupped. They got put in the can. That's what you could call it. Or they got put in the plastic Tupperware. No? You think he's nervous? So he might. I mean, I'll show you this. I have notes, and I have a note I took on the last meeting, and like here, I'll just show you on. I don't want to go over all of it, not yet, until let's see what we could get here. But I wrote these two things down after recapping all of yesterday. Every time he slowed down, like even his I could show you on the video a visible nervous Powell. Every time the market would go down, and then every recession question, there was some level of market hesitation on the candle, and I was paying attention to it a little bit. But I think he is nervous. I don't think he's not nervous. And oh my gosh, look at that dancing queen. Again, 400 right there, bro. You just hit the level, bounce right back down. No, at September, at the very last one, the latest Powell we heard from. I rewatched all of it last night. I compared it to every minute-by-minute move of the move that we had, because last FOMC was one of the largest all year, and I wrote down who we should be watching from reporters, all the way down to the exact questions that went up. And as I read the transcript to you today, we're going to go over it. You could see what questions did not move the market, and you could start to kind of, get an idea of how it's kind of playing out. So that's why it's good. I'm very excited for it. And that's why I'm like, I'm pretty ready. I think we could do a lot with it. and it's gonna be good. But it's like you could pick up on stuff, and it was very clear what happened last time, but last time was an anomaly, and that's why I'm saying, you know, I want to read up on it, and I wanted a refresher. Usually I remember everything, and usually I'm pretty prepared coming into it, but I thought I would I don't know, there was something about last meeting and something about this meeting. I was like, it's not gonna hurt to go over it all over again. So I think you guys will like it. I think some of you guys will like it. So 1175 on the NQ. I mean, this is a good level, but only even still nothing matters right now until we actually get a real move. And then book map. Oh, did it take out some of those big orders? Yeah. I mean, we'll see if it comes down or if it gets met at the market, but you don't have as many sellers piling up right here. The reaction history, yeah. We have it. That's what I'm saying. But, like, I took the Bloomberg reaction thing and I made it on crack. I have everything. That's it. I'm telling I legitimately went second by second of every second of the press conference last time, overlaid with the transcript. I mean, literally, I have notes on it. I have the full transcript of everything. So not only do we have all of our expensive tools, you know, we got a little bit of our mind too. And I have all of it. I could read it to you. I could literally impersonate the whole entire meeting of last time for you guys before Powell speaks. And again, we know every question. I know every news network who answered a difficult question. I wrote it down. Every other question was fluff. Every other question you're able to see what both the market and algos ignored, as well as now, like I'm telling you, you know, every question type had something. Like I told you on the last meeting, every 15 minutes was very key, and I think that's going to play out again here today as well too. But we could learn a lot, and that's why I'm like, you'll see what I'm saying. I'll share it with you here. Give it like 15 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. I'll stream alert it when we go over it, but it's just gonna be like you could see how, like, we just need a refresher, because once I read it to you and once we go over it, it's like as we listen to Powell with new ears, we're going to be able to really see what's different. So even then, I already have a game plan right when the release comes out too. We already, I think we're going to have a head start on that too, considering some of the changes of last time. But it's going to be exciting. I mean, it's going to be exciting. But like I told you guys, even then, at the very least, you know, fuck all of the homework or whatever I've done, because at the end of the day, I mean it dead serious. Regardless, you have all of the info in the last two watch lists. So regardless, I don't know how you feel towards things, how you feel towards me, whatever it may be. But that info is there. And what if you really understand the ZQ, that's enough to get you through today. Everything else will be extra, but you have enough. I'm telling you, that's all you got to watch. So just don't forget about that and the Fed futures. Let's see. Future. We brought up BA. Yeah, it has. Oh, here it is. I have it live. I'll go pee.
Might have done it last night.
This is Boeing investor meeting live right here.
At the reception. I have two board members with me who have been critically important to what I'll refer to as.
All right, I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
Sign whatever label you might want to assign to it. Through one of the most tumultuous moments in industrial history, in my view, with one of the great companies in industrial history, and that's the Boeing company. But Larry Kellner, who is our chairman, if you don't mind standing up for a second, he weathered that storm, and he's done a remarkable job of reconfiguring the board. I want to mention to you just a few because I don't want to miss it. We've had 7 new members of our board, all value-added folks. Steve Mollenkoff was the first, and this is all sort of that post-Max moment. An engineer's engineer, smart. He interfaces with all of our technical programs. Admiral John Richardson oversaw the naval fleet, all things nuclear in the submarine area, all things safety. They have to be great. They have been great. Their record is superior. Lynn Dowdy, who joined us from KPMG and who sits on our board in the audit committee and has been a real value add. Akil Jory, former UTC CFO, long aerospace history, lot of experience, runs our audit committee and does it incredibly well. David, who I view as the single best propulsion guy on the planet, the best. He joined us and he leads our safety committee. He has history with safety in every way you can imagine on one of the most.
Why do I feel like they're not allowed to use the word safety? I don't know if that makes sense or not. I feel like they are not allowed to use the word safety, but I think
the National Guard.
They're just doing their intro for now. Let's see when they get to the good stuff. Like, I don't know. I was going pee and he just kept saying safety. I was like, am I on the right one? He said everybody on our team is super safe. I was like, am I on the right Boeing right now? This one don't sound like Boeing, man. It definitely does not sound like Boeing at all. No, not at all. All right, bonds moving a little bit. 1280, this is a big level on the NASDAQ. If it could get above here, it could hold up a little better. If not, we got a problem. Again, more volume coming in. The euro, all of them are pinned though, man. I don't know if everybody wants to play along just yet. I don't know if they want to play along just yet. We're going to find out. All right, I sold the NQ 270. I think they made two noises. Yeah, I'm out of that one. Just a small one for now. Again, I still have the other one, but I want to see because I'm going to use up some other stuff, make some moves, but we're seeing. Again, we're still in the other one, still down 3,800. Doesn't change much. Let's see here again. The 850. Not playing along. They know the outcome, but they're a lot better. That's the thing. It's just weird. It's how they've moved and lagged with each other and what they're going about. That's what's like I've been saying all day, you know, the difference between equities and currencies and over the last couple of days, especially with earnings, it's been a wild one.
The MAX. We sat with 450 airplanes on the tarmac that were finished. We had 385 on our customers' tarmacs that could not be used in revenue service. These are huge numbers, annual rates of production, a large part, that we would have to sort of rally ourselves to get back into the air. And you think that's a big risk, except there was one bigger one.
There it is. If it keeps going from here, this is solid. This is very, very solid.
Because in January, we had an FAA that was out there on the record publicly of saying, stop with your predictions, Boeing. Stop with your predictions.
Lots of pharmas, yeah, big volume coming in. Again, if all those buy orders get taken out, or these sell ones, it'll be good. But just watch. If NASDAQ gets above here, you're going to get a little mini rally. I sold out because if it failed, I didn't want to deal with it again.
January the 22nd of 20.
Why are you yelling at me,
First case of COVID
dude?
reported in the United States. Where was it?
Calm down.
20 miles from where you're sitting. In a nursing home called Kirkland. And that COVID moment and the migration into our two most important factories, two biggest factories, Renton,
Amazon, another low. Jeez.
I mean, it is, it's uncanny.
They're pulling away.
We lost our first employee March 22nd. And that was like getting your stomach punched. It was a moment for all of us. We shut down all our factories on March 23rd.
Yeah, everything took a candle there.
Give ourselves time.
Airbnb back in 98.
Build protocols that would ultimately keep our employees safe. We overlaid an entire management system on top of what was already.
Okay. Again, I'm gonna turn it on and off in between. The slide he's on is mitigating risk, and again, just the irony of it. But we'll see when I'm looking for guidance because again, if he says anything right now, I'm telling you, not that many people. Well, now there's like 5,000 of you in here, but not too many people are really listening to that event. So if there's any sort of guidance on there, that's really what we want. But we'll see. I know he was yelling at me. He was raising the pressure, man. So again, the candles are getting a little interest in here. You have a lot of buys showing up, but there's a lot of sell. Honestly, you're eating it up, though. It might be able to go again. Just watch out here. But this is that level. Again, this is where we could either base out at. If it fails, that'll look ugly. Honestly, if it could hold up like it was early in the morning, maybe this would just be a glorified dancing queen where you made this move to kind of chill here. But let's see. Knee pumping, DraftKings. DraftKings killing it. Lee Auto, yeah, they had something. Was it hydrogen truck or something? I don't know. Something nuclear with who? Something nuclear?
Moves forward quickly. Our customers are allowed to keep the employees that would ultimately allow them to bounce back. And the Fed window opened for companies.
Ferrari close to an annual order target. Again, race, they were up a lot. They beat earnings. CEO just said a statement. It's not moving it. We're coming back down. RCL, they did horrible. Oh, yeah, it could. Just as long as the premiums aren't bad. Maybe shares, though, but be careful with that. So, again, we're coming back down. Visa on the low. Boeing's thing is going on right now. Visa, remember, PayPal reports today. I thought it was 98. Yeah, no. It's 98. It's great. Let Airbnb keep going. I want to see more downgrades on it, if anything. But, again, 95 is where I consider it, but 95 isn't a hard sell. So, just, again, like I would say $90 flat, $87 is an easy sell on Airbnb for me. Otherwise, I'm going to wait. But I do like where it's at. Where's the oil names? They bounced a little bit. All right. Let's see this glorified dancing queen, my friends. Because now you might be able to just base out here, and hopefully it gets you off of the lows. Otherwise, we'll find out. The MSOS, I need to check. I think I'm probably down like maybe under 300, I hope. Yeah, 226. So once it goes, I think once if I lose like $1 per share, I'd be considering averaging. But let's get after Powell, and I still think the weed and the midterm stuff, I think all of that's still going to hit. Dollar rocket again. That's the only thing that's been making, that's the only thing that's been making this awful here. Or ZN22 does higher ZQZ. So ZN22 is a 10-year. So you don't, ZN is going to show you pretty much the 10-year bond on trading economics. So that one, and it's the same thing, you know, up is good, down is bad. It's the same logic in that sense. But ZQZ is the Fed futures. It's very simple. ZQZ, if it goes up, that means the odds of December rate hike are going lower for 75. And if it goes down, that means they're going higher. So if ZQZ, not ZN, /ZQZ, this is the literal Fed future. So anytime we ever bring up investing.com and anytime, it's because my Powell conference. But anytime we bring up investing.com, this is the Fed futures. /ZQZ22 is the December one. If you go /ZQ on the front month, it'll take you to November. But /ZQZ22 is December, and this is the literal odds of it. So right here with 50 basis points or 75 basis points, as the odds of that increase or decrease, it is reflected through this asset right here. As this future goes down, that means the odds of 75 basis points is increasing. If this chart goes up, that means the odds of 75 basis points are decreasing. So it is beautiful. That's why I'm saying as the report comes out, all you got to do is watch this. And any comment during Powell, that's why I'm telling you, no matter what homework we've done, no matter, whoa, there's your pop. Switch gears. No matter what we've done in that capacity. This is very good, especially if we get above VWAP. But if anything, like one of the big things that we're going to be dealing with, though, is just like we need to be watching the Fed futures during the actual meeting when he's talking, because no matter what we know about the transcript or anything of that nature, how he talks will get reflected in that. Does that make sense? So as people hear him, the big money is going to dump or buy up that ZQ. I guarantee it. And that will be our leading indicator. So that's why I'm like, not only do we know what to watch for ahead of time, not only can we use our own interpretation and our own thinking, but we also know what leading indicator to be watching. So it's going to be beautiful, baby. Acha, God bless you, my friend. Amen. That was a nice bounce, bro. Let's see. With nothing new under the sun. Now, if you base around here, voila, that's good, Habibi. Big volume actually hitting right now. Again, you're getting that upside now. I think you're getting a little bit more melty than we have. Just watch out around VWAP, though. It's going to do its thing. So, shouldn't it be at 76? It doesn't matter where it should be right now. Nothing matters with ZQZZ right now. It just all about it is where it goes, because nothing is set in stone. It shouldn't be anywhere. All ZQZ is people's expectations of the Fed, and this will now be the latest signal. And now this will have another month to lock in Powell, but at the end of the day, this doesn't have to go anywhere. All that it has to do is tell you what people are thinking. All this is going to do is let you know the biggest money in the world who actually trades this shit. You are going to know how they're going to position, and there will be a lag. I'm telling you, this will most likely move a couple points ahead of everything in the sense. So we're going to find out. I mean, I'm open to the possibility of being wrong, and I'm sure with the level of what we're dealing with, there's going to be a couple of twists and turns that we're not accounting. But for the most part, it's just a easy logic, and if you keep it there, it'll be good. But the expectation is 425, then it should be. But none of it is set in stone. That's the whole point. This is a Fed future. So it's basing upon where they think this will be by the day before Powell in December. So theoretically, you're right. It should be there. But it doesn't have to be. It doesn't even have to be close to it because that's what the market is saying. But as the market gets data and everything else, they have been adjusting that. Following your futures on paper, should I limit order at your price in anticipation? Honestly, just hit the help thing. Like you know how you saw me get the book map? Just hit the support thing and just tell them to turn on live and they'll do it for you. So that's it. All you got to do is contact them and then you could just be in the game with it and make it that much more, realistic so you could get a lot better training from it. TLT at high. The dollar ain't playing, though, but honestly, TLT is good. I mean, I was saying it earlier in the morning. TLT up is a very, very great sign, so at least we'll find out. You need 500. Oh, man, they playing you. Then, yeah, just do the limit order. You'll be straight. You'll be straight. Try to, and just factor in the time if you really want to go ahead of the game. Just take a little Post-it note and write down when the trade was executed, or if you ever see it on the watch list, if we ever go back, you could just pull it up and see the time, and then you can then just put your limit order there and see. It will be a little interesting. Or like we said, if you really want, you could go back to another day, and you could trade a day we've already traded and go back and run the recap on it on Thinkorswim. Oh, bonds, big bounce right now. Hold up. Boeing is go. What is he saying right now?
Force them. Don't let them travel.
Force them.
Don't let them do the things that get you in difficult long-term predicaments. Do this the right way.
Bonds are ripping, but we need the dollar to go with it.
And then, most importantly, I'll make a comment.
I think something just tweaked out with the dollar.
And then I'll talk about it later in a different context. Safety. Safety dominates Boeing.
I was like, oh, my God.
Anybody.
Every time.
Anybody who thinks we don't remember those accidents And I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about every employee in the Boeing company.
Okay, you got me.
We don't remember those?
You got me.
We don't remember the discussion that went around
I thought you forgot.
You're crazy.
You're right. I'm crazy.
We all
Okay.
remember it.
Okay.
But pretty much everything we've done since that day.
You're right. All right.
Everything
Fair enough.
that we've done.
Fair enough.
Larry and I sat at a memorial service.
Fair enough.
We went through every single name.
He
Every
is.
soul that was lost
I feel.
in these
Okay,
two
you got
accidents.
me. I'm crazy. I feel.
Tears everywhere by everybody. We'll
Okay.
never forget it, nor should we ever forget it. And all the work we do around safety, which has been the dominant theme in our company during this whole period of time, all the work we do around safety is built around that premise. It's a testament to the industry because the industry does this. I can promise you Boeing does it, and it's a big deal. All right. These are the charts you're all familiar with, so I'm not going to spend more than a minute. We serve giant markets.
You might get
This
some
is
data.
10 years worth of numbers.
Watch out.
$10 trillion. These are huge. We don't have to go hunting for adjacencies. We don't have to sort of broaden our mix.
Google new
We
low.
can go with the tried and true.
Bro,
We can
tech
go
is
with the
still getting
portfolio we've
clobbered, but
got.
Amazon's
We
trying to
run
get
the
up
play
on this.
well, and
Your
we've got a
upside
giant
candle's
market
looking
to serve.
nice. Again, the candles are getting big
Strategy.
right now, and bonds are going crazy.
Normally in a strategic discussion, and certainly the strategic discussions a lot of you would like to have with me or the predecessors, is pull out the airplane chart. Which airplane are you going to build? How are you going to build it, right? Exactly what's the market share going to be when you get there? When with respect to every next airplane, which
bro, the
occurs in our
candles are
industry
going, dude, the low
about
ticker's going
15,
crazy.
20 years.
Okay, stop yelling at us. Again, I think they're going over services and everything else. Ford Green, something's snapping right now. Again, you have all the tech stocks going crazy and the bonds keep going. And then I think the dollar, I don't know why my UUP chart's showing that, but I think the dollar is coming down. And then look at your rate hike odds came back on ZQ. No, dollar's still at 30. The yen is holding. The pound, new low though. Pound and euro, they're not playing along at all. Again, America's doing their own thing today. It's very, very unique in that sense, considering. So we're about to move up. If this goes good, that'll be great. But just watch out. Ford's going up, but watch out for any tech stocks to hit a new low as we start to go higher here. Like Google is doing it on every green candle. Like Amazon is doing it on every single green candle here. So you have a cat dog in play right now. So just don't get that twisted. But you're getting a lot of movement. The high and low ticker are kind of jumpy on both sides. High ticker is outpacing to a degree. It might be energy or it might be financials, but just keep in mind that negative tech effect right now. Yeah, you're getting that little rotation again thing is moving. And then again, especially with bonds. SPY waiting for Powell. Yeah, this is good though. I mean, it's much more... It's better stability to be here than at the low, but this just bought you another hour to die and then do nothing, or you could run up for an hour and then come back to this level. So this is just buying time when it's all said and done because you're watching a clear push and pull right now. And then everything's still red. Industrials, utilities, financials, those are the best, but they're all still negative. And then energy is the worst on the day, then followed by communication and consumer staples. All of them are about 0.75%. Energy is down over 1 right now. So, Tesla, flushy dump. LNG, Airbnb, 98.51. Adobe, Amazon again. Even Altria dropped, so it can't do this. Push-pull is wicked. Amazon and Google are the big ones because that's just big market cap. And then you got, where's Apple, though? I see Apple's not pulling them apart. And then your chip makers are still holding, except AMD's up. AMD's up a lot, even though it looks like it's going down. Don't let it fool you. Ulta's killing it. Again, most consumer staples are down, though, today, which is odd. MSTR on the high. It's holding these. There's just way more bids now than there was earlier. So that's good. And now you have larger candles. Cloud services. Anything cloud related. And then the chips, they got that. They got it off yesterday with everything else. 384. Literally, just draw a line through all this. You're right where we were all day. And again, there's a big order there. I don't know. The VWAP sell would be very likely. Then is also like you could also get the little pop here. But you're at the same exact spot we started at. I would grab MO at 40. Yeah, I would grab it at 42. I think I'm mad I didn't. I wanted to grab it there when it was there, and I figured with the bad earnings, I thought it was going to flush for like way more than 3 or 4 days, and like it hit my price I wanted, man. This was such a solid yield here. Again, it's like it puts Altria at like 5. It would make Altria the cheapest it's been at, and in 5 to 7 years, I think. And then even then, like their plan, there's a lot of stuff Altria is not doing that I don't like. But then again, I'm confident in their dividend. I know how they're going to. I think Altria will be able to pay that dividend for the 10 years we need it to, and that's where I'm excited about it. So that's why. But I don't want to pay too high because again, the stock doesn't move much and it has a lot of headwinds that could make your equity go down. But I'm going for the dividend, and the best thing I could do is secure that dividend at the best yield possible, which would be a lower price. Yeah, Netflix. Amazon again, too, is doing the same thing. Oh, even these candles here. 847. Yeah, the NASDAQ fell a lot further. Honestly, that's crazy. So remember, I flipped the NASDAQ, but look, I would have been negative on that play if I still held it while the ES is still up. So yeah, the NASDAQ is getting killed by Google and Amazon right there. The NASDAQ has already led the way down. Holy rum. Yeah, rum got a little candle. Visa on the low. Path, X-ray. Now this SPY's giving it up. Hog on the high. Oracle holding. Yeah, not bad. 0.82. Tesla. Yeah, that's killing the NASDAQ too. Again, NASDAQ I think is about to hit a new low. So like literally, SPY is looking great, relatively speaking. That's actually crazy. So the NASDAQ is moving big. You would already be clapped on it. I sold that at 80. And so I got like a little bit lower right here. But then, again, SPY is still up. Uber on the low. Bro, Amazon just keeps drilling. What is wrong with him? Bro, Amazon and Google are the weird ones today. You need Tesla to bounce. He could hold up. But Amazon and Google, dude, that it doesn't like, sadly, it looks like people are, that was like a 2-day delay. But, dude, they've been dumping this since earnings. And, man, Amazon and Google are both getting like, that is like post-earnings. It reminds me of Netflix. After Netflix's bad report, if you remember. Like, you're getting the beat down. Boeing. Dropping, let's see, what did he say?
In the 22 time frame. And
return to normalized cash flow
number, which I call normalized. This isn't a pie in the sky. Everything that underlies normalized for you, you've seen before. In terms of quantities, in terms of what we do, the hours we put into airplanes, blah, blah, blah. So our objective is to get back to that.
Their free cash flow is negative 20 days.
Characteristics of what that looks like.
So he
says
stable
deliveries.
Negative. They want it. Pretty much, he just said he wants to cut free cash flow in half. That's it. It might be a good one. You might be able to play off that one. He pretty much said negative 10 billion is better.
Talk about it. It's largely.
All right. I think you might be able to get a little bit of a move. It just sucks. It's up a lot right now. You might have $1 per share. You're gonna risk $2 per share. Could be decent. Blah 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 blah. No, pretty much he just said negative $10 billion free cash flow is their normal when they were at 20, or excuse me, 10 billion positive free cash flow. Yeah, it's moving up there. The spreads are huge on it. I mean, I'm down. Josh, top tick. I went 50 shares. I'm expecting to lose $200, or we could get the breakout above 145. and just call it a day. And again, Boeing could end up being a monster, but again, they're going to have the guidance there. You have good news.
Again, anybody thinks there's a giant ticket out there somewhere in this time frame, or even 5 years beyond this time frame, to do some new fancy airplane? It's not going to happen. Not going to happen. Technologies won't be ready to make that happen. So make sure that's understood.
Not too high. That's
end
top
of the day,
tick.
always highest levels.
Yeah, they see 10. Uh-oh. Do you guys hear me? Was that theirs? I thought my computer's about to freeze. That wasn't a good. Do you hear me? Did you hear that? Was that them? Yeah, okay, I think that was them. If you heard it, that was them. Usually that's like the noise before the computer like goes. You know what I'm saying? They shares jump. They see positive free cash flow in 2022.
And not complain about policies or how strict is strict. I think that's a testament to our determination.
SPY's still going down. Again, all those cash flow numbers are great for them.
What happens after 26? In our industry, that's tomorrow. In our industry, that's tomorrow. You had a few of these things behind us. We have a very robust aerospace systems. I cannot wait to get the full integration of the
Dude, why are they doing that? It does not want me to listen to this, man. It does not want me to listen to this. All right, I sold out of the Boeing. I only got $10 on it. I should have had like 40 or 30, but I don't know how I feel about the price. Again, I wanted a bigger one. It's above the level, but I think you got like $1 or $2. Good luck. They're going to give the guidance. I don't know. I can't play it. I can't listen to the thing. That's sketching me out. Microsoft on the low. Again, Boeing, just good free cash flow numbers. That is what they were saying. What was it, Boeing? I feel sus. I mean, again, I thought I was going to get like another $2 on the candle. Got a little bit, but I'm getting a little worried on it. Don't want to go too crazy. A little bit of a pop. Let's see. That could be decent, but dollar is still high. UNG. But that sounded bad. I don't know. I hope it's not my computer. I don't know if it's them. But like usually that's like it sounds like my computer glitching before it freezes. UNG. Amazon's still dumping. Boeing is all over the place right now. Tesla's on the low. Low ticker's getting pretty ugly right there. Yeah. Yeah, NASDAQ just flushed another 20 points. Let's see. It might go 11,200. You might just have another 40 more points. Call it a day. Because now the NASDAQ will hit a low. The NASDAQ will hit a new low as the SPY is going to balance out. Meta, too. Apple flowing down. Honestly, Amazon and Google, those have been the ones. But now Apple's taking it on the head there a little bit more. S&B Jordan cannot rule out more price hikes. And there, we're back 1238. Jeez. Yeah, I think it'll work out like that. I think you're going to hit, the NASDAQ will hit 11,1200 on the futures or 200 probably by the time we hit, if we go back to the low of the day. Otherwise, it's going to be a wild one. 815. Yeah, Boeing, I'm already in and out of that. I only got like 10, 20 bucks off of it. It's a nice one. They have the thing. If it could hold up, it's good. But if not, if we get more downside now, and just with all of it, it's going to move a lot. I think if you want to trade and you want to trade back and forth with a little bit separation from the market, I think Boeing's your man right now. There you go. It's popping up again now. Big pop. I think they're saying something else. They say company does not need to do equity raise. Oh, there it is. Another one. Oh, I got out too early. Yeah, they said don't need an equity raise. That's positive. Again, they're saying they don't need money. They're getting higher free cash flow in 2022. All of that is very good. They said they see $2.5 billion free cash flow fourth quarter 22. CFO is speaking now. Yeah, that's the pop I thought was coming, but the fact it didn't materialize, I'm out. It's okay, though. But there it is. If you still rode for it, you got it. Again, we're still dumping now, though, too. U.S. non-comp bids, 4-month bills, 205. 12, 11, 238. When I got, I bought it at 60. Where was I? No, it needs to drop a little bit more. Oh my gosh, they're doing it again. Yeah, the big candles. All right, so watch out on this. I'm going to go with that theory. Yeah, NASDAQ, SPY, we're dumping too, but the NASDAQ is really, really dumping. Boeing keeps going off that. And then Google again. I think NASDAQ is going to hit just 11,200, and then it's going to do its thing from there. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. 3,840. 11,230. Carvana bleeding hard. Albertsons. Albertsons got sued by someone this morning in one of the states. How far away is it? 20 points on the futures, 30 points on the NASDAQ futures, and then give or take, there's a fat order on the SPY at 38.40. So knock off like 10 points if you're going to apply that to the SPX. Yeah, I'm looking at NASDAQ futures. 229. And then the dollar, why is the dollar still tweaking? Bonds went down too, and the dollar's is still tweaking out at the high. Amazon, 52-week lows. The yen is coming down now too. The euro got a little bit of a pop. Oh, did that order go away? Three, 5, 3, 6. So watch out here. You're getting a nice pop. I don't know how long it's going to last. Oracle's doing surprisingly good. They're still down, but that's it. Boeing to deliver a range of 400 to 450 737 Maxes. Again, more updates on this press conference coming on right now. AMD making new low. Let's see. Amazon just did. 233. Dude, it just looks so good and ugly at the same time. PXD, Google, Boeing again. Oh, I cut really early on that. I would even have like 200 on that now. Google is just still getting dumped on. PXD, they're doing great. Where is UNG? They were up. I mean, SPY's trying to fight. So is the NASDAQ from here. Yelp after the bell. Oh, big volume now. They bring the big volume, Habibi. You have not been matched up with any big sells, but you got some bigger volume off that. Honestly, that looks a little interesting. It's 818. Bro, and then the NASDAQ just keeps getting hit over the head with a hammer. Oh, bad choice of words. I didn't even mean that one. Oh, man. NQ 1, 2, 3, 4. BA. I know that one keeps running. Let me check oil. Oh, oil's but he's not bringing down the dollar. He needs to bring down the dollar. If oil could run and bring down the dollar, it's going to be great. If not, could be a little difficult. So that was that dude. Boeing. Oh my gosh. Washington Commanders hire Bank of America to consider potential sale. Boeing defense unit to use between 500 million and 1 billion of cash. Deliver planes 70 to 80. And then Sweden to sell. No, that's not important. 1123. Humana's on the high. I think they report on Thursday. They're still killing it. Boeing for long term, no. I just don't like them. I mean, at the end of the day, I think I'd rather take LMT. They're going to have a higher premium. I mean, Boeing is extreme value, and I don't think they're ever going to fail, but it's just, yeah, I don't know. I don't like how they move. And I just don't believe them. I know what he said. I know they could claim they haven't forgot about any of that stuff, but when it's all said and done, I mean, that was a real tarnishing of the record. Come on, load it to Amazon. Bro, I really just left those $5 off the table. I know. I really did. Again, I was too early. I thought I wanted something. Should have held it up there. Again, it was only 1%. That was a 3% move. I missed out on 3% right there. DFIN as a BA proxy. UNG. Oil again. Yeah, watch out. I'm waiting for the NASDAQ one more time. $11.29. So again, I'm waiting 20 more points on the NASDAQ. Big sell order just came in. Let's see. Amazon. Apple's first new low of the day, honestly. So, like, Apple hasn't hit a new low since 9:30. Damn. So, again, now, watch them. Watch Microsoft. I know they were kind of more pinned. They're about to do the same thing. Let's see. 11:27. You just saw my short? Which one? Oh, the one from yesterday? Yeah. Honestly, I think we'll do it here in 30 minutes. I'll go over all of it with you guys. That's the Apple. 1, 2, 3, 1. Dude, that's a 10-point move off of that. Oh, that one was big, though. You're getting some buys. Let's take one from here. I grabbed another NQ for a flip. Oh, no, they did not like that. NQ, the SPY's doing great, but Apple and Microsoft, you got to watch out on that. BA holding. Two, three, four. It's good for now. Yeah, but I'm going to go over my Fed review here in a little bit. I think around after Euro close or even the push-ups, we'll be able to have it. It will be a good one. It will be a very good one, my friend. NQ jumpy. Everything is, man. Even Boeing, bro. Look at him. Oh, my goodness. He's doing his thing. That's a big pop right there. If we get more volume and follow through, again, NASDAQ is just not playing along. Congrats if you hit the BA, man. That was great. I wish I hit that one more. 3865. Again, NASDAQ is lagging the S&P in pretty much all of it, so that's a little worrisome. Again, I'm like 20 points from that target I told you, so decided to go with it now. But it doesn't look like it's hitting. Again, Apple came off the low. Boeing. That would have been our yearly Boeing hit. I know, it really would have, bro. It really would have. It's good, though. I think some of y'all still have it, though. Either way, I'm glad that the logic and timing, if you've noticed this last 3 weeks, we brought up so many events ahead of time that are pretty obscure, and I'm glad they're creating movement, man. At the end of the day, that is the one thing that I am really, really down with when it's all said and done. 37, 238. Let's go. So SPY, I mean, NASDAQ's still lagging. I only got like 40 to 70 bucks on that play. It's moving all over the place, but you need your Apple, your Microsofts. They're just not playing along still. Again, even Amazon, Google, it's just every single one has turned into the opposite candle. Mm. 238. You get the 40, you might get stuffed. Again, 3847. The orders aren't bad, but it's like it's holding here. It's like hesitating. A little bit. Would anything dump the market? 75. Why would this do anything but dump the market from here? What do you mean? I'm confused. Why would this, all the XX leverage and earnings, why would this do anything but dump the market here? So, I mean, so you're saying it's going to go down? I'm not following. Boeing has 17 in cash and doesn't need, yeah, that was the real big pop there that really started sparking it. Again, if this could turn a part 2, if you get your tech bounce, I mean, again, we haven't been having that. And then this is a big flush level, low key. Nope. Again, it's probably going to be NASDAQ. I'm at break even, but this part is huge. Again, 11,213. That didn't hold. The volume's not as big, but it's there. Again, everybody just showed up after doing nothing. Trial and error. Push-ups in a little, my friend. Push-ups in a little. Waiting for BA post FOMC. That will be a good one. Again, even like Meta as well, too. I think those are going to be some decent ones. Microsoft clouds to BA and oil. Yeah, and I think just even then, we're going to get our rate increase today. As the rate scale higher, then the tick stocks will suffer. Bonds are going down. New low on the NASDAQ. So again, down 150 for the, what? 10 points, 20. So it'll be down like 450 if it hits the level. The longie, yes, I'm gonna play it out with everything else. We're gonna react to it. I mean, pretty much, I'm just gonna have a lot of negative runway leading into it, but I'm sure the event is gonna, we're gonna be able to have opportunities to clear it up. If I could get an early read when the release comes out, I'll make moves then. Otherwise, during the press conference, it's gonna be wild. You see, it's unchanged right now. It's not moving, but I feel you. The pound might go, or excuse me, the yen. But the pound actually held up decent. ES is going down. Like I'm saying, I'm kind of waiting for the NASDAQ and them to match up a little bit. So we are going to see. Oil spiking. Iran could attack Saudi. We had that the other day, and there was another one. We said, like, no Iran deal. And there's another piece of big news with oil. Oh, again, the inventories today. Big red. So watch the tech names, see if they go down and if they keep plummeting with it. Otherwise, I'm waiting for the S&P to go up and then the NASDAQ to sell off with it. It's either I think we need everything to go down or everything to go up, but on the green candles of the S&P, NASDAQ has been using that as an opportunity to dump. Apple could be crown jewel. It kind of is. Watch out here, though. Again, this is a level if you don't get any. Remember, we had that nice bounce from there. If S&P, maybe they might lag behind it, but if that candle fails, it gets ugly. Annual sales of 100 million by 2025 or 2026. There you go. Again, a lot of the good news just came out so far with that. Tesla, big pop. Save the NASDAQ, Tesla. Kind of, a little bit. I wouldn't say it's like crazy, but I mean, if that turns into something based on any news, that'll be nice. But still, it looks like we're trending down again. If you don't get above here, it's going to get ugly. Again, thankfully, there's a lot of names on the NASDAQ that are down, but you need them to bounce. Literally, Google, Amazon, and the whole gang. If Tesla leads it, that'll be nice, but we'll see. Tesla's still going. Palo Alto, more volume. NASDAQ still lagging behind. Big orders on the ES at 38.48, but then you got some big support. It'll be an interesting one. No, NASDAQ still not playing along, though. Again, Apple, Tesla was the best one right there in that little period. But no, if it comes down from here, even if you break this little low, that downside momentum is building. Bonds, chips retreating. Well, that's going to give the final blow to the NASDAQ. Yeah, maybe a little bit. I think AMD is just at the bottom. Yeah, Netflix, another set back to 280. Amazon again. Yeah, that's killing. I think about to be new low on the NQ. Give or take 4 points. Acres Solutions, potential block sale of exiting. AKSO. I don't know if it's public. IEF. He does not want to move today. Nobody want to move. Oh my goodness. Nobody want to make the move. Oh my goodness. But yes, let's look at that clock, ladies and gentlemen. Boys and girls, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You got bond auction. 4-month bills drop 4.28. Indirect bid 65, 4.28, 84% at the high. I think that was decent demand there. Watch out. See if TLT even shy moves off of that. Let me get the final reading. Again, 4-month bond auction coming out. These bond auctions might be able to get some movement here. Let me get you Apple. I don't see the when issue. It looks decent, though. I think it looks decent. I think there was some demand, but I don't see the when issued price. And you're not watching a whipsaw on the bond, so I'd assume it's fairly neutral. But I'm waiting for the when issued. Boeing says delivered 27 jets in October after finding a fix in the flaw. But yeah, watch out for bonds. Again, watch their impact even on tech. A little bit of a drop on IEF and TLT. But just see. Boeing commercial CEO is on the call now. So another speaker at the Boeing thing. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. If you're on mobile, press high chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watch is the main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful, but new guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We are glad you are here, but if you don't know, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do some 10 push-ups. I need you to get the body moving. You know what I'm saying? I need you out and about and moving, okay? So let's go. Fix that nerd neck, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, legs in front of you. We got Powell today. It's game time, baby. You know what I'm saying? It's game time. That's what we need. That is what we need. That is what we're talking about in here. So just get the body moving. Remember, fix that nerd neck, legs in front of you. Okay, don't be so stressed. You're going to be good. Chest to the sun. Now relax the jaw too. Go. Now breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Just like that, baby. Oh, man. That's good, right? It's good. It's good, baby. It's good. We love it. 50 on the art. Let me get my push-ups in. NQ's bouncing a little bit. I'm going to go to the bathroom here, too. And I'm going to go get... I'm not going to do push-ups. I'm going to do my resistances. I'm sorry. I don't mean to misrepresent it to you. You already know what it is. Okay, I'll be right back. Get ready for Powell.
So, fintech giant Revolut's adding something else to its arsenal. It's just launched an instant messaging feature for the product. Basically, it allows customers in the UK and European Economic Area to chat while sending and requesting funds to and from other customers. Revolut, of course, is the UK's most valuable startup, more than 20 million customers globally. Joining us now from the Web Summit in Lisbon is Nick Storonsky. He is the Revolut founder. He is the Revolut CEO. Nick, nice to catch up. Nick, we are entering a new phase, a new economic phase. Interest rates are going up. Growth is coming down. How are you adapting Revolut for this new environment?
So basically, we are actually launching quite a few new products dedicated to fixed income to allow people to benefit from high interest rate environment. So usually, if you're a customer, you have, I don't know, 10, 20, 30K, you can put money with banks, which will pay you, say, 2%, 2.5% compared in which country you are. But then there is a lot of opportunity to go directly to money markets and then purchase treasuries, purchase T-bills, purchase gilts. So we are enabling customers to actually benefit from a high interest rate environment by giving them access to more fixed income instruments.
Also, you're really doing some aggressive advertising. You're trying to get referrals. You're offering customers like £200 for referrals, etc. How much is this growth sustainable?
£200 I mean, that's got a referral. Yo, let me in, man. Let me in. Okay. All right, man. If this could get above VWAP, if this does the move, I don't know. It just snapped it like that. It could have been the bond auction, but I doubt it. I mean, we're what? An hour off a euro close now? Yeah, it's a nice pop up there. We'll see where we could take it to. I mean, I kind of like the low, but it's just, I just hope it doesn't repeat this here now. So again, it's like we could get up to 11, 12, 60. That's where we had the last entry. And then, I mean, we'll see what happens from there. But, I mean, there's a lot of orders showing up, but then you have just had a decent amount of buys. It's not the giant candles that I'm expecting, but honestly, you would think those candles would have brought a little bit more with it. Crude is going. Again, you got all the way up to that level. Bonds are dropping, and dollar's still at 30. 10-year a little bit lower from that. Neo, Elon changed title on Musk. Chief complaint. Yeah, man, it's hard out here. It's hard out here. Hard out here. Coming back down. Watch out. NASDAQ held up a little better, but he's coming right back down. But we'll see if the candles get big, if people get excited. Again, all of these orders just got positioned here. People were dumping back on it. Now a big order came in. Again, SPY and NASDAQ are very different on the day. That's why, I mean, all the Amazon and Google pressure. So we're going to see. Yeah, Microsoft still at the low. Tesla, AMD, they gave it back a little bit. And then NVIDIA is so low. Everything's just chill, bro. Everybody's staying chill. I went negative on the NASDAQ on that move. It's doing exactly what it did last time. SPY had the big bounce. You're coming right back here to the level to pop. I don't know. I mean, that's it. They're not crazy volume. You just ran through a bunch of orders there. Again, the dollar didn't move off of it. Neither did the bonds. That was kind of nothing. Low key. And then if that fails from here, this is allowing the Foxconn iPhone is the world has been ordered to shut down 7 days by the Chinese government. Hopefully that's not the older news. Let's see. That will bring a lot of the NASDAQ down here. Yeah, I think that's the news from the morning, though. If that hits right now, that's it. You're gonna get the reverse flush now. It might be gold futures. That's it. It's already down. But there's Apple now. Yep, that's God. Where is it? All right, I took a $120 loss on the NQ. Yep, that's going to hit. That's going to kill it more. So watch out. Again, NASDAQ's already down, but I think it could take you like another 20 points. I took a 100 loss on that one. No, I'm going to hold the ES coming into tomorrow. The NASDAQ, I'm fine with it. But it sucks. It's the level I'm at. I could get shaken out of it, but that's like yesterday I made the mistake of ignoring the data. So that's why it was just, and that led me into the big ES. I had the 2 data points. It's like I should have reacted more to the jobs data than not. Even then, if that one's it, I'm down with it. Even if I take it, we're still up on the day with the NQ. But that news is from earlier, though. It's weird. I just saw the fact Apple dropping on it. That's what scared me a little bit. Yeah, it was old. It's just weird. Apple dropped off of it, though. Amazon and Google bounced. Yeah, they both bounced off of it. I got shook out of an abundance of caution. I'm very pumped. Honestly, let's use that as our opportunity now. We're going to go over everything from last time. Are y'all ready? Yeah, no, Apple's bouncing off it. It was old. It was old news. We got suckered out of it. That's it. It might be, if Apple bounces off of that and then it's suckered in any of the shorts, that's it. If I got suckered to sell, I could only imagine there to the other side. Boeing to introduce 787, Uber low. But FOMC review starting now. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. Service Corporation International declares an increase in dividend. Get ready here. Again, if it holds up, NASDAQ is still at the level, so, I mean, it's at the price that I bought at. I probably could have got away with no loss on it, but let's see. But now it is time. So market moving up a little bit. If you get above VWAP, that'll be great. Let's see what happens. But Chattadonia, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you guys are ready, okay? I hope you are excited. We have Jerome Powell here in about 3 or 4 more hours. I think a little bit less is going to be an exciting one. So I'm excited for what we have here now, and it's going to be good. Scammer, I know, but this is why I don't like cutting down, man. Oh, it's crazy. But here it is, Chad. Here it is. I have the press conference from last time, and what I want to go over with you guys is the questions that dropped it. Honestly, I am down to read all of it for you so you could understand. We could even re-listen to it, but let me actually pull up the one chart that I want to show you. I got to pull up. I'm going to take you back to the last Fed meeting, and we're going to look at it on a 1-minute basis. Okay. We're going to minute. Is the dollar dropping? That'll be great if it does. It's at least below 30. So, this is what I was looking at all day yesterday. And what I did was I compared every single question to the stock market and how it was moving. And then I took notes of which questions caused the movement. So right here was when the release came out last time. So this is where we have to start our review. I want you to understand how the market moved yesterday or last September 21st. It was very, very important. So let's see. Let me get, and I'm going to show you again compared to Bloomberg because I want you to see why this was so important. Fed rate decision. You're a G. Oh, wait, you haven't even seen anything. I'm telling you, again, it's going to be great. Unfortunately, this all I could do is get you prepared, though. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I really hope everybody is prepared for this event when it's all said and done. But we gotta do what we gotta do on here. But it's like a lot of this will be real time in the moment is what we need to be looking for. Okay. So this is where we're going to start. Ready? This is the SPX, and this is how the SPY has moved in the first 30 minutes after a FOMC decision. And this is all of them in the last 12 months since last November, right? However, I am missing one of them. Look at all of it right now, right? The worst case, 1%. But now, if you add in last month of September, that one was the outlier right here. This was last month. The last time you heard from Jerome Powell, this was the type of movement you caused. And again, this is how the market looked that day. So the point is, whatever happened last time, it was very big. People were waiting for the October. They wanted to know how much Powell was going to raise. It was very much the same thing. And a couple of questions led to a decline. You had the same thing with the jobs market and all of that. But going back now, let's see what is happening. Right when the release came out, the market dropped, came back up, and then literally within 5 minutes, you went from 386 to 380. Okay, and then you had one bounce, tested that same low, bounced up again, and then you hit the low coming into the press conference. And then as the press conference began, the market began to run up. So pretty much now, what was during that run up, it is the first part here where Powell was explaining things. And there is a couple of points that we could go over. And now the next big part that we're going to be looking for is, does he change anything in the pre-written statement? In the first part, what we want to be looking for is, what does he talk about? So literally, last meeting, he was saying price stability, where were they doing the interest rates, where was it? He's going to start mentioning job vacancies, the labor market, the PCE, then I think it was, and again, all of this allowed the market to go up a lot. So pretty much the first about, I'd say, 20 minutes of the conference was good, and I don't think the questions even started. I think your questions started about 12 minutes in, I believe. So this was written statement. As they were ending, we came down. And then as the first couple of questions started, then we started to get our moves, right? But now, let me take you to a couple of the other notes. And now we need to know, why did we drop here? Why did you get a little bit of a drop here? And why did you get a little bit of a drop here? And remember last meeting, I told you guys 15 minutes on the dot. Did that sound familiar? It was the same thing here. 15 minutes pivot, 15 minutes pivot, 15 minutes, about 2 minutes later, pivot, and then 15 more minutes, another pivot about 2 or 3 minutes later. So we may be on the same schedule. I mean, that's why I'm going to be watching out for the specific reporters. But now, I want to go over the main points, and then if you really feel like you want to go over everything else, we can. But these are the notes that I have for it now. So this is a name you're going to want to watch for today. Rachel Siegel. She was the first question about a soft landing becoming, and pretty much Powell's response was that a soft landing becomes more difficult when we get into restrictive territory. And that's something I noticed about the whole speech last time, is that Powell, I'll read it over to you again so you could pick up on it, but Powell was saying that once we get into restrictive, things are going to be different. Or once we get into restrictive, we're going to see. One big point that Powell said last meeting is that where they entered last meeting, that was the beginning of restrictive. So if there is going to be any pivot, if there is going to be any change in language, what I'm looking for is him to extrapolate upon that. And for him to talk about, are we in restrictive now? And now that we've been at the lower end of what he considers restrictive, how has the Fed seen it? Any of those questions we are going to go through. But again, I wrote down this question so you could understand, and let's read it word for word. What did Rachel Siegel say, and where was it? So again, Steve Leisman answered questions. All of these questions were there. Again, Michelle Smith, none of these caused the drop. You see what I'm saying? So we were down at the release. Press conference starts. Powell's talking, brings us up. First question start from Michelle Smith to Steve Leisman, even Nick Timmerhouse. All of the market started going up as they were asking questions, and they weren't softball questions. The first couple questions they started off asking, again, is there linear? Do you keep raising rates, or do you pause? Can you envision some type of pause? Again, they were asking Powell about December very, very specifically, right? And he kept saying no. Again, Washington Post. Then this is the money one right here. Ready? Rachel Siegel. So now this is at the first drop. And she says, hi, Chair Powell. Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. I'm sorry, I don't know if you guys want to see the market. She says from the Washington Post, thank you for taking our question. The projections show that unemployment rate rising to 4.4% next year, and historically, that kind of raise in unemployment would typically bring a recession with it. Should we interpret that to mean no soft landing, and is that the kind of rise necessary to get inflation down? Okay, so hopefully you see the question. What is the damn question? She's saying, yo, my guy. And again, I want you to realize where the market was at this time. This was during the last Fed meeting. You were about 2 minutes from the first drop, a minute before the drop. Remember, it takes time to ask the question and it takes time to answer it. So again, is actually the timing of it is wild. And I have it too. We'll go back. I'll show you this. Honestly, let me just bring it up for you and we'll make it simpler so you can see what I'm talking about in the timing. But I want you to understand the nature of this question because this was the first response you had last time. And last meeting was, again, an outlier, the biggest event, so on and so forth. But the question was, unemployment data is high. How is this going to bode with a soft landing if you're going to raise because of high unemployment? That was her question. Market did not go down just yet. So Powell gave a very long-winded answer, and I'll tell you, it took him about a minute or two to answer the question because it didn't drop until he was pretty much done or near her follow-up. I'll show you it. And then NASDAQ still there. She's pretty much asking the question of, yo, the unemployment data is good, man. So how do we get a soft landing with that? And are you going to keep doing what you're going to keep doing if that employment rate still stays like that? So Powell's answer to the question, he said, right, you're right. In the SCP, that's where I would characterize as a relatively modest increase in the unemployment rate from a historical perspective, given the expected decline in inflation. Now, why is that? So really, that is what we generally expect because we see the current situation as outside of historical experience in a number of ways, and I'll mention a couple of those. First, and you know these, but first, job openings were incredibly high relative to the number of people looking for work. It's plausible, I'll say, that job openings could come down significantly, and they need to, without as much of an increase in unemployment as has happened in earlier historical episodes. So that's one thing. In addition, in this cycle, longer run inflation expectations have been generally well anchored, and I've said there's no basis for complacency here, but to the extent that this continues to be the case, that should make it easier to restore price stability. Again, this is the first in this answer. This is where he starts mentioning price stability, but this is his soft lean in to warning about inflation becoming unanchored. Okay, but again, this is Powell's response from last meeting. And I guess the third thing I would point to is different times is that different parts of this inflation is caused by a series of supply shocks and more recently amplified by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And again, market has not dropped yet. So that's what I want you to realize. As he was saying all of this, the market did not go down. It was still actually in an upward fashion, believe it or not. We already went through Russia. Yeah. Supply chains, yes. Supply chain. So Russia said these are the kinds of events that are not seen in prior business cycles. And in principle, if those things start to get better and we do see evidence of the beginnings of that, it's not much more than that, but it's good to see. For example, commodity prices look like they have peaked for now. Supply chain disruptions are beginning to resolve. Those developments, if sustained, could ease the pressure. Now that line right there, and I'll tell you this, I picked up on this too. Any mention last meeting of commodity prices going down, it had green associated with it, but it didn't hold. So it's not as if it has to hold it, but any single time that Powell uttered commodities dropping, there was some sort of response. That is where you started the top tick now in this 1 minute candle. So he said, so let me just say how much these factors will turn out in a matter in the sequence. It remains to be seen. We have also understood restoring price stability, achieving a modest decline or rather increase in unemployment in a soft landing could be very challenging, and we do not know. No one knows whether this process will lead to a recession or how significant that recession will be. Again, the minute he said recession, that's where we started to get shaky. That's going to depend on how quickly wage comes down and whether expectations remain anchored and whether we get more labor supply. And then in addition to a soft landing or diminish the extent that policy needs to be restrictive for longer, nonetheless, we're committed to inflation back to 2% because we think a failure to restore price stability would cause more pain later on. Again, this is now, if you'll notice, the market wasn't going down yet. Now we're entering in the candle where we flush. But the thing is, you heard both mentions of him saying he was highlighting the importance of not over tightening, but of tightening too soon than not. That's what all these clues were. But again, market is still up about what? This is like 15 minutes in now, 18 minutes in. So again, that means 18 minutes we didn't see shit until that happened. Now, let me go back one more. So now that I read it for you, actually I got to go to the one more. Boeing, they got some things. Hold on. Still holding up. We'll keep that one up here. But the follow-up question is what killed it. So then Rachel Siegel begins to say, just to follow up, and now think about this compared to yesterday, because you got this data yesterday, my guy. Are vacancies still at the top of your list in terms of understanding the labor market? And then he said yes. Vacancies are still almost 2-to-1 ratio to unemployed people. That and quits are really good. But to look at how tight the labor market is and how different it is from other cycles where unemployment is single best indicator, we think those things for now, for quite a time now, really add value in terms of understanding where the labor market is. That killed it right there. Why? Because we were coming off of data in the same way. So remember, you had job vacancy data literally yesterday. That is the data that brought us down. And he said it was a 2-to-1 ratio. Answering that, solidifying, banking on the jobs, that is now what killed the momentum. Now, here's where it gets better. The rest of the questions still brought you back up, and we didn't start dying for another 8 to 10 minutes now, believe it or not. So that means now we went through Rachel Siegel's question, and then you went to Nick Timmerhouse, market dropped. I think it was not Howard Schneider. Halfway through Howard Schneider with Reuters, you started to bounce. I think you were right here. Howard Schneider leading into those questions, they led to us going to the upside, and Howard Schneider was asking them about, are you going to do 75, 50, 50, 100? This is where Powell was saying 125 in December, but then he didn't answer the question. Again, if he does the same thing today, then we will not have our answer, and that will be hawkish. So again, in this meeting then, even though the market went up at that moment, that was considered a hawkish response by Powell because he did not explain it. And he was saying, again, are we going to go 75, 50, 25? He did not give an answer. He explained it. He said what participants were looking for, but that's it. He wasn't about it. But again, market was still able to go up. Howard Schneider, again, they even had a follow-up. He talked about PCE, and then again, he even just said the SEP explained all of it. He pretty much punted and was able to get out of it. Now, Colby Smith, again, Financial Times, she was talking about the dot plot. I believe you were still going up. And now let me get you the other notes. Again, all from Rachel Siegel. Soft landing becomes difficult was hawkish. 2-to-1 job openings, hawkish. Banking on job vacancies, hawkish. Answering any question without saying what is going to happen in December, hawkish. That's what we got. And then again, now like I was paying very close attention as it was moving through here, because you notice you flushed, big wicks down, but then we somehow managed to stay up for about 10 minutes. And the question is why, but like you'll notice these candles, they weren't all, like shit wasn't always roses. And that's why I'm saying, you know, what I noticed, every slowdown, anytime Powell got any bit of nervousness, anytime I'll show you it, he slowed down in his speech, we got a little bit of a red candle, but then the market would pick it back up. Anytime recession question was there was some level of hesitation, and the market, again, it started pausing some of the green candles more or less. So now this is where we get good. The next question was Edward Lawrence. So before I get into him now that I've explained that in wording to you, let's just go back and listen to what Rachel Siegel said, and now let's watch it a little bit in real time. Again, what you're listening to right now is not the new one. So again, it starts at 30, and we need to go to, what?
Good afternoon.
16 minutes.
My colleagues and I are strongly committed to bringing
Again, do not
inflation
react
back
to this.
down to our standing, are likely to diminish to the extent that policy needs to be more restrictive or restrictive for longer.
I think this is...
Nonetheless, we're committed to getting inflation back down to 2% because we think that a failure to restore price stability would mean far greater pain later on.
Yeah, so this is the candle right here as he's talking. It's right here.
Still at the top of your list.
Again, job vacancies question.
And how much room there is there?
That's at 47
Yes,
right now.
Vacancies are still almost 2-to-1 ratio to unemployed people. That and quits are really very good ways to look at how tight the labor market is and how different it is from other cycles where generally the unemployment rate itself is the single best indicator. We think
this
those
is not
things
current.
have for quite a time now. Really added
Again, that's
value
only been
in
1
terms of
minute.
understanding where the labor market
You're
is.
still in the 37 candle. See, and then Nick Timmerhouse brings you down. You see what I'm saying? And then the next couple
Nick Timmerhouse
questions,
of the Wall Street Journal.
all the way
You
down to
said not too
Reuters,
long
right?
ago-
So now, I hope you guys are following. That's the first segment. And again, now, just watch out. Who knows? I don't know if there's any connection, but just be on the lookout for Rachel Siegel today, because that was her question. She's probably going to focus on it. And again, that's what started the first drop, but it wasn't enough to kill everything on the day. There was more. So the next question now is 37:30, about 37 minutes into the press conference, Edward Lawrence. And this is Fox News, and he had a question on economic pain, and then this is where literally I posted the short yesterday. So let's go back to it. I'll show you what I'm talking about, and we'll read the transcript. So 36. Where is it?
To a significant downturn. But of course, we are focused on the thing I started with, which is...
Hold on, it's being weird. 30, that would be 59. I think 36. I gotta get the time.
Just getting inflation.
Inflation will eventually lead to a weaker job market. So,
and that's not an accident. So when inflation is low and stable, you can have these 9, 10, 11,
he already answered
10-year,
that, I think.
Anyway.
37.30.
Expansions, and you can see what we saw.
I might have to go backwards.
In
Hold on.
2018, 19, and 20, which was very low unemployment, the biggest wage gains going to people at the low end of the spectrum, the smallest racial gaps.
No, we're too far.
That we've seen and prices go up, very slow level of growth, and it could give rise to increases in unemployment. But I think that is something that we think we need to have, and we think we need to have softer labor market conditions as well. We're never going to say that there are too many people working, but the real point is this.
All right, I'll keep it on in the background
inflation,
for a little bit.
What we hear
Snap
from people
and
when we meet
Amazon
with
partner
them is that
shit.
They really are suffering from inflation. And if we want to set ourselves
Snap
up
popping
really,
on that.
really
Snap and Amazon partnership. Interesting. So again, 37 right here. That's 30 minutes in. We're getting close to the we don't know what it is. AR initially. Oh my gosh. What? Is that real? Oh my gosh, Bradley Frizzle in the peach. Are you kidding me right now? Happy Wednesday, Chad Adoni. Oh my gosh, you thought it wasn't here, but it is. Oh my goodness. Hearn. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I kind of want to buy it. I'm not going to lie to you, man. My peach. My brother from another peach. 9, 10, 11. What time? How much time do we have? We have 2 more hours till Powell? I think, right? 2 more hours. Oh, man. Peach-tastic. Oh, wow. We waited all day. That's it, man. That's it. I'm going to just take one more look at the NQ. Man, come on. I wish it was lower than where I sold. Oh, man. That peach might hit, man. That peach might hit. It reinforces it all. Oh, my gosh. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. So
light the way to another.
This is 2 minutes in right here. So you're at this candle as he's talking.
We have got to get inflation behind.
I need to get you the Edward Lawrence question.
I wish there were a painless way to do that. There isn't. So what we need to do is get rates up to the
again.
Point
this
where
is old Powell.
Meaningful downward pressure on inflation, and that's what we're doing.
Michael
and,
McKee.
We certainly don't hope. We certainly haven't given up the idea that we can have a relatively modest increase in unemployment. Nonetheless, we need to complete this task.
Well, how will you know, or will you know, if you've gone too far?
It's hard to hypothetically deal with that question. I mean,
they kept asking
really
him.
Tight focus now
he didn't
continues
answer.
to be ongoing rate
again,
increases
you're about
to get the policy
32.
rate up
So this is where you would be at as he's saying this. You'd be coming lower off of the first drop,
today's estimate,
and then getting into the next question.
Rates would be, of course, they will evolve over time.
Chris Rugaber.
Thanks. Chris Rugaber, Associated Press. I wanted to follow up with what you just mentioned about the labor market.
Right here. This is where you are.
Several times that to have the labor market we want, we need price stability, and you've suggested maybe there isn't a trade-off in the long run.
You hear that?
But in the short run, there is a lot of concern, as people have been expressing
this
here,
is the
about
last
higher
Fed, yeah.
unemployment as a result of these rate hikes, or as a result of the rate hikes. So can you explain, though, what about high inflation now threatens the job market? I mean, you seem to suggest that high inflation will...
Yeah, the next question is Edward Lawrence. You're coming down.
Weaker job market. So can you spell that out a little more for the general public and how that would work?
Oh,
so
we're jumping pretty big.
People are seeing their wage increases, their wage increases eaten up by inflation.
Yeah, QQQ,
so
that peach, man.
Your family is one
they did the opposite on the peach.
You spend most of your paycheck, every paycheck cycle, on gas, food, transportation,
again,
clothing.
Listen to what Powell's saying right now.
And prices go up.
As he started saying this,
you're in trouble
you
right
got
away.
Candles on those up to the upside.
And this is very painful for people at the lower end of the income and
this
wealth
is not the
spectrum.
real
So
Powell.
that's
This is
what we're
from
hearing
last
from
one. I'm
people
showing you my
know,
tape.
it very much.
I really hope the market doesn't think this is real.
So how do we get rid of inflation? And
bro, you just got punched in the stomach right there off of that. Well, what, bro? The NASDAQ just flushed that 20 points. Yeah, very, very big candle.
As I mentioned, it would be nice if there were, a way to just wish it away, but there isn't.
So again, as Powell was saying that it was going up
into alignment, and the way we do that is by slowing the economy. Hopefully, we do that by slowing the economy, and we see some softening in labor market conditions, and we see a big contribution from supply side, improvements and things like that. But none of that is guaranteed.
So again,
in any case,
this is where we were at with it.
And
again, I'm waiting to show you Edward Lawrence's question. So I'm going to have it in the background, and I want you to see it. But as Edward Lawrence asked the question last time, that is where we started to get these dumps. So again, as Powell is still answering this, the market was up on that day.
And that was enormously beneficial to the public that we serve. And we have to get back to that and keep it for another long period of time. To pull back from
that's
the
literally
task of doing
entering
that
the
is
5-minute candle.
You're just postponing. The record shows that if you postpone that, the delay is only likely to lead to more pain. So, I think we're moving to do what we need to do and do our jobs.
Yeah, snap, we lost all of that.
And that's what you see us doing.
So here it is. Listen to this one. So right before.
Thank you for taking the question, Mr.
This is the
Chairman.
candle.
Edward Lawrence for Fox Business. So you had said that Americans and businesses need to feel some economic pain
as we go forward.
How long
Long
from
should
here
Americans
be prepared?
So this was the
for
question
economic
that
pain?
caused the drop.
How long? I mean, it really depends on how long it takes for wages and
Again, I
more
want
than
you to
that,
look, though.
prices to
The
come
market's
down
not
for
dropping yet
inflation
when
to
this
come
came
down.
out.
And what you see
You
in
entered this
our
candle, so you're
projections
right here
today
dancing
is
around,
that,
but it wasn't till the end of the
inflation
question
moves down
until it started to drop.
Significantly over the course of next year, and then more the next year after that. And I think once you're on that path, that's a good thing, and things will start to feel better to people. They'll feel lower inflation. They'll feel that the economy's improving, and also if our projections are close to right, you will see that that the costs in unemployment they're meaningful, and they're certainly very meaningful to the people who lose their jobs, and we talk about that in our meetings quite a lot. But at the same time, we'd be setting the economy up for another long period. This
is where it
era
starts
has
to
been
get
noted
shaky
for
now.
very long expansions. We've had three
He's
of the four
entering the
longest in measured
7th minute.
history since we got.
So again, the candles are
inflation
big,
under
if you
control.
could see
And
it.
That's not an accident. So when inflation is low and stable, you can have these 9, 10, 11, 10-year expansions, and you can see what we saw in 2018, 19.
So now you're entering. You're going to
20,
enter
which
the top
was
of this candle.
Very low unemployment. The biggest wage
And
gains going to
then-
people at the low end of the
hold
spectrum.
on.
The smallest racial gaps that we've seen since we
Right
started
here
keeping
now.
track of that.
Listen,
So we
everything
wanna get
from here
back to
causes
that,
the
but
drop.
To get there, we're going to have to get supply and demand back.
You're still holding
in
up a little
alignment,
bit, but
and
then
that's
the
gonna take
follow-up
tight,
question kills it, and then you'll hear the guy trade
tight
in the
monetary
room.
policy for a period
Watch.
of time.
As a follow, what is that economic pain in your mind?
He asks
Is it
about
job
economic
losses?
pain,
Is it
and that is what
higher
killed
interest rates
everything.
on credit cards. What is that economic pain?
So it's all of those things.
He said all of it.
Higher interest rates, slower growth, and a softening
hear that?
labor
Boom.
market are
So
all
boom, that
painful
was your
for
first
the
trade
public that
down.
we serve.
And then
But they're
someone
not as
made that
painful
trade, and
as
now at
failing
this
to-
point, the
to
market is
restore
already
price
starting to
stability,
flush everything
and
with
then having
Powell.
to come back and do it, down the road again. and-
Listen.
And doing it at a time when actually now people have really come to expect, high inflation. If the concept of
listen
high
to this.
inflation becomes entrenched in people's economic thinking about their decisions, then sort of getting back to price stability, the cost of getting back to price stability just rises. And so we want to avoid that.
Again, now you're entering in the 8th minute, this candle.
this job done
So you've
and
already
keep at it
dropped.
until
You're
it's
entering
done.
08 right now.
Nicole from CNN.
So again,
Powell, Nicole
let's
Goodkind.
pause right there. Do you guys get it? So Edward Lawrence's question, he was talking about economic pain. The first half was nothing, but then it was the follow-up, right? And then right at the follow-up, it started to react when he was saying there's going to be economic pain. But I'll read you the answer again so you can understand what he really said. He said higher rates, slow growth. And if you think about it, that answer that he gave was him emphasizing the risk of not tightening or pulling back too early because inflation would get entrenched. So he said a lot of bad things. He said we need everything. We need everything to be bad. We need everything to go down. But if you literally, I'll read it back again to you. Everything he said, this was what it literally looks like of Powell defending, not pivoting too soon than not. And this is where I'm telling you guys, I'm showing you this right now, because if this changes in any way today, then guess what? That will be a somewhat of a dovish pivot on the press conference. So if he answers this in a way and his answer towards this changes, you got something a little bit different. So let me read you. Again, he says, as the follow-up, legitimately, you're right here. The candle hasn't even came down. Within the answer to this question, this is where everything broke. And then as it flowed into asking the next question, we already sold off all the way back to the first question. You see, the two events, Rachel Siegel, Edward Lawrence. Question that invoked answer with job vacancies and importance. Question that invoked the importance of higher rates and why pivoting is not important and why it's more important to not do anything. So take the next step. Let's read it back one more time. as a follow-up, what is the economic pain in your mind? Is it job losses? Is it higher interest rates on credit cards? What is that economic pain? So Powell says it's all of those things. You got a little negative reaction off of that. That one's not a good one to hear. You know what I'm saying? Cat is kind of selling off. See any of the other Dow components if they sell like that. But it's $1 off their low of the day, but it's coming down. But again, his answer to that, it caused a little bit of a negative reaction in the sense that people were like, oh shit, he just said everything. Higher interest rates, slower growth, softening labor market are all painful for the public that we serve, but they're not as painful of failing to restore price stability than having to go back and do it again down the road and doing it at a time, actually, now when people really have to come to expect high inflation. Do you guys get that? Do you see that answer? Do you see how he said it? So the fact is, he was saying we're going to have all this pain, but none of that is as painful as not restoring price stability. And if we have to come back and do this again down the road, and then he said now people have really come to expect high inflation. So he literally said it's more dangerous to not do what we're doing. And then he said inflation being entrenched. Those two things, that's what started it. If the concept of high inflation becomes entrenched in people's economic thinking, then sort of getting back to price stability, the cost of getting back to price stability just rises. And so we want to avoid that. We want to act aggressively now and get this job done and do it until it's done. So again, after that answer, you are now entering and then flushing, and then the next couple of questions, you have a bounce, and then now the final one was Nicole Goodkind. She's the one who killed it. Again, I think she might be up here. This is her question right here.
CNN Business. Existing home sales have fallen for 7 months straight. Mortgage rates are at their highest level since 2008. Yet mortgage demand increased this week, and housing prices are still elevated. Now, at the end of your June press conference, you mentioned plans to reset the housing market. I was wondering if you could elaborate on what you mean when you say reset and what you think it will take to actually get there.
So here's the thing. Actually, you'll see it because she goes through a lot. She had a follow-up question. But again, any of these follow-up questions, this is where Powell started to say, hey, I think real estate is going to be bad. And then pretty much we have to have a correction to get real estate back. And then that was it. And then after saying all of that stuff and waiting, you were already sold off, and then you flushed it all by then. Every other question, it sounded really bad, but the market was able to go up still. But when it's all said and done, it was those three questions that killed everything, and you see how the market responded to it. Again, emphasizing jobs, emphasizing, again, what's Edward Lawrence's question had to do with the risks of not tightening. Again, not being complacent, not tightening too early, and inflation being entrenched. And then the final, broader real estate, any correction, that is what brought everything else down. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready for today. There's a little bit more to it, but I think that's good enough. And honestly, I think if you were just here to listen for everything, I mean, I guarantee you not too many people in the world have done this. So you're going to be ahead of the game. Again, now you could listen with much more attentive ears this time around. And at the very least, it's refreshed. I mean, let's see where the market goes. Let me get a checkup maybe a little bit before. We could just go read it all, but if you have the time now, maybe you want to listen to it, but it's nice to have fresh ears. It's nice to know exactly what we're coming off of, and that's what I'm saying. It's like, legitimately, I listened to all of it not too long ago, and now I think we know where to watch, and the next part is going to be reading the first statement, but like I told you, this was an outlier. What you witnessed on that Fed meeting, this is why I went to this extent, is because even if it's different than any other meeting. That's what we saw last time. And then even this time now, it's even more important. So, we're prone to have a lot of moves. You see how the market is. I think it's going to be a wild, wild move all around. And it's going to be good. So hopefully you're ready for it. But we will be here live when that comes out. And now we're just going to get to do it live. But I think you know what to watch for. Again, I hope you analyze dovish or not on the speech. That is what we're going to look for. Some real-time analysis. The news on that, honestly, my theory is that maybe they heard that we were playing the old one and then the algos dumped it. Other than that, I don't know why we dropped off of that. I mean, I'm glad that maybe they didn't scam me on the NQ. Holx, Holx on the high. Damn, XOM went up and then down? That means that little bounce there was all oil while tech was dying. Euro closes in 10 minutes, actually. How much downside? The same ones, MYM, and then MNQ, and that's about it. These are my downsides, and then McDonald's. Otherwise, I've taken profits on everything else. I'm a little trapped on the upside here now, but again, I think either way, we're going to get a shit ton of moves. I'm watching. I think you guys are going to watch everything move 5-10 grand easy. And then it's going to be crazy. I think we're going to have opportunities, even the follow-up, but at the very least, once I have my information, I will be good to go. The knowledge is power. The knowledge is power, so I'm excited. Euro close. It got moved up this week because of Open Door lays off 18% of workers and a wave of housing cutbacks. Open Door cutting 18% of staff. But it's because daylight savings in Europe is this week, and then we turn off our daylight savings at the end of this week. So that's why just this week only, there will be an hour gap between Euro close and America. So it's a weird one. And Powell's answer to December may be over as well. Well, again, we know last meeting they kept trying to ask him for that. I'm telling you, if you read the transcript from last meeting, it's very the possible pivot that can occur today is Powell saying that we are already have been in the lowest end of restrictive, and now that we know some things, maybe I could give some clarity on that. That's where the pivot is going to come from. It's not going to be a pivot of cutting. It's not going to be a pivot of slowing down. We will need to know December, but legitimately, I believe he might be able to give us clarity today. It's essentially there is the chance that this Fed meeting can present new information. That's the thing. October did not provide any new information, and all it did was solidify all of the bearishness. Again, the first thing opened of that was I'm doing what Powell, he said, how he opened up last meeting was nothing has changed from Jackson Hole, if you remember. So that's why I think it's very, very unique here. But overall, I think the pivot is going to come through new information. But he's not going to pivot, but maybe that's a bad choice of words. I think it's more along the lines of just be prepared for Powell to possibly answer questions with a little bit more info. And if he does, the more info he provides, the more bullish it becomes. That's it. Very simple. Super, super simple. The more information that is new, the more bullish you can get. The less information, the more bearish it's going to be. Tesla. AMD. Do you think we're at the point where lack of growth is worse than higher inflation? No, but I think Powell may be. What if Powell says we're starting to see that? He may not say it's there, but if he says we're starting to see that, that's new. And that's where that's the only possible shift that I could foresee is Powell starting to admit they see other things, just like last time when they said, hey, the jobs gains are good. Even if you go look at July's meeting, Powell even said they changed the initial statement to reflect how the jobs or how the market got slower, believe it or not. So I could take you back one further, my friend. I'm ready. I got this for you. Don't worry. Nah, wait. Euro close in 6 minutes, but you're getting totally flushed right now. Let me see. Speeches and testimony. I had a lot of homework yesterday. We went through a lot. Statements. There it is. So look, I got one more for you. SPY big. Everything. Again, wait. You're almost at 12 on the NASDAQ, and then it's going to bounce. 1209, 1206. Mm-hmm. QQQ on support. Futures are like right there. Again, you have Euro close. It might be able to run from there. I don't know. But take a look, though. This is where... Oh, no, I want to show you the other one. You need a side-by-side. So look at what happened last... This is what I'm saying. You might get more information today, and that's what we need to be looking at, because look at September. In September, the last meeting, again, part of why it was hawkish, Powell changed things from saying the economy has softened to all they said is that there was modest growth, and that's it. So they went from saying in July, your most hated rally, bro, come on. Literally, Powell himself was saying bullish shit. He was saying, well, yeah, indicators of spending and production have softened. That was what they added in July at your most hated rally when everything went up. So if Powell admits anything getting softer, that's going back to most hated rally. You see that? But now, and then in September, he said, nope, recent indicators, jobs and spending, everything's good. Nothing's to change. And then, boom, they kept raising. So there was a big difference, but it's like that is the stuff that we are looking for coming into today. If any of those statements change, if anything, even in the statement acknowledges that anything has softened, or if if the statement says soft, that I will take that as bullish as well too. If the statement doubles down on strong employment, that's bearish right off the bat. But then again, the press conference is all we're going to need. This is great breakdown. Amen, man. Honestly, I love it, man. I really just hope this helps. It's my pleasure. It's my honor. And, you know, like we said, if anything helps you out, like the video, drop your thumbs up, do whatever you need to, or at the very least, just be a decent human and show some love and respect. And that's all we'll ever ask, to give you this level that you won't find anywhere else. Because it's game time, baby. And this is the important stuff, man. And I'm saying, if you're really hungry, it's there, baby. It's there. Again, I even had real estate work yesterday. We had to do the watch list. That's why I thought it, too. I had so much to do yesterday, but I just I'm telling you, I'm locked on this, man. I'm so excited. So it's good, man. It's good. Mm-mm. 205. What if Powell mentions China? He will, but it just depends on how they acknowledge it. It's, you know, the whole point of what I just showed you is I want you to have an idea of what hawkish or dovish is going to sound like. You see what I'm saying? I want you to be able to know, like, because hawkish or dovish is just a word. I want you to know how it's going to sound, because we're about to listen to it. So that's all that's really going to matter. It's like they can mention whatever they want, but it's how they mention it. Does he mention that to defend inflation risks? Does he mention that to defend more hikes? Is he going to mention this stuff to defend certain things? And how do they tie it in? That's why most of the follow-up questions are the ones that cause the crazy reactions. It's how he says something to defend the next thing, or what is his priority. 381. Are we gonna go to 380, dude? I don't know. I think we can, but like shouldn't, but can't, but can. Ay. Yeah, man. Even 11.2 could like really flush though, low key. Hideous. All downside. Yeah, Allstate, insurance related. I feel like we've seen a couple of them move the other day. I feel like Chubb's made a big move. Not seeing anything there. You're going lower again. This is one of those levels I wanted on the NASDAQ, but still kind of shaky here. I think earnings are ahead. That could be it. If it dumps, that's the question. Oh, I forgot. I put every time I want to type in Tesla, I type in Twitter now. Chubbs was trading. Yeah, I think they had their earnings there. Nvidia lower. Watch out, Ken. That's the level. I think you hit it. NASDAQ hit that level I wanted. Honestly, I might be down for a bounce play on it. I'm scared of it, but oh shit. Nope, he already bounced 10 points. What? Why is that showing me a way different price? There it is. My bid and ask on my other platform is tweaking. No, I don't want to buy the top end. I want the lower end of it. Otherwise, I won't take it. I'm going to be cheap over 4 points. It doesn't seem like there's any fear in the market. Oh, it's there. I mean, today's really, really bad. All the last couple days. There's both sides right now. I think there's just a lot of tension and, quite frankly, a lot of confusion. And like we just went over, just imagine what we went over in October and September and all of that. And now, even just hearing that, we are waiting for a lot of new information. It's either we get new information or not. And then this is going to be our final time hearing Powell till 2023 almost. He'll speak one more time in December, but that's it. But it's this is your last shot at any guidance from the Fed by the end of the year. And that's the question. Is Powell going to use it to do it or not? Is Powell going to guide the market or not? Because that's something he said. And that's where I'm saying if anything happens today where it's going to be bullish, it's going to be that. If he doesn't give information, it's going to be bearish. But just remember, that's what he said, Where was it? So again, he said, upcoming months we'll be looking for compelling evidence that inflation is down. With inflation, he's probably going to say the same exact statement. He said, we anticipate ongoing increasing in the target range. The pace of these increases will continue to depend on incoming data and the evolving outlook. So again, this is what we want him to talk about. That's why I'm saying this one's important, because data developed and the outlook on the global economy is all developed since Powell. Guess what? Last time you heard Powell, dude, there wasn't Liz Truss. There wasn't Japan yen going crazy. There wasn't any of this stuff happening. So now we have that, and we're going to get inflation, a hot inflation print. There's SPY. SPY's bouncing way better than the NASDAQ. Again, I want the NASDAQ on there. Hold on. I need to finish this half analysis quote as I'm going over this. No, I'm going to chill. I want 11.2, but after that first ride, that was pretty crazy. But again, it looks so low. I'm like, I don't know. Allstate's bouncing. All that happened between Powell's. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's but here's what I want you to understand. I don't know what he is going to do. But what I do know is that he is either going to talk about it or he's not. He's either going to address with a strong force the inflation data that was received, or he is going to highlight how the economic situation has deteriorated, and that would be the only cause of anything. So that's what we're looking for. But then again, he says, with today's action, we've raised the points. At some point, the stance of monetary policy tightening will become appropriate to slow the pace of increases, how we assess our cumulative adjustment. Again, this is why the market was doing good. He was saying he's brought this up. You're going to hear this today. Anytime the market hears it, they'll try to get a little bullish off of it. But again, here's how it ends. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting and communicate our thinking as clearly as possible. I know he says this every time, but the question is now, with so much that has happened, does Powell use November, the final opportunity, to give some sort of communication of where the market is? That's it. If he wants to communicate it properly here, if anything is different, that's it. And if we get new information towards that nature, it is bullish. If not, going down, down in the early round. Sugar, we're going down, screaming, I'll be your number one with the Powell. A loaded Fed hike, 75 and pull it. Okay, I'm sorry. But yeah, damn, going down again. They really out here, bro. You're waiting on data, and he might. He's either going to front run it or he'll wait for it because, again, all the data comes out next week now or after this. In a world where there's a 100 basis point rate hike, we're just committed to price stability, and we're going to do the best that we can because we know inflation is affecting. They had no idea. Chair Powell, what about the employment rate? What about the job vacancies? Okay, I don't know. I need to go pee. I'm hyped. 12:03 on the NASDAQ. 11,203. You're going into the lows. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I love you. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I'm going to go to the potty real quick. I'll be right back. Stay focused, locked and loaded. And I see, they got Muhammad El-Arian on TV. Oh, let me get him on. Come on. Where's Muhammad? Let's get him on
Bloomberg earlier. And this is what he said about that problem.
Oh, okay. I'll let you listen to the Princeton guy first.
Is it the pace of the raising
there
rates,
you go.
Or is it the
ultimate
destination?
Big flush. I wanted that level. I'm glad I didn't take it, but
at this
shit.
point, it's the ultimate destination.
Yeah, all right, let me go pee. I'll be right back.
They both matter, and they're related, of course, in the sense that, unless your destination is in the stratosphere, you need to slow down from 75 basis points per meeting fairly soon, not today. I mean, we do know what they're going to do today. They're going to go up 75 basis points. The key thing is the atmospherics, what Jay Powell says about it, or maybe what the FOMC says about it in the statement, but I think much more what Jay Powell says about it in the press conference.
I wonder, Professor, and again, you were vice chair of the Fed. You know it terribly well. Are we asking too much of the Fed at this point? We're asking them to deal with inflation and unemployment and financial stability. Is it too much pressure? We had Mohamed El-Arian, you know him well, on Bloomberg earlier, and this is what he said about that problem.
The discussion with the politicians has to be, well, you can help on the employment side. Labor force participation should be going up. It's not. So we need to enlarge this conversation to bring in more tools. Otherwise, it's going to be this awful trilemma where is it inflation, is it jobs, is it financial stability?
So what do you think about the professor? Is he right? We need some help from the political side of this?
Yes, I think he's right, although I would change the verb away from need. I wrote this whole monetary history that you mentioned at the beginning.
Need. Hostess twin. Bro, that was it. That's it. It broke the NASDAQ support. Bro, people are getting, there is a big candle. Bro, they're getting active. They're getting active. Bro, this is going to be fire. 383. This is about 11. Dude, I'm glad I didn't buy the 1200. It's a little bit below there now, but like I was saying, he could go a little bit, maybe another 10 more points, but even then, dude, that was a crazy one out of nowhere. Again, getting into Powell, the nerves are running, the dollar's up. Remember, all the currencies are going to do something. Everything's dumping. Even the yen. The yen, without the yen, it'd look a little different. Honestly, though, that's the weird part. You guys noticed that coming into it the last 2 days, though, the yen has actually been a little bit more supportive in terms of disagreement. But again, everything boils down to the press conference. That is why we just did what we did. Again, even Mohamed El-Arian said the same thing. So I hope you guys are prepared. Let it go complex. Cock it and pull it. Yeah. Get something. I'm both ways. I have I got futures to make up. I got some shorts. I got upside to make up. I got trapped yesterday, but again, coming into today, at least I got trapped the day before the biggest move. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just going to maneuver. I'm just going to listen very closely and go from there. And then even honestly, in a weird way, like I'm saying, what I learned from going over it is just that it was a very kind of slow reaction. So like if I can tell you something this time, don't be too jumpy, okay? That's it. You'll be good. I'm down 4,400 from yesterday. Again, I was down like 3K and then another like 16. Again, I bought the green. I was going for the bounce at the 3,900. It just failed. Again, I know my mistake. I ignored the data. That's it. That was my mistake on it. I had 2 sets of data. The jobs report was so glaring. I don't know why I didn't sell it. I think I was hoping for a little bit more, but it just clear ignoring on my part. But it's still chill. Again, and then I have enough to buy about 3 more futures contracts during all of today. So, and then that's assuming I don't close anything. So if I close out of anything, if I could free up any capital again, and if I get an early read, I'm gonna pound it. I'm ready for it, man. So we're gonna see though. But at the end of the day, too, I need to temper emotions because, like I'm saying, this shit could get jumpy and like it move very slow. And there's a lot of things that Powell can say that are going to sound very hawkish, but the market will not turn on it. And that's what I'm telling you right now. So we're going to see. So another low here, but you're getting some of these bigger candles coming down. 3833, big support. If it flushes, you'll get another level, but just watch out. Again, now, thankfully, we're about, an hour into it. So this is the final hour. Europe has already closed. We dumped on Euro close, actually, now that I'm looking at it. That's what that drop was. It was literally Euro close. VIX is off. Hold on. I'm flushing. Yeah, last time, we went a little bit lower, but yeah, this is the most movement, I think, pre-CPI. I have 0 predictions for today. Again, I'm agnostic. I've explained how to interpret Powell. I've given you guys, what is bearish, what is bullish, dovish or not. And that's literally all I'm trying to read right now. And, I watch when it comes out, I'm jumping straight to it. I'm not even going to look at the news. I'm going straight to the Fed website. I'm pulling up the statement. I'm going to take that first read, see if we could get anything from it. But then everything will be about the press conference. And then just listen. Honestly, I got my tinfoil for you. Okay? Maybe you should hit the like button. Hit the like button. I'll give you the tinfoil. I will give you the tinfoil. I'm telling you, it's wild. It's funny. But you gotta hit me with the like. I'll charge you 400 likes for it. It's easy tinfoil, but y'all lacking on the likes today. So it's a high premium. It's Powell Day again. I think we could charge a high premium. It's related to Powell. I have tinfoil related to the meeting for today. I have actionable tinfoil. Call it what you want. I'm gonna listen for something. I'm gonna just. I don't know if you got the likes. It's very expensive. It's not cheap, man. It's not cheap. You know what I'm saying? It's game time. That's it. I need my starters out. That's it. That's it. I need people. You got likes or no likes. You either with it or you not. That's fine. Get with it. Get lost. We got to keep going, baby. That's it. There ain't going to be any explanation. We got to drive, baby. You know what I'm saying? We got to keep moving. Oh, there it is. Your first drop and run up. I hope the NASDAQ goes with it. Yeah, you did. You got a big pop on the NASI. Oh, there you go. 3-1. I ain't asking much. Yeah, hit the like. If you we're like 50 shy. If 50 more people hit that button, you got it. It's right there. Wow. Congratulations. We're almost there. Thank you if you liked the video. We love you. Again, I think some of y'all gave your like on the Powell assessment too, so I understand. Oh, that's a nice one. I hope the NQ was bigger though. Yeah, I should have took that one, mate. But it's just done this many, many times. All right, listen, you guys are 30 shy, but you guys have been great. So, I got you. Here's my tinfoil. Straight up, I'm going to probably talk a lot less during this meeting. And I want you to listen if you hear a TD Ameritrade alert. That's it. I'm being dead serious. Bro, it came up twice or 3 times during the past one. And every single time Powell said something that, I don't know what it was, but literally, I mean, you could go watch this yourself. There was 3 moments that the market went down during that day, and there was a noise or a trade confirmation in the background. I showed you the one there, right? But look, 3 minutes later, I'll get you the other one.
More closely in line with rents and other.
And again, this is all during.
And that's a good thing. For the longer term, what we need is.
Bro, this was also during the big candle. You'll hear it. It's at 40 minutes too. It happened 3 times.
Reasonable level.
I only showed you once. It happened 3 times during this whole meeting.
People can afford houses again, and I think
just wait. Right when he says real estate corrects, listen.
To get back to that place. There are also longer run issues though with the housing market, as you know, where it's difficult to find lots now close enough to cities and things like that. So builders are having a hard time getting zoning and lots and workers and materials and things like that. But from a sort of business cycle standpoint, this difficult correction should put the housing market back into better balance.
I think it's the
Shelter
follow-up.
made up such a large part of this hot CPI report that we saw. Do you think that there is a lag and that we will see that come down in the coming months, or do you think that there's still this imbalance that needs to be addressed?
I think that shelter inflation is going to remain high for some time. We're looking for it to come down.
Oh, it was like
but
20. I think I might have missed it.
It's not clear when that will happen.
But it was during the real estate question.
It may take some time. So I think hope for the best, plan for the worst. So I think on shelter inflation, you've just got to assume that it's going to remain pretty high for a while.
Okay, we'll go to Jean for the.
And what you think it will take to actually get there.
I'll replay
so
it.
When I say reset, I'm not looking at a particular specific,
it was right when he said correction, yeah.
Data or anything. What I'm really saying is that we've had a time of a red hot housing market all over the country where, famously houses were selling to the first buyer at 10% above the ask before even seeing the house, that kind of thing. So there was a big imbalance between supply and demand. Housing prices were going up at an unsustainably fast level. So the deceleration in housing prices that we're seeing should help bring sort of prices more closely in line with rents and other housing market fundamentals. And that's a good thing. For the longer term, what we need is supply and demand to get better aligned so that housing prices go up at a reasonable level, at a reasonable pace, and that people can afford houses again. And I think we probably in the housing market have to go through a correction to get back to that place. There are also longer run issues though with the housing market, as you know, where
it was in this segment.
It's
and then again there was one right before too. And then the one I showed you yesterday.
And things like that. So builders are having a hard time getting. Labor market are all painful going to people at the low end of the spectrum.
So just listen. Here's the first one from the video yesterday.
That we've seen since we started keeping track of that. So we want to get back to that, but to get there, we're going to have to get supply and demand back in alignment, and that's going to take tight. Tight monetary policy.
No, they didn't edit it. The first one is there, though.
What is that economic pain in your mind? Is it job losses? Is it higher interest rates on credit cards?
This is the first one.
Economic pain.
So it's all of those things. Higher interest rates, slower growth, and a softening labor market are all pain.
It happens again too. They said it during the correction question, but literally, I watched all of this last night, and the market wasn't open. I wasn't trading, and I heard it. I used to think it was me too. Believe me. That's why I'm like, bro, it's not. But it happens again. It happens 3 times, and like you already saw the analysis that I went over. Like, bro, literally, I took my time to go minute by minute. And then literally every one of these drops correlates with a brrrrum. And I don't know what it is. It may not be a TD confirmation. I don't know, but all I know is that a sound has gone through from last meeting. There was that sound 3 times, and it correlated with every single drop on the day. Oh, man. Teams or Zoom sound effect. It could be. I even think it might even be a Bloomberg terminal. I don't know what it is, but it's just like it was like in every time he said something, there was something. Like there was something going on, or at least that confirmation. It was a bring. Like it was literally, you could hear it. The more silent there, and it happened 3 times. Like, just go watch. That's what I'm saying. If you want it, go watch it, man. There's 37 minutes in, and then 40 to 42 minutes in, there was another one on the second drop. Or just go look at where any drops occurred and listen to the questions, and you'll see what I'm saying. But again, I mean, I posted it. You see it. It's funny. I mean, there's no. I'm not. I don't know, but I'm just gonna be. I'm gonna be listening. You know what I'm saying? Reporters buying out the money puts. I don't know. But that's my tin. You like it? Good tin? It's good, bro. It's good. It might run all the way into. I'm mad I didn't grab that NASDAQ. That was the price I wanted. But I got scared. Said I'll wait. It's someone's text alert. We'll see, man. It's real. Isn't that good, though? Isn't that good? And that's it. All right, we'll answer it. I'm going to answer it once, and I'm never going to answer it again. Okay? I love you. But the Twitch or anything, it's just like even all of today, even the next couple of days, man, I'm just not going to explain anything. That's it. It got me into trouble yesterday. I apologize, too. You know, I'm just ready to focus. I mean, the last time we were on members only and anything, it was all during last Powell and last minutes in Jackson Hole as well, too. It's game time. If people ain't going to be on it, that's it. But quite frankly, I don't need to explain anything. That's all. Y'all don't want explanations with stuff. We're just chill. So it's good. I'm not going to explain anything. That's it. I don't need to. That's all. Why it's there. We gave a warning to everybody. I want people in the game. You're going to be there if not, but it's like anytime I try to explain to people both good or bad stuff, it leads into like all sorts of stuff. So it's just like, it's just better if I'll just move on from everything. I'll move on how I need to move on. Unfortunately, it'll leave you guys with a lot of questions, but and that's what we got to do now. So that's it. So you could ask the question all day if you want, but you're not going to get a response from me on anything. That's it. You know what I'm looking for. Positive, respectful, in the game, focused. You see how I spend my nights. I put in a lot of work, baby. I'm here to play, and that's all we want. So again, I apologize though too. I hope nobody got mad. Some people got clapped in the process, but you know, from here on forward though, it's maybe we'll just keep moving, and that's it. We're not no more anything. No more explanation. Be in the game or you're not, and God bless. The watch list. I hope so. I like the monitor setup too. Some people liked it, but I do hope it was informational. And again, it's like even in anything, man, I want you to have the tools. I don't care who it is. If you're willing, no matter what, to pay attention and listen, you have had every single tool provided for you. Very, very simple. You know, you watch ZQZ and that's it. And oh my gosh, I missed out of that NQ. That one was mine. Oh, man. But no, it's not, because what's yours is yours. Florida, thank you, amen. But it's still there, man. And no matter what, though, all the tools are there. If you still feel after everything, no matter who you are, no matter what you've ever said to me or not, all of the tools are there. If you go on the last two watch lists, watch the ZQ, watch the December, you have the cheat sheet of dovish and bearish and bullish off 50, 75, 100. Those are the main probabilities, the base case scenario. And then now, after yesterday, you know how to monitor this last ZQ Z22. And now we have officially gone over a majority of the transcript and the main points of last meeting. So it's all there. And that's what I'm saying. Let's play. If you don't play off of that, that's at that point, I know we've done the best that we could. Listen in the recap. He might not reveal cards. He might not. That's it. It's either this will be the meeting where he does reveal or he doesn't. And that's it. So we're going to see. The worst word he could use is data dependent, recession, and nobody liked any. I'm telling you, every single time he said recession, or if he stuttered, like trying to bring something up, like sadly, I hated it, man, because like, how all the time, like when we listen to Powell, like there's like a group of you and you're always like, he's nervous. Oh my God, he's nervous. Oh my God. It's like, I hate believing that. But then, like, after watching it yesterday again, I was like, wow, legitimate. Because I had the time to pause. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had the time to pause. I had the time to read the question, go back, go look at them. And I was like, holy shit. Like, low key, like, it's you can't pick up on it too easily. Like, it's not, like, super obvious. It's not like he, like, totally freaks out. But it's like there is some form of Powell hesitation when he begins talking about certain topics. Like you could kind of see it. You know what I'm saying? Like you could see him like take a yeah, he gulps and then he'll just take a little bit longer and then it just like comes out. But it's not, he doesn't stutter or like hesitate all the way through. It's like in the beginning, so you don't know if he's just like naturally hitting in filler words or you don't know if he's like doing it. You know what I'm saying? But it's funny because I usually thought like everybody was like reading way too into it, but it was something I did notice last night. I wrote it down. So I was like, interesting, because I noticed that the red candles or the bigger wicks, they were happening on those questions as we look back. And just he knows what will cause. He knows what's bad. That's why I'm saying it's like, so in a weird way, he knows what he's about to say. It's like me before I drop like a very aggressive joke. He knows what he's saying. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he knows, he's like, okay, this one's borderline what I'm about to drop right here. But he's like, I got to do it. And then he does it. But then it's like you could see it. But I don't know. Damn, bro, it's running off of that. So that's a good move up there. Again, it's not good. It's just good from the bottom if you got the bottom. But now it just looks like nothing. Birthday and Halloween. Trey goes to celebrate. Good luck, my friend. Let's go. Analyzing yes, exactly. That's it. He takes a second and stops and thinks before he says recession, correction, or recession. That's it. Or inflation entrenched. And, the words too. It's everything we know, and we know what it is, and that's it. But that being said, I hope you realize on last meeting, bro, he handled every pivot question like Muhammad Ali. So, and he handled it very well in the market, even though he sounded bearish. Oh my gosh, why didn't I buy that NQ? Oh, it's okay. The real move is in the hour. Oh, that's good though. That's good. That'll cause some relief. That'll make people think twice now. There you go. Now how you feel? Chatadonia? You see that? It's all a game, bro. I'm telling you. No matter what, up or down. Bro, this is emotions. Call it what you want. But this is now that smoke screen we've been getting from yesterday. So just keep this in mind. It's wild. It's wild. I think this is kind of a lead up into what you're going to deal with. Yeah, don't flinch. Amen. Exactly. Don't flinch. That's cool. That's it. It's like walking through a haunted house. When you know it's a fake haunted house, but it's like, okay, that's it. It's good. There's no point in moving. I agree, but the point is we're past that because we've hit no point of moving both ways. We've moved up for no point, we've moved down for no point, and now that's why I'm saying it's a smoke screen that we're getting. I mean, this is literally why I dive deeper into everything. That's because I'm like, dude, the information, you're not going to read anything now. Our last signal was 3 days ago with the yen, the pound, and all of that. Ever since, everything just got whacked. So now it's like it's all about the transcript. It's all about the press conference. It's what he says. Any changes initial, again, softer. Does he say the market's softer or does he say the labor market's strong? That right there says a lot. And then again, how he goes to play off of these main questions, we'll see. And this time around too, though, I'm gonna just be on watch, man. I want you to remember these names: Rachel Siegel, Edward Lawrence, Nicole Goodkind. Okay? Keep your eyes out for that. This doesn't mean anything, but just watch out for those names. And this also doesn't mean anything. Watch out for follow-up questions. Those are the ones where we get the best moves off of them. So just keep that in mind. But that's why I'm saying it's all there. Yeah, we know 75 inbound. That's no question. The real question is how do they communicate, and is any sort of guidance communicated from here? Then that's money. And we go from there. Any Tim? No Tim. We've already gave the biggest. I gave you the best tin in the world, bro. I'm telling you. The fact that video on the Federal Reserve website correlates with the noise in a trade, that's it. And Nick Timmerhaus' question did nothing. Believe it or not, Nick Timmerhaus' question was right here as we were dropping. It helped level us out, and it had a big candle, but it was Richard and Reuters that actually recovered the market. Nick Timmerhaus, believe it or not, his question don't have the weight during Powell. The irony of all of it. I heard it could be 50. You heard it, but that right now is not priced in. So currently 50 is not priced in. 75 is almost guaranteed. If it is 50, get ready to get squeezed on shorts and buy the long. That video is the best tin. That video is insane. I laugh at it, and I think it's hilarious, and like who knows what it could be, but damn. I'm just saying the Richard Clarita thing didn't look good. You know what I'm saying? The Bostic thing didn't look good. A lot of things didn't look good with the Fed, but that one just, again, it just don't look good. It looks very, very odd. After Powell answered, you could see he was worried about how they would react. Yeah, and you noted he answered Nick's question with a little bit more depth of macroeconomics. It wasn't as surface level as some of the other ones, but again, it wasn't enough to, everyone ignored it. Can the reporters trade why? I don't know. They're not supposed to. Again, Bostic wasn't supposed to do a lot of things. Clarita wasn't supposed to. That's the point. That's why I'm like, this whole time, I've never noticed it because I always thought I was trading during it, so I've never listened for it. Again, it just hit me I thought I made a trade after hours, bro. I was doing all of this homework last night, and I have my futures, I have my TD Ameritrade up, so I'm listening to this, and I hear brrrm, and I'm like, what? I'm like, yo, what did I just get filled on? And then I'm like, wait, what? And then I replay the video, and I'm like, no damn way. There's no way. And it sounds like a TOS alert, but it's like a little different. I will give him that. It's a little different, but it's not, and it's like, I don't know. I need more footage. We got to challenge the play. But it happened 3 times. Again, first time one, that's luck, but 3 times in a row, that was a little sus. It was like 37-37 on the original video, a little bit afterwards, right? Again, it just correlates about 37-38 minutes in once the market is dropping. Sounds like TOS in the pocket. Oh, or maybe somebody's in there who can't trade, but their account is linked to somebody who can? I don't know, but it sounded weird. Will Mead, This is it. They're saying Nick Timmerhouse is the Fed whisperer. Tells me the Fed may hint today they're open to hiking. Fed is trying to tighten financial conditions. Talking about a Fed pivot can be confusing because slowdown in the pace of hiking doesn't necessarily mean an earlier end to hikes given the need to keep. Yeah, that's it. I think Powell, honestly, I think Powell might, low key, I think Powell might just double down on inflation, say it's bad, but then all that matters is if they lower December, that's it. That'll be dovish or not. That's it. I wish I knew what he was going to do, but I know how it's going to play out, but I don't know what he's going to say. I know if he does one or the other, but we'll see. If he doesn't raise rates, we're going to be very bullish, and then a lot of questions will be asked. Bostic knows. I feel like he's going to keep it short. We'll see. That's it. I mean, guess what, Chad? 55 minutes. And then the first release. And again, if I can remind you, the initial move last meeting was huge. The other times it was very small. So some days on Fed meetings, like believe it or not, July 27th, nothing happened on the Fed reaction. It was very, very minuscule. So, and it was all of the move happened the days after. So just be careful here because, again, in 55 minutes, the first launch of it, I mean, it could be sizable. And if it is sizable, that's what we need to be on the lookout for. And that's what you got to be careful of. But then we'll see. And then as we get in the press conference, we will know. Does the transcript talk about December? Yes, but he said the same thing. Just wait. That was the meeting back then where he was like, no, we're going to take it slow. We're going to do this. We don't know yet. It's all on the incoming data. We're going to analyze this, and then that's it. I still have AAL up here. Pelosi bought a lot of SPX when he went. Did he? Or are y'all just messing with me? This guy, man, dude, he's making trades in the hospital. That'd be insane. Kind of respect it. Well, doesn't data suggest pretty tight? Yes, but like if you listen to that Nick tweet, I think what he could be saying is that you got to realize the Fed can pivot without lowering rates. Again, pretty much Fed could pivot with their rhetoric while doing the same thing. That's what I noticed from September to July. They did the exact same thing where they pivoted completely, but the rate hike was the same. In July, they went from, oh, things are softening to October. They say, yo, things are getting tight in the labor market. But guess what? Both times was 0.75. It didn't change anything. So the key of today, this is why, again, we've been saying, and this is the nature of everything I've been explaining, is that just quite simply, we're looking for a pivot in rhetoric, but not a pivot on rates policy or the dot plot or the path. Does that make sense? And that's how maybe he can do it. If he's able to come in and say, hey, you know, we are going to do 75. I'm going to give you clarity on 50, or maybe he doesn't. But the point is, he could still do the action, still say we're not raising, we need to watch the jobs report, the job market. But then if he's saying, yeah, like, you know, this is, okay, December, we're going to calm down, and maybe we leave it there. But it's just like the difference between pivoting rhetoric and policy. But again, it's all, again, the smoke screen is up right now. So even describing this to you, this shouldn't make sense to you too easily. It barely does to me, where it's like, again, we're talking, and that's why the word pivot is so insidious, because we are talking about pivot of rhetoric, not a pivot of policy. And that is the competing factor that we're getting right now. He will leave the door open for December. That is the most priced in thing right now, of that he just does 75 and says, hey, nothing has changed. We're going to ride with December. We'll see what happens. And that's it. But now the question is, does he bring up the Switzerland? Does he bring up the UK? Does he bring up Japan? does he bring up global pressure? Again, the pressure with Richard from Reuters that led into the other drop had to do with communication and cooperation with other governments. They asked him this last month before it all went to shit even more. So it's even crazy, and that's what we have to ask. Does that cause him to clear up some of December, or even with that being said, does he just keep moving ahead? And maybe the bond and treasury market gave us what we needed today, because they did not do a buyback on anything, even though they were worried about it. Qualcomm on the low. Again, I think Qualcomm has earnings today. Let's go just for the Colts. Yes, nothing. Now it won't get deleted. I hope not. I hope not. Yeah, J.L., that thing is actually fire. The Albertsons, if you want to go for it, it's a very interesting play. It's a lawsuit arbitrage play. Or what is it? What's Albertsons ticker? I thought it was ACI. Yeah, so Albertsons is getting sued by a government to not pay a special dividend because they said it will make them uncompetitive. So it's like you could buy it and try to get the special dividend if you want, but then you just got to deal with the court case. So I think it's legit. I think it's, if you want, that's just like, it's an arbitrage play. It's like a fixed return to a degree. You're either going to make this much off the divvy, special divvy. If it goes wrong, stock could drop X amount or whatever. Non-Jeveron vibes. Well, yes and no. I mean, it's arbitrage. It's kind of more, you have a weird opportunity for it, but it's not. I mean, your upside will be capped to a degree. That's the only difference. And then now, if it's already low, that's the question. It's like, what do you risk? Again, look at Rogers today. Rogers Communications or whatever dropped 50%. You see? So whatever happens here, it could be very, very good to the downside, but you could still lose like 50% or even 30%. About to go down. Again, in meta money if Powell is bullish. But maybe he gets mollywopped on a little harder. Otherwise, if you want the other backup, go Apple or AMD. I do think AMD might be fire if it wakes up. Boeing up. I whiffed that one today. Good idea, bad execution. Speaking of pumpkins, where do all the unsold pumpkins go? I swear they go to a Middle Eastern family. Because, like, my whole life, bro, my mom always had pumpkin seeds. Like, we was eating those for... I love them. That's, like, one of my weirdest addictions is that I love pumpkin seeds. I don't know if y'all feel me on that. I don't know anybody who likes them, but, like, I love pumpkin seeds. That and, like, dude, I don't know. This is, like, real, like... This get real ghetto from here. I don't know if y'all do this. Did y'all ever do... My mom would take, like, a melon... My mom would take a melon and take like the seeds out of a melon, and then she would grill them on a pan, and would take the seeds out of a melon and grill them, and then she would throw some salt on it, bro. Oh my gosh. She would do it with the pumpkin seeds, but I remember we would do it with like lemons or like melons. Like it was crazy. Wow, that's good. Okay, we shared the same life. Amen. Amen. That's a blessing. That's a blessing. That's a blessing. Amen. That on melons, yeah. Uh-huh. That sounds crazy. It's good. It's good. It's really good. I might make it today. I'm gonna just go buy me a melon and crack it open. But that's where I think that's where I think the pumpkins go, man. That's where I think the pumpkins go. They go to one of the Arab families like myself. It just arrives somehow, and then we eat the seeds. Lebanese Cedo with pan fried the pumpkin seeds. Yeah, but that's it. That's it. Pumpkin seeds kill parasites. I didn't realize that pop. We finally had the dollar drop, but dude, dollar did it 2 days in a row. Start off low and then just rocket up throughout the day. So we'll see again. 45 minutes, Chattadonia. Are y'all feeling good about it? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm excited now. I think it's starting to, it hasn't set in just yet, but ooh. Yeah, baby. Hey, baby. Hey, bud. Hey, bud. It just feels so exciting. This is cool, man. I'm really I'm just thinking about all the moves forward. Where we go from here. Again, I think today the opportunity it creates will be awesome. But even then, just don't forget, man, this is setting us up, man. One thing after the other. One thing after the other. We got all the data next week. We gonna still ride, and then boom, bye. I got starter butterflies on SPY. You looking to re-up anytime soon? I want to wait a little bit. I mean, because just think about it. When we did that butterfly, we took the third leg of the rally. You see what I'm saying? So, think about where we're at now. We already, from going to the bottom, pop back up, come down, hit the next level. See, we're at leg number 2. I would take the butterflies higher just because, and if you could get them for free, though, even better. But I think if it does go there, that's it. I'm going to hold the mini long. I'm just going to decide afterwards. Again, it's going to be wild. That's it. I'm telling you, it's just going to be wild. You're going to watch these positions and just go crazy. I'm going to ride them through. I'm sure it's going to be very emotional if I care about it too much. But, just got to focus. I'm glad. I feel so, honestly, in the weirdest way possible, I feel very grateful about this ES that I took yesterday. And it's not because of the gains, because it truly taught me, it really checked me coming into today, where it just said, bro, my brother, don't ignore the data. That's it. That's all he told me yesterday. And it just let me know I had 2 opportunities, and it's like that data, just don't forget about it. Even if the market feels squeezy, no matter what it is, but it's like, if you know it, I got to go with what I know. And that was a good check for me, I think. So I'm excited about it. That's why I'm like, we're going to see, but it's going to get crazy, bro. It's going to get wild. I'm going to see a lot, and that's why I'm saying I don't want to go too crazy because, like I'm telling you, last meeting was a huge reaction, and then it was 15 minutes down. Press conference started. You started to run up, and then boom, it starts to shoot up, and then it starts making these moves. So it's like, there's going to be a lot of times to enter and exit here, and it's just we need to get that data, and literally that's what it was about reading when we started listening, and it's just like as he went on, it became clear, and then once it becomes very clear, we're going to use that volatility to do whatever we need to do. That's it. So sadly, the volatility is going to move us a lot initially, or we'll see. It may not. Maybe it just goes comatose and acts like July 27th. But we'll find out. We are date dependent. I know. We are going to see, man. We are data dependent, speech dependent. We are dependent on Powell, man. December futures low key coming up. Remember, it has to be ZQZ22. They're staying the same. Maybe it's moving on that, but in real time, our Fed futures, they're not doing anything. They're frozen like everything else. They frozen more than Elsa, bro. The bubble chart doesn't matter right now. I mean, there's some, but the point is, people are going to do what I'm going to do. It's not, that bubble chart will quickly change. I mean, we could look at it. I'll screenshot it beforehand so we could come back and look. But when it's all said and done, that's the thing. I think I might have it for you. There's a report that came out. Again, somebody got in trouble today, but they were just talking about how literally in the last month, over 40 or 50% of the volume has been straight up 0-day options. That's it. 40% of all options volume has been 0-day. And now this is where it gets better. They're not saying it's all retail. They're saying before you try to blame retail, it's also the hedge funds doing it too. And they've actually noticed an increase in the hedge fund activity and institutional traders doing the exact same thing. Everybody is playing the pile-on game of just last minute. It's actually crazy. And that's what they're even, and I don't know if it was Owanda or somebody else, they're just saying, this is what's exasperating every single move. That's it. And then you have everybody low-key just doing the exact same thing. It's quite nutty. But that's what I'm saying. So let's screenshot this. I'll come back to it. Where'd it go? Never mind. Peach dependent. That's a good one. There you go. Hey, man, we are very peach dependent. The peach came in today, too, man. So here is the screenshot of it. Here it is. 400 calls, 380 puts, 375 puts, 365 puts, 390 calls, a new billion on that one. That one wasn't there earlier, I don't think. 390, yeah, bro, you got a couple bill both ways. That's it. They're going to dump. You dump the other side, and they're going to add as much fuel as possible to the other end. Oh, goodness. It's going to be a wild one. No, Tesla production is not being further delayed. Should be good news. Dude, I've been seeing it all day. Dude, it's like some fucking Hong Kong shit. I don't know if it's because of that. I don't know, dude. It's been doing it all day. And then yesterday, my platform crashed when Toronto crashed. I forgot about that for yesterday, too. Uber, strong bounce. LMT. Boeing. Went down for the morning session, too. Damn. TLT boxed out. Yeah, just watch the dollar above 30 or not. And again, I don't know. I'm banking a lot on it. I think ZQZ is just going to lead. So just watch it. Someone keep an eye on it. And then we're going to need someone keep an eye on dollar at 30 above or below. And then I'll keep an eye on Powell's speech. And then that's it, I think, honestly. I mean, watch the bonds in dollar, but I really think dollar is the kicker right now. Because, again, like I said earlier, this could be the chance where you either set the top on the dollar for a temporary time or it's just going to it's going to spark the dollar up again. Less than 40 minutes. Oh, yeah, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Oh, my goodness. That's the report. And, again, I can't stress it enough. The first report going to have a big move, man. It could have a big move. I don't know, but I'm getting ready for it in the sense that don't remember the first action as much unless the actual Fed release has information that will be of that importance. There's not going to be it's going to be about the press conference where the real move should theoretically happen. Several reasons. Well, God bless you, man. And thanks for being positive. And thanks for staying unbanned and in the game. We love it. We love it. So, good news. In 20 minutes, we will get all of our analyst comments. So 20 minutes before the release, I'm going to have a whole new set of information for you. We are going to have everything from every analyst or whoever wants to comment on it. Sometimes it's a couple of big banks or hedge fund managers as well. I will let you know who they are and their names as it comes across. And yeah, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. Yeah, I'm sure we'll get pretty picture, and you're going to see it. So, and that's why I'm saying, Chad, I really want you in the game. I want you focused. I truthfully, I hope you're prepared. And the reason is now, as we get closer to this, and as it happens, once the data comes out, once he starts talking, you know, it's just like you're going to start hearing a lot. So I hope you could think for yourself. I hope you can make good decisions. Again, you know, everybody's prone to make mistakes, myself included. And that's why, too, hopefully we could learn from them. But when it's all said and done, you know, just keep your eye on the price. And it's going to get emotional. It's going to get wild. And remember, we've seen a lot already this year. And even just a couple weeks ago with the CPI and some other events. You know what I'm saying? So we will see. We go side over. I mean, that happened in July, but we were up. It really, really depends. Manage risk. I'm going to see. I think in my plan, I might go for McDonald's first for initial read, and then I'm going to wait on the Dow and then the other ones. But then at that point, depending on my first one, we'll see if it makes sense. And again, pretty much I'm going to determine, makes sense to hold McDonald's or get the hell out of there and run. But again, the first move is going to be jumpy. First move means absolutely nothing. Again, remember I said, believe the first move. I don't know how that's going to apply today. And that's why we got to be on watch. We got to be on watch. The bubble showed sell-off. No, the bubble showed more trapping, if anything. You got pretty much new positions on the call side, more positions on the put side, and now as the market has dropped in the last 2 days, it has elevated both kind of the value of both of them in a weird way. Although there's data, again, the ones who have came closer, you know, the more intrinsic value you have, the more your thing is worth. And that's the money on the table. So right now it's just showing a lot. And my theory is that, it shows massive amount of speculation, 100%. And that's what I'm saying. I think people are none of those positions have any conviction, and everyone's going to dump them and go to the side that they think it is. But again, in the first read, everybody will be confused, and it will be all about as Powell begins to talk. You're on Robinhood and you're about to open up difficult tabs. Yeah, I was going to open up like 10 TD Ameritrades and just have an order ready on all of them. So all I got to do is click a button. But I'm the king of fat fingering, so I'm gonna just I think I'm going to go a little slower. I don't need to go too fast, thankfully. And that's the thing, too. You'll note, again, what I noticed from last meeting, you have time. You don't need to do it in the first 30 seconds is what I'm telling you. Theoretically, you'll have like 3 minutes. You'll have 2 to 3 minutes to decide on the shift or not. That's what happens. The data comes out, he says something, market will like flip-flop back and forth. Everybody's, juiced up on fucking call premium, and then it's going to make the reaction to it. So it's like you don't have to go on the second of it. Hopefully that will help you, but at least that's what I'm keeping in mind. 10:28, almost 30 minutes, baby. And then 15 minutes, I will have all of those calls for you. Thanks for letting me cheat off your homework, Josh and Chaz. Save me more hours than I could count. Amen, baby. Amen. I'm glad. I hope everyone makes the use of it. And, God is good, man. That's it. Resources are available to whoever, no matter what. Whether you think you've made a mistake in the chat or not. Whether you've been the best person or the worst person. Whether you've said anything offensive or not. Whether you've supported or not. Whether you've donated or not. Membership or not. None of it matters, man. And again, that's why just keep that in mind anytime you hear me talk about other stuff and you get mad at me, because at the end of the day, I believe it's fair. Everybody has it. You could do whatever you want with it, and it's in whoever's hands, no matter what they did, they could take it and use it, and it may very well change a lot. So that's it. It's I'm excited, man. I'm excited, and I hope you don't forget. I just don't forget. How many people will be clapped if nothing happens? Quite frankly, I think it's impossible. There's a possibility nothing happens today in the sense that it's a very small move, but the way the rest of the week is set up, you're going to move fat. There's no other way around it. I'm telling you. It's just you have the jobs report. You have all the other stuff. Like, it's not – there's – this is my opinion. I could be wrong, but I think it's impossible we do nothing by Friday. I think by Friday, this shit is going to make its mind up after you get that jobs report on Friday and the non-farms in the morning. Assuming today doesn't give us a powder keg, it's already there. But I don't think nothing is in the cards, and that's why I think the positioning is how it is right now. It's just like, it's always possible. You know what I'm saying? And if you take I think right now nothing is a very contrarian bet. And if you bet on nothing, I think you'll hit big if it happens. But quite frankly, I personally just think it's impossible. With the lineup that we have, it's like that's like saying like Snoop Dogg, Kendrick Lamar, Jay-Z, and Lil Wayne are about to perform all in a set. And it's like, yeah, maybe nobody shows up. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think it's everyone's gonna show up no matter what. There's too many good names out there, man. Too many good names out there. So I think they're gonna show up. That's wise. Bet on nothing. You sell the premium. Sell the premium, straddle, or sell any neutral strategies, or go with anything that would profit off neutrality. You could even maybe use volatility. I think a great strategy. It's super risky. If you don't understand what I'm saying, please do not try it for your first time. You could even strangle volatility, strangle the VIX. Better worst case than not, but it just depends. I knew nothing about this like 4 years ago. Helped me so much. I appreciate you. Hey, man, baby. I'm glad to see it. Let's keep it going. Long-term pickups. Fed special live. I think that's just going to be them having their special. That's it. Like when that pretty much are going to shut down TV and turn it into Powell. All of Bloomberg television will turn into the Powell press conference. That's what I think that means, I believe. Is Powell going to be? We don't know. We don't know, but we know we know what will be direct or not. And again, just remember one big phrase. All of this stuff here. Does he say? Anytime he brings up entrenched, I would perk up your ears. If he brings up inflation being entrenched, and does he go back to this line of logic, emphasizing the risk of not tightening versus going back? That is what we need to look for there. Again, with other things, but it's just if you want to, we could make today so simple, but we could also go very, very deep. It's just new information or not. We don't know what he's going to do, but we have many, many clues to know what is new or not. And thankfully, we've reviewed everything. So, I mean, quite frankly, I think we could spot what is new or not very, very quickly. But it just there's a lot, man. The whole world is waiting for this right now, or at least all of the financial community. Everybody is waiting on this now. So this is a high caliber, high risk, high reward event right now. And it begins in 30 minutes. Let's make some money. Amen. But I don't want the money. I know, weird. Play defense. That's it. No matter what, let's get this defense. We need to execute. That's it. The money does not matter because guess what? If you execute, you're going to get paid. That's it. Execution, defense. Again, Don't get fooled. If you do get fooled, again, these are going to be one of the days where I'm going to want to be a little bit, again, I don't want to do anything too crazy. I really hope, again, that ES from yesterday, I think there's a lot to learn from it. And it's like, just take the data as it comes. Take what is there, and that's it. But play defense on it. We've seen many pumps. We've seen many fakes, many fake news, many smoke screens. So it's like defense and caution is going to get you through this. You see what I'm saying? It's not, again, we studied the film. We know where the moves are. We know left or right. You see what I'm saying? Is let's go. Let the play run out. But at the end of the day, though, don't let that little thought is going to creep in to try to go for something there. But it's just respond with it. If you don't fight the vibe too much, I think it'll be good. But we just got to play. We just got to execute. Defense. 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 Pow. Pow. Let's go, baby. I want the money. I know how shit. All right, you're not listening. But, hey, I can't repeat it for you. If you got what I said, you got it. If you want to fight the mentality, go ahead and fight it. You know what? It's everybody's life right now. That's it. Choose the life of death of choice. Choose life. Amen. Phillies won 7-0 last night. Crash confirmed. Oh, no. Should we believe the first move? I don't know. It's not the same as last time. That's what I'm saying. It depends on the info. This one isn't about, like, that's the best part about today, is like we're not playing it's not no effery. You know what I'm saying? It's like we're not playing no games right now. It's straight up info. It's straight up new info, old info. New info's good, old info's not. That's all we need right now. So it's like last time, there was a gap and there was no new info and we were just still arguing about what's going to happen at this meeting. It wasn't really, and that was and then the market got too high and then you had Jackson Hole. Last meeting was kind of it was weird if you really think about it. It was very, it was an active meeting on there, but the reaction was a little bit more, it was a big reaction, but the reason why, it was just confirming everything else. It was like last one was a summary of the whole month of September. This one, we have so much info that we're going to have to hear from. And that's what we're going to have to see. ADP means none. The ADP report. Well, remember, listen to how he answers the question. What you should be looking for is the word job vacancies, because that's the last time it happened. That's what you want. So y'all can fight about what Powell's going to do or not, but when it's all said and done, his comment towards job vacancies, when they ask him about this, that response will be dovish or hawkish. That response will be new or not from October, and thankfully, we've already went over what that response was, so you'll know right when you hear it. But that's the nature of the game today that we're going to have to ride through. Oh, you're responding to the guy named Isaac Newton. Malone, I read that as Isaac Newton's next meeting is going to be in December. I was like, damn, bro, they got Isaac Newton at an event? I did not see that on the calendar. That's crazy, man. So, yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I was like, that's nuts. How come I didn't see that one? Like, I saw a lot of things. I did not catch the Isaac Newton one, man. That's one I didn't want to miss. Is he giving you free crypto? Isaac Newton live stream. Send Isaac Newton all of your Bitcoin and he'll triple it. Guest star Elon Musk in The Real Nikolai Tesla. Brought to you by Tesla. Is Taylor Swift performing at the Power Conference? I do not know, but just don't forget it was no longer than 6 months ago. You had BTS at the White House, so anything is possible. And again, that's why this meeting is so important, because we want new information. So even if Taylor Swift arrived, that would be new. And honestly, I would react to that. I would take that as very dovish if Taylor showed up, especially after her recent release and the record on the Billboard charts. I don't know how she would affect the dollar, but I do think Taylor would still, again, it would be new information. And we have to consider it because of BTS at the White House. ZQ not moving. Chad, 5 minutes. Analyst comments come in. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness, Chatadonia. That rally's good. It looks nice. Brought to you by Tesla. I'm excited. I mean, I'm grateful for the opportunity. And I'll see you guys on the other side. That's it. That's it, man. That's it. This was the day our portfolios changed forever. It was Jerome Powell, 2022. We just celebrated Halloween. And that's it. It was never the same since. Oh, my goodness. That was my NASDAQ buy. It's okay. I need to vocalize it a couple more times. This is how you cope. At least for me. It's okay. Don't worry. Joe supports pivot. Long term, holding it down. Oh, that's big, dude. VWAP. Bonds moving now. Just get the dollar below 30. Oh, still the same size we've been seeing. If dollar goes down, I mean, that's it on the day. We have not seen the dollar get back to where it opened up at. Oh, yeah. Dollar's dropping big. Something just snapped. I'm not seeing anything right now, but you're just big dollar pop. It has to be one of the, these. It has to be one of the currencies. It could be the yen, could be the euro or the pound. They're all moving. I don't know which one it is. There's no leader, no news to guide it either. But that's a pop. That's it. You're above the 38.51 now. If you get above 38.60, 38.55 will be its own mini test, and it's still, that don't get me excited. But either way, the dollar just dropped. So that was kind of a sign we've been waiting for all day. The peach is in the money now, yeah. Bro, that was Euro close move. That's it. 10 minutes after Euro close, it hit the level. Of course, they're going to mess with the premiums. Dollar for dollar is going to be your best bet. Until, honestly, though, if you want to go for options, go for the crushes. So when you start getting these giant swings at certain levels, that's where you're going to go for your premium. Oh, no. Bro, did you see that? Why did it go the other way? Bro, did you see that? I was trying to drag it the other way, and I lost it. They just got rid of my daily chart. I don't know where it went. Oh, man. It's somewhere around here. Yeah, bro. You saw that, right? Bro, I dragged it to the right, and then he just left. He just like, nah, man, I'm out. You saw that, right? Command tab? I don't have command. Dude, he just dipped. SPY's ripping. Its first dollar drop. I don't see any news. Honestly, the news scanner is hideous today too. I've never seen this much garbage on my feed. I'm telling you, the only news I'm seeing is like a bunch of Korean symbols and then like just random words. Like literally, just straight up random words. It says Wilmer Hale, Womble Bond, Wilson Solicitors, Wolfer Stands, Winkoff Sherwood. Like, dude, I'm telling you, it's very, very weird. Yeah, man. Okay, well, I just lost it. Bostic is haunting you. So, again, there's no news on that, though. I'm not seeing it. Honestly, I just told you, if the dollar gets below 30, that's kind of what we needed. I did not think it would come with that level of size, but, hey, we'll take it. A lot of bid support just came in here, too. You might get a little battle, but now this levels us out a lot better coming into it now. Can you overlay the last? I could just keep it up. That's it. I'm going to need another chart now. Bro, that was crazy. It's doing it again. I don't know why. There's like a weird, like, I don't know. Oh, yeah, one more minute. I'm going to get those comments for you now, Chad. It's game time. Oh, come on. You mean the opposite? Yeah. What I'm saying is, like, if it's a fat green candle, look at your puts on the cheap ones. You see that? But, like, let it get crushed. Just don't buy anything at this price on an option right now. But ahead of the event, and, I mean, you might, I don't know the wiggle room on it. I haven't checked it. Again, and before you even try to tell me it's an answer or not, nobody knows the answer until you do the math. So do the math on a strangle. Do the math on any sort of break even on that and figure it out right now if you haven't done so. But when it's all said and done, I'm just saying, like, there will be option moves if you want them. I'm going dollar for dollar. That's going to be my game right here. But if you are going to go for those, just buy the opposite of the wick. That's what I'm just, don't fall for the upside on it. Wait for it, but just make sure you're buying premium that has been freshly decimated. You know what I'm saying? Like, let it get chopped before you go into it. So, not a recommendation, and it's your life, but that's how I would go about any of the options. MSO, I have not been monitoring it as much, honestly. But down 230 again, not $1 per share yet. That would be $300. But I am going to be watching that one. I still believe in that play up until next week. 15. All right, we're going to get analyst comments. I believe right now, honestly though, I need to go to the bathroom. I need to take my bathroom break before. That's it. I need to just go shit my brains out. I'm totally kidding. I'll be right back. It'll take me a couple seconds. Don't worry. Watch the market. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. God bless you. I'll see you in a little bit.
This is a really, really tough meeting.
How much does the Fed lean into a downshift?
You look at those PMI numbers, you look at the housing numbers, you look at the slowdown in the global economy.
Maybe it's time for the Fed to at least downshift.
Eventually, the step down has to come.
Is it too early? In my opinion, yes.
The difficulty, obviously, is that the inflation numbers haven't come down yet.
Having said that, if I was sitting at the Fed right now, I would really struggle.
Ken Powell talked about slowing down the pace, but still indicate resolve on fighting inflation.
They can't take rates up at 75 basis points rate indefinitely.
All eyes will then focus on that December rate hike meeting.
Obviously, November is all about December.
The focus in the November meeting is really on December.
November is all about December. I think a lot of people agree with that right now. The decision 15 minutes away. The price action looks like this on the S&P 500. Equities are negative 0.4% on the S&P. On the Nasdaq, we're down about 0.9%. We've seen some major moves in the news conference for the Federal Reserve through much of this year. So, let's see what it looks like a little bit later.
Do they last?
Fade the next day has been the story sometimes. Let's get to the bond market. 2s, 10s and 30s look like this. The last time the Fed met, we were about 50 basis points lower than where we are at the front end. 454.48 on a 2-year, unchanged.
Let's go, baby.
About a basis point on 10s,
13 minutes until it pops off. Let's get the breakdown, Chattadonia. So let's go. I'm going to send out a stream alert so that they know. I don't want them to miss anything, so let's go. If you already missed the other review, it is unfortunate, but I will keep up some of those notes. And right off the bat, just even if you're joining in right now, just remember all of these names. Rachel Siegel, Edward Lawrence, and Nicole Goodkind. Those are some questions. We have some main topics to be looking for. Again, is he going to emphasize the risk of not tightening or pulling back too early, or is he going to focus more on the economic developments? Again, anything related to consumer spending being down will be bad, and then jobs. Any jobs question highlighting the good jobs beat, that will be a negative response. So we have a lot. It's all about the press conference. You are rallying right now. Oh, my goodness. But let me get you some. So Here is the base case expectation of what is expected right now. A 75 basis point increase in the Fed funds rate to a target of 3.75 to 4. At the press conference, Powell has to prepare markets for a slower pace of rate hikes while convincing them that it isn't a dovish pivot and a slowdown doesn't mean a terminal rate. Still, given the uncertainty of the FOMC's inflation forecast, Powell won't take a smaller or larger hike off of the table. So nobody is expecting him to take the large hike off the table. So keep that in mind, because when you hear that, that means it is somewhat already priced into the bond market and /ZQZ22. So the median FOMC members now see core PCE at 4.7 for 2022 compared with 4.5 in September. With forward upward revisions through the forecast horizon, Fed staff's policy rules will likely indicate the appropriate terminal rate has a midpoint of 5.1 versus 4.6 as the medium in September. So as that gets released, the higher that terminal rate is, that might be bearish right off the bat when the release comes out. So keep that in mind, because people are expecting it to go up. That being said, if the terminal rate stays at 4.6 in the release, well, then there you go. The market will be bullish because everybody was hawkish comparatively. So here's chief economist Anna Wong. She says, with 75 basis point hike already expected, the focus of the meeting will be whether Powell signals a downshift in the pace of hikes ahead. Bloomberg Economics expects he'll present a 50 basis point increase as the base case for December. We also think he will allude to a higher terminal Fed funds rate than the September prediction, indicating that the hike pace is less important than the end point in order to prevent a market rally. So again, that's what it is. If the terminal rate is higher, that will temper any of the bulls, but they still might run on it. Okay, the Fed rate forecast visualizer is demonstrating the dramatic evolution of rate hike expectations since mid-2021. That's the yellow lines. Market participant expectations to Tuesday's close. That is the green line right here. And pretty much that's the upper bound of the federal funds rate since the Fed released summary of economic projections on September 21. The blue line, elevated CPI numbers and robust labor have been pushed market makers at peak rates even further from 4.75 to nearly 5.25 in the next quarter. You're running off that. So right now, markets have 58 basis points of tightening priced in for the Fed's next policy meeting in December. In other words, the expectation that today's rate hike will probably be the last 75 point has increased. The question of whether Powell will seek to validate that in his press conference with so much important economic data to be released between now and then, it is unlikely that he will give a strong signal. But investors will certainly be listening for anything to latch onto that seems like it gives a steer on that question one way or another. Another big question in the presser is how Powell will choose to characterize economic outlook, and in particular, he might say about the odds of the U.S. economy entering a recession in the climbing quarters. In June, Powell told reporters he is not trying to induce a recession. By the last presser in September, however, the message has changed to no one knows whether there'll be a recession. Throughout this year, as inflation has remained stubbornly elevated, he has increasingly warned that the path to a soft landing is becoming narrower and narrower. And now guess what? That was Rachel's question when she asked it. So they're referring to Rachel Siegel's question, and that was his tone shift that caused the drop last time. And it was just right there about talking about Fed-induced recession, and then that usually leads into the question on which is more important, Fed-induced recession or inflation-induced recession. So there you go. Meta. Again, I'm reading all of these. That's it. Nothing matters now at this point. Hit your trades if you got them, but we got to get all of this. So equities have been rallying in recent weeks around the hope of a Fed pivot, the definition of which tends to shift depending on whom you're talking to. So for some, it may seem like central bank pausing its hikes. For others, it just represents a less aggressive Fed. Either way, the current stock market rebound represents the stock market's seventh attempt to mount a comeback in 2022, with all previous ones eventually succumbing to fresh selling. Tim Murray, Capital Markets with T. Rowe Price Multi-Asset Division, warns that a less aggressive pace of tightening does not necessarily constitute a pivot. I would say that a pivot is really when they say at least stop hiking and probably when they start cutting. So the question is, when they pivot, are we going to avoid recession? The last 5 Fed meetings have had a similar market response, with risk assets initially declining after the announcement before rallying after the press conference. Here you could see that the performance pattern on the NASDAQ an hour after the last 5 Fed announcements. Again, last time we went a lot lower, but you kind of ended up at the same price. Remember, Sell off first, and then it goes up, and that's it. Remember, our reaction is not going to occur on the data release here in 7 minutes, okay? So this decision comes 6 days ahead of the midterm congressional election, where high inflation has played a key role in many races. Republicans are widely expected to win control of the House, if not the Senate, and have been hinting that Democrats caused inflation. Message relentlessly. The Fed, of course, aims to stay out of politics, but I wouldn't be surprised to hear some political questions in today's briefing. Yeah, ZQ's the same, baby. It's all the same. That's it. I read all of them right now. That's it. No more. You're up to date. You guys are up to date with every analyst in the world as it's coming in fresh, baby. Oh, yeah. All right, here, I'm going to go grab a carbo real quick. You know what I'm saying? Why not grab a carbo? I'm going to go shotgun it real quick. I'll be right back. Hold on. That's it. We're going to beat the analyst today. They ain't even gave your boy caffeine, bro. They just gave your boy a transcript, and I'm ready to go. I'm just saying. I didn't even have a caffeine today. Let's go, baby. I'm going to run this. Oh, my goodness. All right, we got a couple more. A number of Democratic senators, including Senate Banking Committee Chair Sherrod Brown and Progressive Champion Elizabeth Warren, have been calling for heightened consideration of the damage that aggressive rate hikes can inflict. Powell almost certainly will highlight that politics has nothing to do with how the Fed thinks about policy. Again, 5 minutes. Are you guys up to date? So again, here's the best part about what we're reading right now. I want you to understand why everybody feels a certain way. They're explaining, again, base case, 75 basis points. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be it. Again, they're expecting him to leave the door open for December. You see how there's a little bit of the pivot stuff. So this is great. Again, I really hope you see it so that you don't get clapped out of anything. All right, Tuesday's jobs report. Bro, my chair, I keep running over the little mat. Tuesday's jobs report, or the JOLTS report, will make the Fed even more hesitant to slow their tightening pace too quickly. Job openings came in at 10.7 million, up from 437,000 in September, with the August number revised upwards by 227,000. We could see the reversal in the report in September versus August, with broad-based increases in vacancies. Again, that's what we went over. Listen to that word. Job vacancies will be huge, except for the wholesale trade, finance and insurance, and durable goods, as accounting and food services industry saw a whopping increase of 215,000 jobs. So again, they're saying that was the bad data you had yesterday, and that's again how that answers his question. It's the same things, like we're telling you. I'm feeling very good about this now. Again, the soft landing recession question, that one's going to be a market mover, I think. Again, the economic pain, the job vacancies, those are going to be important. And then this one. Some people, they already talked about this. We have no analyst comments have begin to talk about real estate, though. And remember, that was a killer on last meeting. Big candle down, 4 minutes, Chattadonia. Interesting tidbit from Vice Chair Lael Brainerd in the remarks she gave last month, effectively assigning some blame for inflation to corporate profit margins, something President Joe Biden has hit hard most recently with a call for a windfall tax on big oil companies. There is ample room for margin recompression to help reduce good inflation, Brainerd said last month. Let's see if Powell makes any mention of profit margins today. That's new. So if he does, that will be new. He didn't mention it last time, and that will actually be very, very interesting. I didn't even think about that one. But I don't know if that'll be a market mover. But let's keep our eyes peeled. Oh, man. You got to pump it up. Another one goes, and another one goes. And remember, the Fed was slightly a little bit more bullish leading into it. All right, Chattadonia. 2 minutes. Oh, dude, that's here. That's it, Chad. That's it. All right, man. Here's what market watchers. I got a couple for you. These are going to be the final ones. I wouldn't discount the Fed pivot. They're going to raise by 75, and I think messaging could trip up the markets because that messaging is going to still point to a very hawkish Fed, said Anthony Saglabemi, global market strategy at Ameriprise. He says, quote, statement as well as Powell's commentary is going to point the Fed is still focused on bringing down inflation. They still need to see evidence that inflation is coming down hard in data, and for them to really pivot on policy, inflation has to come down, and we just don't have evidence of that right now. Strategists at TD are expecting a 75 basis point hike, but add that the timing of subsequent downshift will depend on inflation. Krishna Gusha of Evercore, she says the problem is having 75. The focal point is it's hard to slow down inflation. It's still hot without losing credibility. All right, Chad. Oh, Airbnb, let's go. What happened? I'll take it, but game time. All right, so listen, we're going to get news as it comes out. I'll be able to read all of it to you when it gets there, but I'm jumping straight to the statement on the website. That's it, man. 1 minute. It's actually 40 seconds. Let's go, baby. Wow. All right, Chattadonia. Locked and loaded. Locked and loaded. Okay, let me see. Once I get it, I think we're going to be good. All right, take a look there. What time? 15 seconds. Again, just keep refreshing the website till it gets released. And then we're going to see. I'm scared. No, don't be scared, man. It's going to be hype. Again, the first move could be big, but the press conference is the real action. 2, 1. All right, first move is a pop. Hold on. They raised by 70, 3.7 to 4 target range. Ongoing rate hikes until sufficiently restrictive. They say it will take cumulative tightening lags into an account. Again, I think that term at 3.74, they raised that. Hold on. I don't see it. I don't see it yet. Oh, there it is. PDF. And boom. Recent indicators point to modest growth in spending and production. That's hawkish. Job gains have been robust and unemployment remained lower. Inflation remains elevated, reflecting supply and demand imbalances. That didn't change. Again, first statement still holds the hawkishness. The Ukraine second statement is the same. Weighing on global activity, the committee achieved it. They're going to raise it to 3.34 to 4. Again, you're moving up there now. Okay. The size of it in addition, the committee. I don't think anything changed. That's it. They kept it the same. It's all about the press conference now. Dollars dropping big off of there. You might be able to get rid of the puts off of the read, but the initial read is hawkish. Again, just what I'm getting from the initial text. Bullish right now, just in the fact it's not surprising anybody, but wait for the call there. This is a good response so far. We're going to see how this plays out. The 10-year, watch the dollar. That's getting molly-whopped on right now. Again, there it is, fourth straight increase. Nobody would have expected this at the start of the year. Again, everything was the same, though. Here, I'm going to have the side-by-side. This is what they added. They added the committee in order to attain a stance that is sufficiently restrictive over time and determine the pace of future increases. Will take into account the cumulative tightening of monetary with effects to inflation and financial developments. Low-key, that's actually kind of, that could be saying a little bit of the bullishness, though. Hold on. The first part was a little bit on there. That's the only change, and it's saying they're taking cumulative tightening lags into an account. So if they do say they're going to slow down, honestly, I'm kind of feeling a little bit more to the upside on that. But it's not solidified just yet. Pretty much first, the cumulative thing is bullish. The first statement is bearish in the same, but that's your only new change right now. So let it run throughout here. Honestly, it's not that bad. You're noticing, if anything, I'm making more on the call than losing on the downside. McDonald's is kind of ugly, but I think we could do something with this. Look at the higher. Now wait for the first drop. You haven't had it yet. So watch out. And then watch any of the currencies, see what they start doing. Yen, big pop, XLP. I mean, the dollar's dropping huge. So again, this might be our first move, but let's see when we get to the presser. Yeah. That's what you're going to need. Again, it's only been now 3 minutes. Presser starts in 30. The first candle would go up most likely. Yeah, and that's what we're getting, but there is a change. I'm telling you, that cumulative tightening thing, that's new. That's new, and they, honestly, if you even listen back, my first read of it, they usually don't change that segment. That part of the paragraph doesn't change too often, and that's the only new information. So, yeah, here are the two new sentences in the statement. The committee anticipates ongoing increases in the target range will be appropriate in order to attain a stance of monetary policy that is sufficiently restrictive to return inflation to 2% over time. And determine the pace of increases, the committee will take into account the cumulative tightening of monetary policy, the lags in which the effects will come into play, and development. They're liking the idea of taking cumulative tightening into play. This was something some economists were worried about. Would the Fed overdo it? That cumulative tightening would pack a big punch over time. Again, everyone's read on that is bullish so far. Again, now we just got to wait for the drop and see. But if it keeps running up there, it is definitely going to be an interesting one. Yeah, the NASDAQ has a lot to recover. But still, remember, we're still early, though. Again, a little bit of movements. The Dow liked it a little bit. So did the ES. But we want to see this. I want to see the first drop, how it holds. And that will give us some. Grabbing puts for the preem. This is where you want to do it. That's what I'm saying. If you wanted your put, wait for another leg up. They'll get even cheaper. But it's better to buy. You would save so much money than any other time right now. Again, this is the fifth 75 basis point hike in the last 30 years. So again, it's not over. You have to realize the only thing that was bullish, we need to see how Powell is going to extrapolate upon it. Again, the tightening lags, it's good. It's very, very good. That opens up some door of pivot. Now, again, not full pivot, but it shows you that maybe Powell will tone down the rhetoric right there. Again, that is a new shift when it's all said and done. Let me check here. All right. Give him a second. Wait for it. I want to see this first drop. Again, you have some information. If you want to front run it, you could try to lean bullish. But again, it's all how Powell's going to talk. But even then, this positive reaction is quite unique in its own way. We hear calls. Again, you'll find out. Again, still the Fed has retained language about how the committee anticipates ongoing increases. Yeah, so no explicit signal from that they're about to pause. Now, let's run it, baby. Easy. I know exactly what to look at now. ZQZ, yeah, it's up. December rate hike odds are up. If that doesn't come down and then the market does, I mean, honestly, he looks like he's holding up. All right, I closed out McDonald's, took a $2,800 or $2,700 loss. That's it. I'm closing out one short for now, holding upside. I'm not ready to go full bullish just yet. All I want to do is just drop one off. That's it, just in case. ZQ is up. I'm going to ride with it for a little bit. Downgrade 75. So again, I'm not full bullish just yet off of that, but I think you got, again, you're definitely bullish tilt right now, and the Fed futures are playing along. If they keep going, then there you go. Honestly, they've barely moved too. So we got to see here. It's notable there's no dissents in anyone favoring. It takes cumulative tightening to 375 this year, the most since any year. Cumulative tightening and lags which affect monetary policy. Yeah, again, Matthew Boesler, Fed reporter in New York, he said the exact same thing I just said. Again, everyone's taking the bullish lead. It could still come down here. Again, I covered the McDonald's there. That was one of the bigger losses that we've been down on. I'm still holding the Dow, and I'm still down on the ES, but whatever move we get, we're going to be able to move around from here. I still have the Tesla. See, McDonald's coming back. That might hurt me a little bit, but it's okay on this one. Airbnb laggard. Again, now everybody, so look at Fed futures coming down, so let's see. S&P reacted days and weeks following each Fed meeting. One day, yeah, most of them were negative. We're going to find out. The bubbles. Yeah, that one. No, we'll keep that one. What else? We have the Tesla. So out of McDonald's. That one's chill. And again, we still have ACAM for bull. Okay, I'm monitoring the last one. Again, I think it's just bullish tilt for now, but it's I'm still wary of the conference call. That's why I said I'm willing to lead in with McDonald's there, and then let's just see where we go here. But it's definitely moving different than what you had last time. October could drill all of this down. That's it. I'm going to do one more. All right, I closed MNQ, $700 loss. That was a short play. I'm still not full bull yet, but like I said, that one I want to clear it up here because I think Powell, we will get some more bigger moves here now, and this is a great swing to set us up in. What's bullish? Cumulative tightening. There's a chance he's going to give us some slowdown talks, and usually by this time we would already be clapped. So let's see. Again, you haven't even had the, yeah, I'm trying to get more neutral, if anything, because I'm still up and down, but I'm still down on some of the upside, but now I'm willing to get rid of some of these here. The pound, we'll let him sit. I'm chill with him. I don't have any MES. All right, there you go. Get our first down. Tesla's even dropping off that TLT flush. So let's see. December rate hike odds are still up. Until that goes. That's going to be your snitch. Nothing else. Let's find out. TLT is flushing, but again, we want to watch the Fed futures. If those come back down, they will, but those are actually kind of coming back up here. TLT was the snitch last time. It was a little bit, actually. All right, clap, because everyone's waiting for Powell. Well, that was new. I remember just what we said before. I said if any new information shows up on the statement, I'm going to lean bullish. And that's what it was. They literally made a comment towards lagging, the lagging effects. What is it? The cumulative tightening effects. So that is completely new. You've never heard that ever. And now we don't know how Powell is going to hit it, but how he does is going to be the key of what he explains. Yeah, see, there you go. Nick Timmerhouse, new statement signals more increases, but hints at possibly smaller. It's honestly kind of the perfect mix of bearish and bullish at the same time, if that makes sense. Here's the NQ. Six. All right, I went long on an NQ for now. At 11th, oh, they filled me awful. I wanted 11.35 or something. Again, I mean, if that's going to be my first dip, it can go lower. I could get smashed on it, but now we still got 15 more minutes. So actually, it could go. You could come down to 385 a little bit lower, but we'll see. There it is, 480 on. That one's already up 500. Again, that's going to be, I might hold that one a little bit harder here. Let's see. No, it's coming down a little bit. Bro, that thing's jumping like crazy. All right, came back down, though. 340. Well, you said Biden? What? Hold on. We'll see if we get anything from Mr. Bidonius. But, I mean, Bloomberg Jersey, some may view a Fed pause as leading. Hold on. So he said some may view it as leading. Wait, White House press secretary responding during the briefing? Oh, damn. She's saying something about it? All right, I took $400 on the NQ. I might go for another one, but I do like the upside here. But then again, you could get totally beaten down until we hear from Powell. Hold on, I flipped that one. I flipped it. Let's see. Angelo Montalez, BI associate, tips knee-jerk. Looks like the Fed is entering its rate hike endgame. Uh-oh. Again, if people like that, Z22 is still holding up. The Fed futures, that's it. I'm telling you, that will be our good leader right there. It's very, very simple. 3887 is very difficult, and you need to get above the 3900. It might need that. Why would you close your short stand? I expect we'll go over it here in a little bit, man. If you're not getting it, just slight bullish tilt on the report and then waiting for Powell. That's why I'm keeping both. I still have a lot on the table. Again, we're still in the MYM and all of that. The point is, we're waiting for the final one, and then literally you're going to get 15 more minutes of moves, but then usually leading into the press conference, it'll be decent. But let's find out. So I covered a little bit, and again, I mean, we've been able to take a little bit here too. 3890. There's a lot at 3900, man. 512, 700. Give it one more. Let's see. The dollar slides as the Fed rate hike. Again, let me get up the dollar. Screw the bonds right now. I wouldn't even look at the bonds. I would be looking at the Fed futures. That's going to be our driver. Remember, these moves are crazy right now early, but it is still early. That's the thing you got to realize. 15 more minutes till the presser right now. And then dollar slides. Stocks have now hit high of the session. S&P up 0.7. This is effective recognition. The Fed is closer to the end of hiking cycle. Up to now, policy statement has just said ongoing. Like hikes were appropriate, but now there's an end goal in sight. Even if it doesn't have a number, hikes will be ongoing until the stance is sufficiently restrictive. It's now per se form for policymakers, but putting the statement is a recognition that the end point is getting closer. So again, that's it. Just from the words. I'm telling you, that was new information. Go back and watch. We know that's there. It's not over yet. We need to know how Powell is going to explain this now. So right now, it could be bullish and stay bullish, but as of now, this is enough to hold. This is enough to get people's imaginations going. Everyone's there. It's different. It's just new. You got to realize in the last 11 Fed meetings, they've never mentioned anything like this. They've never, ever edited that part of the statement until now. And that is just new information. Everything else stayed the same. So the first part that I was looking for remained hawkish, but that part adjusted, and that right there was enough to give it there. So we're going to see. But if it comes down, again, give it until the press conference, and that will be our decider right there. The OIS market is showing traders have priced in 58 hike at the December meeting, down 3 basis points from yesterday. So that's literally here. That's exactly what we're watching. Again, we're not the only one. As expected, there's no specific tip-off here, but the Fed might do in December. We'll need to hear from Powell on whether there'll be any sort of steer on that call or indeed the current thinking. So that's where we're at right now. It's pretty much, it's a bullish tilt, but we don't know where the Fed futures are going to go as of now. And that's why we need the press conference. Are you following? That's it. That's what's going to decide it all right now, is that there's enough in there where you could assume Powell can drive home the good, but otherwise the question of December has still not been answered. And that is why those Fed futures, quite frankly, these are going to lead everything moving on from here. Yeah, TLT, watch the dollar, because now this might be our first, again, watch if the dollar actually pops up or not. That's what we want to look for. TLT getting smoked. But again, watch out, though, because depending on that, how that plays out, just watch the tech effect. But even then, that's all. Everything is just smoke right now. Literally, it's the Fed futures. How come these don't, like, notice? This asset does not look like anything in the market right now. That's it. Everything else is making a pop, drop, and moving. This has popped and is now staying up there. You got a little bit of wicks on both sides, but that is the only question we don't have right now. So right now, we know there is a potential rhetoric change. Why do I say that? Because the statement has changed for the first time in 11 months. That is a rhetoric shift. But now we need Powell, like we said on Monday and Tuesday. If he explains what's going to happen in December, that is going to unlock the door for hawkish or dovish. And that's exactly what we need right now. So watch those Fed futures. That might be the pop and drop. Watch the dollar. But again, it's just going to get a little bit bouncy around here. Honestly, that's it. Snake opportunity. I would go with the bonds right now if you want. But, like, I would go with the futures if that's the key. Otherwise, maybe TLT with the shares if you're trying to snake it. I'm just going to go after all of these moves. And then 10 more minutes till the presser. And we are going to get another move off of that. Just keep that in mind. Wherever the market leads into the presser, it's gonna do its thing. November 2nd is our press. 10 more minutes. That's it. Peter Bukvar, chief investment at Bleakley. How investors see the end goal. The front loading is essentially over, and rate hikes from here will be more cognizant of a new economic environment we're in with respect to much higher cost of capital, clouds that are circling, and the Fed's way of telling us that a slowdown in rate hikes is upon us. Many people aren't surprised with the Fed's hike, but a lot are interested in additional language in the statement that they've interpreted as dovish. BI Jersey says it makes sense for the government to get back to increasing rates by 25, regardless of where terminal ends up. The ability to calibrate monetary policy is easier if it's moving in large increments. Fed futures, however, took this statement as very slightly dovish. What? Yeah, that's his quote. It says, took this statement as very slightly dovish. So that's very slightly dovish right here. But again, we don't know that till Powell comes in. Watch him say the opposite. That's what we're going to find out. If that is the case, we're going to dump. Just keep in mind. So listen, that's why don't make up your mind just yet. I know, like I'm saying, I'm trying to get a preemptive move on there because I noticed a shift that was different. But at the end of the day, if Powell is like, nah, man, that's not what we said. Like, that's it. Like, it's not. That would bring, we would be down 3% in an hour. So just keep that in mind. As widely expected, the Fed hike interest rates by 75. Mohamed El-Arian, he said, Mohamed El-Arian saying the same thing. He's saying, as to what's next, I suspect the entire focus will be on interpreting the additional language in the statement. Markets are not waiting for the press conference to interpret this as dovish, which will be fascinating. Bro, you're setting up for a rally or a rug pull right now. So again, regardless of everything right now, it's easy. Simply a dovish initial interpretation based on the text, and that doesn't usually happen. So again, last time we were down this time, but we need to know what he's going to say. It's either rug pull or rip right here, and you're up a lot, so it's going to get wild. But keep that in mind. So right now, we have a little bit, but nothing has been fully answered just yet. Oh, golly. It just all depends on Powell, man. It's all on Powell now. And then the crazy part is all the 0-dayers now, they're really going to have to make up their mind here. And that's what I'm saying. Whatever momentum is going to waterfall. Just whatever direction Powell confirms. But like I'm saying now, I will tell you this. People are going to be a lot more sensitive right now just because of this type of market. So keep that in mind that as he starts speaking, just remember last meeting, a lot of things that sounded hawkish or dovish didn't move him. So just keep that in mind. We need the new information. And again, just don't forget these names. Rachel Siegel, anything with job vacancies, soft landing, recession, those are your questions that can move markets. Edward Lawrence, economic pain and emphasizing the pain of raising rates or inflation. That is number 2. And then anything related to real estate or killing aggregate demand based on interest rates or what the Fed has a direct effect on. And that will be Nicole Goodkind. Oh, here's a comment. Chris Ansley, Democratic lawmakers, some of whom have lately been pressing the Fed to consider the damage of going too aggressively. They might in particularly appreciate the statement recognition of lagged effects. They might even point to the Fed as having listened. Wow, that's the next. That's it, man. We're somewhat surprised to see the soft pivot in the statement. We'll double down on this narrative at the press conference. Bro, do you hear that? That's it. Honestly, I mean, maybe hindsight is 2020, but correct me if I'm wrong, but the fact that the statement has changed the first time all year, that might have just been your midterm move. That's what literally. So Chris Ansley, senior editor at Bloomberg, he just brought that up. He said maybe this was the olive branch for the midterms by the Fed, where like they didn't have to go too crazy, but then they were able to, like, there you go. Well, we'll change something, but we'll leave it ambiguous. Oh yeah, UNG. Oh, I forgot UNG and oil, dude. No, stop playing with me. Yo, if Powell gives confirmation bullish, those commodities go, and all of them are probably going to be short on the commodities too. Ooh, I didn't think about it. Oil company, I'm going to have to do something on that, but keep that one in mind. I forgot. If dollar top is in, you need another flush on the dollar, then we're going to run. That's it. Check Fed futures. They have not moved. So even though people might be getting more bullish, Fed futures have not moved. I doubt we are going to move out of this until the press conference starts. 6 minutes. Omer Sharif at Inflation Insight says Powell may not close the door of 75 in December. This statement is a nice compromise between the folks who think the terminal rate is higher and those like Daly, George, and Evans and Brainerd who think the pace of hikes should be moderate given the lags in policy. Frankly, I'm not sure this means that 50 is the best case for December. I'd be surprised if Chair Powell was to lean into that in that direction at the press conference. Instead, this says that the terminal rate could be higher, attain a stance of monetary policy that's restrictive, but the pace at which they get to their destination could slow, taking into account cumulative tightening as they get closer to that level. They said the pace still very much depends on where terminal rate is. So depending on inflation and unemployment, you could see that move up again. In that case, you'll likely want to continue. Yeah, I think this is giving Powell optionality for the data. That's it. If you think about it, I think Powell might not answer the question as good. Like, we have to see, but pretty much if Powell wants to throw it all on the data, he's going to say it could be dovish, but then he's going to, I don't think he's going to close the door for December just yet. I could agree with that. A little bit. Again, all we have to do is listen, but still. Let's see. Eric Winograd, Senior Executive, Alliance Bernstein. He said the statement is clear that they would like to slow the pace of hikes. In addition to looking at the data and looking at markets, they're now considering cumulative impact of what they've already done and the lag that will hit the monetary economy. Most estimates say it takes 9 to 12 months, and the Fed 12 to 18 months for the maximum effect. We're only just now 8 months in, so it makes sense to slow down. Daryl Swank, early, the price of unanimous vote today may have been the insertion of the language referencing cumulative impacts. So let's see if we move up above. It's still an order trap. The orders, again, I haven't seen anything 700 in a volume. That's what I want to see. There was one earlier, but, I mean, you're still doing the battle here. Press conference starts in 4 minutes now. 3996, shit. Well, I sold 385. All right, 3 minutes. 3 minutes, man. Again, if it starts like last time, right when the speech starts, it might get bullish until he just starts talking. NASDAQ's going up off of it. The ES is coming back a little bit. We're going to see. But watch out that dollar pump there. Don't let it get you. TLT's going down. Just watch our Fed futures. Again, Powell was about them again. There it is. If that one goes above here, this might start. Yeah, NASDAQ broke 11,405. People getting jumpy on the futures now. Again, let's see. There's Apple. I don't want to position too crazy. We have the ACAM, then there's the XOM. All right, I got an idea. Just give it a little time. Just watch. If that goes above, though, we're bullish, but all of this could change, but it might give you 15 minutes of runway. There it is. 387. That's it. It already broke through 90. Yeah, and then the speech is going to start. Yeah, they're moving up there now. All right. That was the first bounce. That was the dip, man. That one was it. Again, this is playing out exactly opposite of what happened last time for now. You see what I'm saying? Instead of going down, bounce, and be at the same spot, you're doing the exact opposite of last time right here. That's the difference. Okay, and then option futures are down right now. If you want them, they're still premium. But again, don't jump until Powell opens. 1 minute now, so let's get ready. This is their music. Are you kidding me? I'm like, blah, 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 blah. It's like, I will go into the sky. I don't know. So, all right, get ready, though, Chattadonia. This is playing out just like last time. If you're holding, you're holding. We got our 1 ES, unfortunately, and then we're going to see how everything else starts moving from here. Let's see. MYM. That was a little bad. I'll be at like 10, but then we're going to find out. As long as Powell doesn't say anything to destroy it, we'll be good. My ES is going to come back, and let's find out, man. Again, 1 minute, 20 seconds, man. Now, all ears, baby. All ears. You know the names. We have special names to watch for. Certain things, I'll call it out. Bad. Let's go, baby. Good luck. Good luck. Wow, why am I think Powell just poisoned me. There's our guy. He's not out yet. He's not out yet. He's late. He usually doesn't take this long. Last time I timed it, 15 seconds. Took him 15 seconds to get up on there, cough, and open up his notebook. You are about 28 seconds in now. He's late. He's late. I think he has to readjust the speech, bro. I think he's late. Yeah, this is weird. Bro, I swear to you, last time, it takes him no longer than 15 seconds to get out there coughing and then just giving what he needs to. Hold on. Where is he? He's never late. The first time they changed it, oh, no. If I could just hold you. Dollar, there he is. There it is. Okay, took him an extra minute. 1 minute, 4 seconds.
We have both the tools that we need and the resolve it will take to
What's happening with it? Oh, no. Man, they're
both the tools
playing
that
with
we
me.
need and the resolve it will take to restore price stability on behalf of American businesses. Restore price stability on behalf of American businesses. Restore price stability on behalf of American
I got it.
labor market conditions that benefit all.
It's quieter.
Today, the FOMC raised our policy interest rate.
I'm
by
turning it up.
75
Watch your
basis
ears.
points, and we continue to anticipate that ongoing increases will be appropriate. We are moving our policy stance purposefully to a level that will be sufficiently restrictive to return inflation to 2%. In addition, we're continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. Restoring price stability will likely require maintaining a restrictive stance of policy for some time. I will have more to say about today's monetary policy actions after briefly reviewing.
Again, none of this should move it right now. You're coming down. This is the opposite of last time.
The U.S. economy has slowed.
Remember, it ran up.
From
This time
last
it's selling
year's
down.
Rapid pace. Real GDP rose at a pace of 2.6% last quarter, but is unchanged so far this year. Recent indicators point to modest growth of spending and production this quarter. Growth in consumer spending has slowed from last year's rapid pace, in part reflecting lower real disposable income and tighter financial conditions. Activity in the housing sector has weakened significantly, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates. Higher interest rates and slower output growth also appear to be weighing on business fixed investment. Despite the slowdown in growth, the labor market remains extremely tight, with the unemployment rate at a 50-year low, job vacancies still very high, and wage growth elevated. Job gains have been robust, with employment rising by an average of 289,000 jobs per month over August and September. Although job vacancies have moved below their highs, and the pace of job gains has slowed from earlier in the year, the labor market continues to be out of balance, with demand substantially exceeding the supply of available workers. The labor force participation rate is little changed since the beginning of the year.
Now, this is all from the pre-statement.
Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in September, total PCE prices rose 6.2%, excluding the volatile food and energy categories. Core PCE
I'll show you. This is the last transcript. I'll show you exactly where he's at.
And the recent inflation data, again, have come in higher than expected.
He's on this paragraph right here.
Price pressures remain evident across a broad range of goods and services. Russia's war against Ukraine has boosted prices for energy and food and has created additional upward pressure on inflation. Despite elevated inflation, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. But that is not grounds for complacency. The longer the current bout of high inflation continues, the greater the chance that expectations of
Again, that will sound hawkish. He said that last time.
The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks that high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we're strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. At today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by 75 basis points. And we are continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet, which plays an important role in firming the stance of monetary policy.
Just wait for this paragraph when he says, in assessing the appropriate stance.
This year,
and then that's it.
We anticipate that ongoing increases in the target range for the federal funds rate will be appropriate in order to attain a stance of monetary policy that is sufficiently restrictive to return inflation to 2% over time. Financial conditions have tightened significantly in response to our policy actions, and we are seeing the effects on demand in the most interest rate sensitive sectors of the economy, such as housing. It will take time, however, for the full effects of monetary restraint to be realized.
Yeah, he's saying he sees some effect now, but that's not too good.
That in determining the
Just
pace
wait, but they're
of
running
future
off of it.
increases in the target range, we will take into account the cumulative tightening of monetary policy and the
Ding,
lags
ding,
with
ding,
which
ding.
monetary policy affects economic activity and inflation. At some point, as I've said in the last two press conferences, it will become appropriate to slow the pace of increases as we approach the level of interest rates that will be sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation.
He's already
down to
said
our
that
2%
before.
goal.
Don't worry about that one. The
There
other
is
new statement he
significant
just said.
uncertainty around that level of interest rates. Even so, we still have some ways to go, and incoming data since our last meeting suggests that the ultimate level of interest rates will be higher.
Fed futures are leading down. Watch out. Watch out.
Our decisions will depend on the totality of incoming data and their implications for the outlook for economic activity and
It's
inflation.
the Fed futures are moving off of it. I think that's what's getting him, but wait on it.
Communicate our thinking as clearly as possible.
Hold on, that's not the question, though.
We're taking forceful steps to moderate demand so that it comes into better alignment with supply.
Oh, wow,
Our
the futures
overarching
is
focus
dumped.
is using our tools to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Reducing inflation is likely to require a sustained period of below-trend growth and some softening of labor market conditions.
Let's see.
Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving
Oh, just watch out for that.
and stable prices.
Yeah,
in the long
all
run.
he did was repeat the phrase. That's why I'm
The
like, just
historical
wait.
record cautions strongly against prematurely loosening policy. We will stay the course until the job is done. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do
Okay, final
is in
statements
service to
here.
our public mission.
Okay, it's already
We at the
flipped
Fed
off
will
of
do
that. Be
everything we
very
can to
careful.
achieve our
Pretty
maximum
much people
employment and
took the
price stability
extra
goals.
explanation as
Thank you, and
hawkish
I
for
look
now.
forward to your questions.
But let's see.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. On the need to slow the pace of rate increases at some point, is a downshift contingent on a string of better inflation data specifically between now and, let's say, the December meeting? Or is that something that the Fed could potentially proceed with independent of that data?
Yeah, bro,
given the
you're
lag
dumb.
effects
It's
that
how
you
he
mentioned?
answered this question is going to cause a lot right now.
So, a couple
bro, you
things
just gave
on
up
that.
2% real quick.
We do need to see inflation coming down decisively, and good evidence of that would be a series of down monthly readings. Of course, that's what we'd all love to see, but I've never thought of that as the appropriate test for slowing the pace of increases or for identifying the appropriately restrictive level that we're aiming for. We need to bring our policy stance down to a level that's sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation down to our 2% objective over the medium term. How will we know that we've reached that level? Well, we'll take into account the full range of analysis and data that bear on that question, guided by our assessment of how much financial conditions have tightened, the effects that tightening is actually having on the real economy and on inflation, taking into consideration lags, as I mentioned. We will be looking at real rates, for example, all across the yield curve and all other financial conditions and as we make that assessment.
Hi, Howard Schneider with Reuters. Look, I'm sure there's going to be tons of confusion out there about whether these are going to slow in December
has
or
a
not.
good question. Let's see.
Would you say that the bias right now is not for another 75 basis point increase?
So, what I want to do is put that question of pace in the context of our broader tightening program, if I may, and talk about the statement language along the way. So I think you can think about our tightening program as really addressing three questions. The first of which was and has been how fast to go. The second is how high to raise our policy rate. And the third will be eventually how long to remain at a restrictive level. So on the first question, how fast to tighten policy, it's been very important that we move expeditiously, and we have clearly done so. We've moved 3.75% since March, admittedly from a base of 0. It's a historically fast pace, and that's certainly appropriate, given the persistence and strength in inflation and the low level from which we started. So now we come to the second question, which is how high to raise our policy rate, and we're saying that we'd raise that rate to a level that's sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation to our 2% target over time, and we put that into our post-meeting statement. Because that really does become
Just
the
watch
important
out. Watch
question we think
if he
now
gets a
is
follow-up question.
How far to go.
And if it's a good reaction
I'll
off
talk
that
more
question.
about that. We think there's some ground
He's
to
dodging
cover,
it, though.
but before we meet
He's
that
dodging
test,
December
and that's
right
why
now.
we say that ongoing rate
Watch
increases
Fed futures.
will be appropriate. And as I mentioned, incoming data between the meetings, both the strong labor market report, but particularly the CPI report, do suggest to me that we may ultimately move to higher levels than we thought at the time of the September meeting. That level is very uncertain, though, and I would say, we're going to find it over time. Of course,
him saying he
with
hasn't
the
found
lags
it yet,
between
that was what
policy
he
and
said last
economic
time. That's not
activity, there's a lot
good.
of uncertainty. So
So
know
he's not
that in
saying this is
determining
the
pace of
restrictive
future
level
increases,
yet.
we'll take into account
It's
the
not awful,
cumulative
but that's
tightening
just keep
of
listening. Wait for the follow-up.
monetary policy, as well as the lags with which monetary policy affects economic activity and inflation. So I would say as we come closer to that level, move more into restrictive territory, the question of speed becomes less important than the second and third questions. And that's why I've said at the last two press conferences that at some point it will become appropriate to slow the pace of increases. So that time is coming, and it may come
That's
as soon
bullish
as
right
the
there.
next meeting or the one after
They're
that.
going to love him
No
saying that
decision
time
has
is
been
coming.
made.
That's a
It
little
is
more
likely
dovish
we'll
there.
have a discussion
Watch if Fed
about
futures
this
run
at
off
the
that,
next
but the
meeting,
market's
a
going to get
discussion.
crackhead on it.
To be clear, let me say again, the question of when to moderate the pace of increases is now much less important than the question of how high to raise rates and how long to keep monetary policy restrictive, which really will be our principal focus.
If I could follow
So
up
watch,
on
you're
that,
you're bouncing
what
back to
degree
the Fed
was there an
futures level.
importance
Nothing
or
has
weight
changed.
given to
Just
the
overreaction
need
on the
to
first
signal
one, like
this
I was saying.
possibility now,
Watch out here.
given all the
No.
concerns
Fed futures
really
ain't done
around
shit
the
yet, but
globe
that was a little
about
bullish. But
Fed
you're at the
policy
level now.
sort
They're
of
matched up. Fed
driving
futures
ahead,
leading.
and everybody else, dealing with their own stress. As a
Again, this is
result.
the follow-up question.
I think I'm pleased that we have moved as fast as we have. I don't think we've over-tightened. I think there's very difficult to make a case that our current level is too tight, given that inflation still runs well above the federal funds rate. So I think that at this meeting, the last two meetings, as I've mentioned, I've said that there would come a point, and this was a meeting at which we had a discussion about what that might mean, and we did discuss this. And
That was last
as I
meeting?
mentioned, we'll discuss it again in December. but there's no, I don't have any sense that we've over-tightened or moved too fast. I think it's been good and a successful program that we've gotten this far this fast. Remember, though, that we still think there's a need for ongoing rate increases, and we have some ground left to cover here, and cover it we will.
No, that wasn't that bad. Again, everything's matched up, though. We still don't have what we need. It's all the same. It's just getting crazy.
Tim Rouse of the Wall Street Journal.
Tim Rouse.
Core BCE inflation on a 3 or 6 month annualized basis and on a 12-month basis.
I think he asked the same question last time.
In the high 4s, close to 5%. Is there any reason to think you won't have to raise rates at least above that level to be confident that you are imparting enough restraint to bring inflation down?
So this is the question of does the policy rate need to get above the inflation rate? And I would say there are a range of views on that. That's the classic Taylor principle view. But I would think you'd look more at a forward, a forward-looking measure of inflation to look at that. But I think the answer is we'll want to get the policy rate to a level where it is where the real interest rate is positive. We will want to do that. I do not think of it as the single and only touchstone, though. I think you put some weight on that. You also put some weight on rates across the curve. Very few people borrow at the short end of the federal funds
him
rate,
addressing rates being higher than inflation, that's bearish.
They're very,
and Fed futures don't like it. It's not too bad yet, but that's
for them.
Watch.
Credit spreads are larger,
and the
so
stutter.
borrowing rates are significantly higher.
He doesn't want to answer that question.
And I think financial conditions have.
But again, doesn't mean we'll go down yet.
So
watch Fed futures.
I would look at that as an important feature. I'd put some weight on it, but I wouldn't say it's something that is the single dominant thing to look at.
If I could follow up, what is your best assessment or the staff's best assessment right now of the current rate of underlying inflation?
I don't have a specific number for you there. So there are many, many models that look at that. And I mean, one way to look at it is that it's a pretty stationary object, and that when inflation runs above that level, for sure, substantially above for some time, you'll see it move up, but the movement will be fairly gradual. So I think that's what the principal models would tend to say. But I wouldn't want to land on any one assessment. There are many different, as you know, people who publish an assessment of underlying inflation.
Thank you.
Little drop on Fed futures. See how it matches up. Gina now.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thank you for taking our questions. Gina Smilik, New York Times. I wonder, do you see any evidence at this stage that inflation is or is at risk of becoming entrenched?
This is a big question.
Is
Watch out.
inflation becoming entrenched?
He hesitated too.
I guess I would start by pointing to expectations. So if we saw longer-term expectations moving up, that would be very troubling. And they were moving up a little bit at the middle part of this year, and they've moved now back down. That's one piece of data.
That's dovish. He's not, but market don't like it yet. Watch out.
Moved up between the last meeting and this meeting. And we don't think those are as indicative, but they may be important in the wage setting process. There's a school of thought that believes that. So that's very concerning.
I think Fed futures took another drop. I'm surprised they sold that one off.
The other thing I would say is that the longer we're now 18 months into this episode of high inflation, and we don't have a clearly identified scientific way of understanding at what point inflation becomes entrenched. And so the thing we need to do from a risk management standpoint is to use our tools forcefully but thoughtfully and get inflation under control, get it down to 2%, get it behind us. That's what we really need to do and what we're strongly committed to doing.
Rachel.
This is Rachel. But that one was an interesting question.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thank you for taking our questions. Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. The statement points to lag times. I'm wondering if you can walk us through how you judge those lag effects, what that timeline looks like over the coming months or even a year, and where you would expect it to show up in different parts of the economy.
Yeah, so the way I would think about that is it's a commonly, for a long time, thought that monetary policy works with long and variable lags, and that it works first on financial conditions and then on economic activity and then perhaps later than that even on inflation. So that's been the thinking for a long time. There was an old literature that made those lags out to be fairly long. There's newer literature that says that they're shorter. And the truth is we don't have a lot of data of inflation of this high in what is now the modern economy. One big difference now is that it used to be that you would raise the federal funds rate, financial conditions would react, and then that would affect economic activity and inflation. Now, financial conditions react well before, in expectation of monetary policy. That's the way it has moved for a quarter of a century, is in the direction of financial conditions, then monetary policy, because the markets are
wait
thinking,
for the follow-up on this
what
one.
is the central bank going to do?
He answered this one the same exact way last time.
There are plenty of economists that also think that once financial conditions change, that the effects on the economy are actually faster than they would have been before. We don't know that. I guess the thing that I would say is it's highly uncertain. And so from a risk management standpoint, it would be irresponsible not to ignore them, but you want to consider them, but not take them literally. So I think it's a very difficult place to be, but I would tend to want to be in the middle, looking carefully at what's actually happening with the economy, and trying to make good decisions from a risk management standpoint, remembering, of course, that if we were to over-tighten, we could then use our tools strongly to support the economy. Whereas if we don't get inflation under control,
there it
because we
is.
don't tighten enough,
watch out.
Now we're in a situation where inflation will become.
So which one does he value
and
more?
The employment costs in particular will be much higher potentially. So from a risk management standpoint, we want to be sure that we don't make the mistake of either failing to tighten enough or loosening policy too soon.
And if I could follow up, should we interpret the addition to the statement to mean that more weight is put into those lag effects than they would have been after previous rate hikes?
So I think as we move now,
this is the question,
into restrictive territory, as we make these ongoing rate hikes and policy becomes more restrictive, it'll be appropriate now to be thinking more about lag. Of course, we think about the lags are just sort of a basic part of monetary policy, but we will be thinking about them. But we won't be, I think we'll be considering them, but because it's appropriate to do so. Let me say this: it is very premature to be thinking about pausing. So people, when they hear lags, they think about
they're not going to like that.
Very premature, in my view.
That's it.
To think about or be talking about pausing our rate hike. We have a ways to go. Our policy, we need ongoing rate hikes to get to that level of sufficiently restrictive, and we don't really know exactly where that is. We have a sense, and we'll write down in the December meeting a new summary of economic projections which updates that. But I would expect us to continue to update. All
right, I reversed the ES. I closed 4,000 loss, and I went to the long side, or to the short side off that. Yeah, Fed futures are dropping too. That was it. Your pivot, I don't know. He had it, but he just addressed it. No, he said it. He said it's good, but he gave everything I told you there.
It's been relatively
that was me. That wasn't
him.
him.
Market, consumer demand, a lot of sectors, you don't see a ton of effect. Is the pathway and channels through which monetary policy works changing? Is it narrower than it used to be? And on housing in particular, are you at all worried that you're crimping housing supply in ways that might cause problems down the road?
I don't know that the channels through which policy works have changed that much. I would say a big channel is the labor market, and the labor market is just very, very strong, very strong. And households, of course, have strong balance sheets. And so we go into this with a strong labor market and excess demand in the labor market.
So keep listening up. There'll be one question that'll make it bounce, but that's it. Not
strong.
For the it was Rachel. I told you.
Built up.
That's it. Rachel in the follow-up, he put every concept I told. That was he just said it was premature. It could still bounce from here, but that's it.
Our forecasts and others that it will take some time for inflation to come down. It'll take time, we think. So, sorry, was I getting to your question there? Oh, housing, the housing part of it. Yeah. So,
watch out. This is another one too.
Of course, housing is significantly affected by these higher rates, which are really back where they were before the global financial crisis. They're not historically high, but they're much higher than they've been. And you're seeing housing activity decline. You're seeing housing prices growing at a faster rate, and in some parts of the country declining. I would say the housing market was very overheated for the couple of years after the pandemic as demand increased and rates were low. We all know the stories of how overheated the housing market was, prices going up, many, many bidders, no conditions, that kind of thing. So the housing market needs to get back into a balance between supply and demand. We're well aware of what's going on there. From a financial stability standpoint, we didn't see in this cycle the kinds of poor credit underwriting that we saw before the global financial crisis. Housing credit was very carefully, much more carefully managed by the lenders. So it's a very different situation and doesn't present doesn't appear to present financial stability issues. But no, we do understand that's really where a very big effect of our policies is.
Yeah.
Hi, Victoria.
He didn't say it as bad, but
I wanted to ask about
it wasn't as
the
bad
labor
as last
market.
time. But again, same type of answer.
You mentioned
It's the
early
same
on
setup.
again that job openings are very high compared to available workers, and I'm just curious.
Okay, this is the job
to what
vacancy
extent
question.
you
Watch
do
out.
and don't draw a signal from that. So, for example, if wage growth is slowing and if maybe the unemployment rate starts to tick up, will that make you sort of decrease your focus on job openings? What do you see? Are wages what's really important? How are you thinking about the labor market as it relates to inflation?
So we talk a lot about vacancies and the vacancy to unemployed rate, but it's just one. It's just another data series. It's been unusually important in this cycle because it's been so out of line. But so has quits, so have wages. So we look at a very wide range of data on the labor market. So I'd start with unemployment, which is typically the single statistic you would look to, is at a 50-year low, 3.5%. We're getting really nothing in labor supply now. We had, I think, a very small increase this year, which we had really thought we would get that back. Most analysts thought we would get some labor supply coming in. You mentioned wages, so I guess I would characterize that as sort of a mixed picture. It's true with average hourly earnings you see, so I would call it a flattening out at a level that's well above the level that would be consistent over time with 2% inflation, assuming a reasonable productivity.
The Fed futures are fighting back a little bit.
With the ECI reading this week, again, a mixed picture. The headline number was a disappointment. Let's just say it was high. It didn't show a decline. There's some rays of light inside, that if you look at private sector workers, that did come down. The compensation did come down. But overall, though, the broader picture is of an overheated labor market where demand substantially exceeds supply. Job creation still exceeds, the sort of the level that would hold the market where it is. So that's the picture. Do we see? We keep looking for signs that sort of the beginning of a gradual softening is happening. And maybe that's there, but it's not. It's not obvious to me because wages aren't coming down; they're just moving sideways at an elevated level, both ECI and average hourly earnings. We want to see. We would love to see vacancies coming down, quits coming down. They are coming down. Vacancies are below their all-time high, but not by as much as we thought because
those Fed futures are fighting back a little bit. So watch, this is going to be a key level.
We always look at 2 or 3.
But he's not answering this one hawkish as much.
I don't
He's
see
towing the line a lot better.
Real softening just yet, but we look at, I guess as I just showed you, we look at a very broad range of data on the labor market.
So do you see wages as being a significant driver of inflation?
I think wages have an effect on inflation, and inflation has an effect on wages. I think that's always been the case. There's always a going back and forth. The question is that really elevated right now? I don't think so. I don't think wages are the principal story of why prices are going up. I don't think that. I also don't think that we see a wage price spiral. But again, it's not something you can, once you see it, you're in trouble. So we don't want to see it. We want wages to go up. We just want them to go up at a level that's sustainable and consistent with 2% inflation. And we do think that given the data that we have, that this labor market can soften without having to soften as much as history would indicate through the unemployment channel. It can soften through job openings declining. We think there's room for that, but we won't know that. That'll be discovered empirically.
Thank you so much. Kayla Tausche from CNBC. Earlier last month, the United Nations warned that there could be a global recession if central banks didn't change course. The new UK Prime Minister warned of a profound economic crisis there. And I'm wondering how the Fed is weighing international developments in light of a very strong economy here in the U.S. that would seem to be bucking those trends.
So, of course, we keep close tabs on economic developments and also geopolitical developments that are relevant.
This is going to be
to
this
the
question. It
economy
went up last time.
abroad.
Talking
We're
about
in
working
very
together.
frequent
Give it
contact with
2 to
with
5
our,
more minutes. We'll have another.
foreign
It'll be
counterparts,
15 minutes
both,
in now or 30.
You know, through the IMF meetings and the regular meetings with central banks that we have, and I have one this weekend with many central bankers. So we're in touch with all of that. So I guess it's clearly a difficult time in the global economy. We're seeing,
The Fed futures are the only thing that's saying that they haven't moved as hawkish as the market.
Related to the
keep
war
that in mind.
Ukraine. And we're seeing China's having issues with the zero COVID policy and much slower growth than we're used to seeing. So we see those difficulties. The strong dollar is a challenge for some countries, but we have it, and we take all of that into account in our models. We think about the spillovers and that sort of thing. Here in the United States, we have a strong economy, and we have an economy where inflation is running at 5%. Core PCE inflation, which is a really good indicator of what's going on for us, is the way we see it, is running at 5.1% on a 12-month basis, and sort of similar to that on a 3, 6, and 9-month basis. So we know that we need to use our tools to get inflation under control. The world's not going to be better off if we fail to do that. That's a task we need to do. Price stability in the United States is a good thing for the global economy over a long period of time. Price stability is the kind of thing that pays dividends for our economy for decades, hopefully. Even though it may be difficult to get it back, getting it back is something that provides value to the people we serve for the long run.
I don't know why market usually loves that question, but maybe they interpret that as him losing it, but I doubt it. That could be a reach.
That the tools that you have don't affect things like energy and food prices that stem from some of those conflicts overseas.
Market loves it when he
and
says
they're some of the
gas
biggest
prices
pain
or
points for
commodities go
consumers.
down, so he might say that
as you
here.
pursue the current path that you've outlined, is there a risk
And
that
I think
some
the
of
Fed
those
futures
prices
might be
simply
closed
don't
right
come
now. We'll
down?
see.
So we don't directly affect, for the most part, food and energy prices, but the demand channel does affect them just at the margin. The thing about the United States is that we also have in many other jurisdictions, the principal problem really is energy. In the United States, we also have a demand issue. We've got an imbalance between demand and supply, which you see in many parts of the economy. So our tools are well suited to work on that problem, and that's what we're doing. You're right, though.
This is going to be an intraday bounce. That's big volume.
Price of oil is set
1,000
globally,
contracts on that one.
and it's not something we can affect. I think by the actions that we take, though, we help keep longer-term inflation expectations anchored, and keep the public believing in 2% inflation by the things that we do, even in times when energy is part of the story of why inflation is high.
Hi, Chair Powell, Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. So the Fed is facing 2 more ethics-related incidents with the revision of the financial statements from President Bostic and President Bullard.
Market might go up on this because this is a
some
filler
senators,
question.
like Elizabeth Warren, are saying that this is a sign of greater ethics problems at the Fed. Could you talk about what this does to the public's trust in the bank and what the Fed is doing to prevent this kind of behavior from becoming common?
Sure. So you're right. The public's trust is really the Fed's and any central bank's most important asset. And anytime one of the policymakers violates or falls short of those rules, we do risk undermining that trust. And we take that very seriously. We do. So at the beginning of our meeting yesterday, actually, we had a committee discussion of the full committee on the importance of holding ourselves individually and collectively accountable for knowing and following the high standard that's set out in our existing rules with respect to both personal investment activities and external communications. We've taken a number of steps, and I would just say we do understand how important those issues are. I would say that our new investment program that we have is up now and running, and actually it was through that the problems with President Bostic's disclosures were discovered when he filed his new disclosures. We now have a central group here at the Board of Governors that looks into disclosures and follows them and approves people's disclosures and also all of their trades. Any trade anyone has to make who's covered has to be pre-approved. And there's a lag. It has to be pre-approved 45 days before it happens, so there's no ability to game market. So it's a really good system. It worked here. And I think we all said to each other yesterday morning, we recommitted to each other and to this institution to hold ourselves to the highest standards and avoid these.
Did he say they just did that this morning?
Do you have an update
So I've
on
done
the
it 2 years ago.
investigations that are pending?
I don't. So as you know, I referred the matter concerning President Bostic to the Inspector General. And once that happens, I don't discuss it with the Inspector General or with anybody. It's just the Inspector General has the ability to do investigations. We don't really have that. So that's what he's doing.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Television and Radio. Earlier this year,
Market
you touted
usually
the
likes
3
these
months,
questions, but see.
bill yield out to 18 months as the yield curve with 100% explanatory power. And you said, quote, if it's inverted, that means the Fed's going to cut, which means the economy is weak. That curve is only 2 basis points away from inversion now. So I'm wondering why you are so confident that you have not over-tightened, particularly given that rates work with a lag.
Well, so we do monitor the near-term forward spread. You're right, and that's been our preferred measure. We think it, just empirically, it dominates the ones that people tend to look at, which is 2s, 10s, and things like that. So it's not inverted. And also, you have to look at why things, why the rate curve is doing what it's doing. It can be doing that because it expects cuts or because it expects inflation to come down. In this case, if you're in a situation where the markets are pricing in significant declines in inflation, that's going to affect the forward curve. So yes, we monitor it. You're right, and that's what I would say.
If I could follow up. You also said several meetings ago that the risk of doing too little outweighed the risk of doing too much. Is what you're trying to tell us today is that risk assessment has changed a little bit?
That's big.
Well, what's happened is time has passed and we've raised interest rates by 375 basis points. I would not change a word in that statement, though. I think until we get inflation down, you'll be hearing that.
Decent answer.
Again,
decent answer.
If we
he towed the line on that.
And we don't want to. We want to get this exactly right. But if we over-tighten,
someone just
then
dropped
we have
something.
the ability with our tools, which are powerful, to, as we showed at the beginning of the pandemic episode, we can support economic activity strongly if that happens, if that's necessary. On the other hand, if you make the mistake in the other direction and you let this drag on, then it's a year or two down the road and you're realizing inflation behaving the way it can, you're realizing that you didn't actually get it. You have to go back.
He's doubling down on the risk of the inflation,
risk really
though.
is that it has become entrenched in people's thinking, and the record is that the employment costs, the cost to the people that we don't want to hurt.
I mean, he said this before. Last time he said it, market didn't like it. He said this on the last meeting. They might like it now.
I look at it. So,
well, let's see.
That isn't going to change. What has changed, though, you're right, is we're farther along now, and I think as we're farther along, we're now focused on that. What's the level we need to get to rates, and I don't know what we'll do when we get there. By the way, it doesn't. We'll have to see. There's been no decision or discussion around exactly what steps we would take at that point. But the first thing is to find your way there.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Just to go back to housing for a minute, you mentioned the impact that rate increases have had on housing. Home sales are down 25% in the past year and so forth, but none of this is really showing up, as you know, in the government's inflation measures. And as we go forward, private real-time data is clearly showing these hits to housing. Are you going to need to put a greater weight on that in order to ascertain things like whether there's over-tightening going on? Or will you still focus as much on the more lagging government indicators?
So this is an interesting subject. So I start by saying, I guess, that the measure that's in the CPI and the PCE, it captures rents for all tenants, not just new leases. And that makes sense, actually, because for that reason, that conceptually, that's sort of the right target for monetary policy. And the same thing is true for owner's equivalent rent, which comes off of, it's a reweighting of tenant rents. The private measures are of course good at picking up at the margin, the new leases. And, they tell you a couple things. One thing is, I think right now, if you look at the pattern of that series of the new leases, it's very pro-cyclical. So rents went up much more than the CPI and PCE rents did, and now they're coming down faster. So the implication is that there are still, as non-new leases roll over and become and expire, right? They're still in the pipeline. There's still some significant rate increases coming. Okay.
Now I'm squeezed on my short too.
At some point, once you get through that, the new leases are going to tell you that what they're telling you
but
is
again,
there will come a point.
This is the same time we flipped down on the last meeting.
At which
that one, I
rent
think these are
inflation
just
will
the
start to
filler
come down.
questions.
That point is well out from where
he hasn't said anything bearish or bullish on that one yet.
Of course, and we look at it. And but I would say that in terms of what the right way to think about inflation really is to look at the measure that we do look at, but considering that we also know that at some point you'll see rents coming down.
Great. And just a quick follow. It looks like stock and bond markets are reacting positively to your announcement so far. Is that something you wanted to see? Is that a problem, or how that might affect your future policy to see this positive reaction?
We're not targeting any one or two particular things. Our message should be, what I'm trying to do is make sure that our message is clear, which is that we think we have a ways to go. We have some ground to cover with interest rates before we get to that level of interest rates that we think is sufficiently restrictive. And putting that in the statement and identifying that as a goal is an important step. And that's meant to put that question really as the important one now going forward. I've also said that we think that the level of rates that we estimated in September, the incoming data suggests that that's actually going to be higher, and that's been the pattern. I mean, I would have little confidence that the forecast, if we made a forecast today, if we were doing an SEP today, the pattern has been that one after another they go up, and that'll end when it ends. But there's no sense that inflation is coming down. It just, if you look at I have a table of the last 12 months of 12-month readings, and there's really no pattern there. We're exactly where we were a year ago. So, okay. So I would also say it's premature to discuss pausing, and it's not something that we're thinking about. That's really not a conversation to be had now. We have a ways to go. And the last thing I'll say is that I would want people to understand our commitment to getting this done, and to not making the mistake of not doing enough, or the mistake of withdrawing our.
I mean, that's hawkish enough, but he said it before. That's the thing.
Doing that too soon. So
but again, that's him doubling down on that.
And that's my job.
But it seems like he didn't want the market to pivot it. He's just trying to be clear. That's his response to that.
How big of a headwind is all the fiscal spending to what the Federal Reserve is trying to do to get inflation back to the 2% target?
In theory, it was a headwind this year, but I do think the broader context is that you have households that have these significant amounts of savings and can keep spending. So I think those two things do tend to sort of counterbalance each other out. It appears consumer spending is still positive. It's at pretty modest growth levels. It's not shrinking, people are, the banks that deal with retail customers and many retailers will tell you that the consumers are still buying, and they're still they're fine. So I don't know how big the fiscal headwinds are, and they haven't shown up in the way that we thought they would in restraining spending. So it must have to do with the savings that people have.
What about the spending? There's tens of billions yet to be spent. I mean, from the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, CHIPS Act, bipartisan infrastructure bill. How does that play into your thinking about the future?
It's demand is going to have some support from those savings, and also from the strong demand that's still in the labor market. We still see pretty significant demand and a tightening labor market in some respects, although I think overall I would say it's not really tightening or loosening. So we see those things, and what those things tell us is that, you know, our job is going to require some resolve and some patience over time. We're going to have to.
Did
stick
we hear?
with
I don't
this.
think we heard from Edward Lawrence yet.
You know, that's just we take all that as a given, but we know what our objective is and we know what our tools can do, and that's how we think about it.
Thanks. We'll go to Nancy for the last question.
Whoa. Hold
Hi,
on.
Chair Powell, Nancy Marshall-Genzer from Marketplace. I'm wondering, has the window for a soft landing narrowed? Do you still
This
think
is the
it's
question.
possible?
Has it narrowed? Yes.
Oh my
Is it
God.
still possible? Yes.
Oh my God.
I think
What an
I've
answer.
always said it was going to be difficult, but I think to the extent rates have to go higher and stay higher for longer, it becomes harder to.
No, I mean, we dumped
to see
hard
the
on that
path.
question
It's
last time
narrowed.
around.
I would say
but-
the path is narrowed.
And then
over the
again,
course of
Fed
the last
futures
year,
there, but he
really.
just that was blunt as
Hard to
fuck.
say.
Yeah.
Hard to say. You know, again, I would say that the sort of array of data in the labor market is highly unusual, and to many economists, there is a path to. Ordinarily, there's a relationship to GDP going down and vacancies declining, translating into unemployment, or there's Okun's law. So all those things are relationships that are in the data, and they're very real. Data's a little bit different this time, though, because you have this tremendously high level of vacancies, and we think on a very steep part
And
of
he's
the
bringing
beverage
up the
curve.
vacancies too.
All I would say is that the job losses may turn out to be less than would be indicated by those traditional measures because job openings are so elevated.
Bro, did he just
because the labor
admit
market
he
is
knows
so
it's
strong.
lagging?
Yeah, again, that's going to be something we discover empirically. I think no one knows whether there's going to be a recession or not, and if so, how bad that recession would be. And
That was a very blunt
our job is
answer,
to
and then
restore
even then
price
he
stability so
said
that
what
we can
everybody
have
has
a
brought up
strong labor
before.
market that
But
benefits
wow,
all over time, and that's what we're going to do.
But just real quickly, why do you feel like the window has narrowed?
Because we haven't seen inflation coming down. The implication of inflation not coming down, and what we would expect by now to have seen is that as the supply side problems had resolved themselves.
he said the jobs will
we
show
would have
last.
expected
So here's the
goods
follow-up.
inflation to come down by now.
And then he said
long
soft
since by
landing
now.
is just no.
And it really hasn't, although it actually
said
has
it's a lot
come
more
down, but
narrower.
not to the extent we had hoped. At the same time, now you see services inflation, core services inflation moving up, and I just think that the inflation picture has become more and more challenging over the course of this year, without question. That means that we have to have policy be more restrictive, and that narrows the path to a soft landing, I would say. Thanks very much.
All right, final question there. This is where all the action now. That was shorter too. Honestly, we have about 45 more minutes left in the day. I mean, you're back here near the lowest of the day. Everything went up. Very hard last question. I mean, it's clear the language was dovish in the beginning, and then you saw any chance he had to squash that out, he kind of took it there. So very, very interesting. Again, I'm still in that short there. It's going to get wild from here. Again, it's not as clear, but it's like you still got the Bulls versus Bears fighting. But, I mean, you should know what it is at this point. I mean, there was new information. The speech was short. He really was not doubling down on it. He answered a lot of the questions in the same, but it's the same path. But now, I mean, it's very simple, and it's what we already knew, If he doesn't answer the question on what's going to happen with December, that's it. Now, honestly, I think the market will be a very, very volatile now because, like I said, we're going to still have to deal with what's it called? You're going to have to deal with all of the different data events here now. And now pretty much the data events are going to move everything. So we're going to see the dollars elevated. Yeah, it's cleaning premium, but it's coming down. But there was a lot to digest with that one. But I think it's leaning negative there. Again, you had the bullish tilt, but it just Powell's conference did not. I think it was better. It had a dovish, there was a dove in the background, but it was not enough. It was just not enough, man. That's it. When it's all said and done, it was not enough for young Pow. Very, very sad. Very, very sad. We're going to see. That question at the end, though, is crazy. Again, it's all about these now. Watch the dollar, watch the Fed futures. I mean, we're going to see where it plays out. They're trying to bounce, but again, I mean, we did not, that question was not answered. And honestly, we might even test 3,800 right here. So 38.16, you got a lot of sells, a lot of buys occurring. Again, Nick Timmerhouse even just came out with a tweet as well. What did he say? He said the 3 takeaways. 1, the Fed could step down to a slower pace in December, even if inflation data doesn't improve. If there had been new estimates of the terminal rate, it would have been higher. And 3, they're not ready to talk about the pause. Any chance he got to shit on the pause, he did. Again, Rachel's question, I forgot what it was she asked, but he said no to it. And then that caused a really, really big effect there. Oh, my goodness. So that's it. Honestly, it's 3,800 or bust right here. But, I mean, the momentum's there. There's a lot of buyers. The sellers just disappeared. All right, I closed my ES for $900 pretty much. I still took a $4,000 loss. The positioning is very, very weird on here. Again, I'm still holding my Dow short. I took the McDonald's for a loss. I hit, again, we had like 800 on NQ. And then another 900 there. I lowered my loss by a little bit, but we're going to see here. I still think it might be able to flush. I might have to go with the MESs at this point, but we're going to find out. Okay, I went with 2 MES instead. I wanted to slow the size on that one, since I had a good one, but let's see. That again, it's 38. You might get a giant bounce somewhere, but I see the dollar. That's all. Because again, I took 1 loss on the McDonald's. I realized all of that profit of what I lost on the McDonald's today. So now I went with MES on the short side, and then I still have my Dow on the 9K that we got to make up. So I think we're gonna be good. I like it. I'm not being too aggressive, but we still made some action, and then we still got 40 minutes here. There it is. Fool Powell into thinking the market was still rallying. Kind of. I mean, it was at that point. But let's see. And then wait for another bounce. Oh, yeah, that one's a big one. You're getting another flush right there. Yeah, 3,800. Honestly, we could just play the bounce. Oh, my gosh. They went big on the volume. You might get another bounce here, but it also still could flush. Again, we have that. I still like it, but... let me see... All right, I sold all of the ACAM to the upside, $700 or $800 profit. I'm out of that one now. I wanted to hold that till November, but I'm just going to play with other options instead. And then that way, again, I'm toning down everything from the last couple of months now. I'm going to use this as an opportunity. I'm still going to hold the down MYM. We have the MES, but I'm trying to balance it out here a little bit better. Again, I think we might lean downside, but I still don't trust how some of the other things are moving there. And then again, but it seems bearish for the most part. But now you're going to have people everything is going to be a data event for Friday now, if that makes sense. So bearish tilt until Friday, and then, but the data report is pretty much going to act like CPI. Oh, let's go. Another one. Wait for a bounce, though. And then again, next bounce, it's literally, honestly, it's either going to go, this is just going to dribble down and die like last time. It just literally, that's it. Otherwise, just short the bounces, and then we'll see. Yeah, it's not even that big. It's tomorrow. Everything's coming into tomorrow and Friday. That's it. Powell did good. He gave a little bit of the bullish pivot. He did it well. He did it very well, honestly. He skated the questions. He left enough uncertainty there. He did not answer December, so now everybody is going to be hyper-focused on data until the Fed futures make a decision. Because remember, I told you this from the get-go. That's all it is. That's why I'm saying it's pretty wild. Oh, my Powell video is still covering it? Oh, no way. My bad. But again, we took McDonald's $2,000 loss. I took a $4,000 loss on the other one. Then I realized about like 1,800 or just under 2,000, I think. And then we have these. And then I took another 800 on the ACAM. And then I'm down on the Tesla. Still got the XOM short. But now I'm just closing out shit left and right. And then I have the MYM as well now to the downside. So again, I had to close out some big losses there. I did it at the wrong time, but I'm totally happy with it. Still made some money, but now, like, again, most of my exposure, we're positioned perfectly for this. So again, I could get greedy with it. I plan on doing that, but I'm gonna wait a little bit. So we're gonna see here. But again, there's that flush. Like I'm saying, either slow death, but watch out for the pops. The next big pop, we gotta monitor closely. But that could be a play opportunity. There you go. ACAM, Tesla. So I'm still long on Tesla and the weed stock. So we're going to do something. But the weed stocks ain't moving as much. Tesla, I don't know what we're going to do with Tesla. I might want to just book that one. But we'll wait for the first bounce on anything. So again, if you haven't already moved now, positions, wait till another bounce here. Because like I'm saying, it's either we die or we're going to get activity. Gonna bleed out the rest of it, but the bull the bulls were there, but right now the dollar and everything else, that's not going to be good. Again, the currencies are, oh man, they're molly-whopping the yen right now. Microsoft 3801, this is it. So again, you might even get a bounce here, or it might just be a huge flush. This is the greedy zone. You got a lot of buys, they're dumping on it. Let's see, I think it'll bounce. This might be our bounce, and then this is the one we short. But you still don't know if it's going to crack 38. And if it cracks 38, it just wants to die. That's it. I'm looking at the futures right now, so I don't know what you're looking on. It's bad just because everybody, I mean, that's it. Anything you would have helped to be positive, like they led you on in the morning. They threw an olive branch to the doves, but like I've been saying, go watch every watch list. And like I said, it's very simple. ZQ, Z22. If the Fed futures don't have an answer, nothing has changed about the market. And all he did was raise the rates by almost 1%, solidified that we might change and not, but he left his optionality open. It's bearish. So 75 basis points plus a bearish press conference, you could be down about 2 to 3% between now and tomorrow. And right now we're at 1.7. So it hit. It made a little bit more sense, if anything. Oh, I didn't hold 3,800. You're done. You're done. That's it. Fed futures are plummeting now, too. And D7, might want to look at it. It's 260. Again, I'm only on 25 shares. So I need the bounce. I'm not going to, again, I sold into one of the bounces, so now I'm going to have to wait on there. But I've taken off big leverage. At the end of the day, all we're going to do is benefit now. That's it. I mean, anything going down, I have 0 shares that could hurt me. I've cut ACAM with a profit. Tesla, $200. Even if it drops $10 more, I'll be down another $200. But if that's the case, if Tesla drops $200, we're going to make $10,000. So let him drop. I'm fine with it. No, I cut out of McDonald's. I had to take that loss. I'm fine with it. Again, I gave up $400, but like I'm saying now, I know a little. I could go back into it if I really want to, but it's fine. Get a little. Again, I got to realize a decent amount here too today. Again, the big dog, we're making him back. That's all that matters. And then whatever I lost on the ES, I've almost made up most of it here just by realizing. So we're going to see. Yeah, the dollar's going crazy. That's it. Oh, shit. Commodities might get clapped, though, now. I'm surprised UNG's up. But this is going to fuel the dollar, so watch out. Low ticker. Bro, you just flushed 380. I'm actually kind of mad I sold that big ES, but it's okay. We got a little bit here. Amazon. MOSS is, again, the wheat stocks are doing great. I'm not too scared of that one. Like I'm saying, I cut ACAM. So now all we had is that one little thing on the option futures, but that's it. NVIDIA dumping now. Oh, where's Meta? I forgot I still have those Meta shares. That's the only one to the upside, and Meta might get clobbered. Meta's at 90 now. There's the dollar, 3788. Dude, no remorse. No, it's not relenting at all. That's it. I think they waited till I cut that. You're not getting your bounce, man. If I made 300 on this, that means I would have made 3,000, I think, on the other one. Bro, you just dropped 4 points in a second. Oh, that one's huge. That one's huge. None of this support levels. Maybe 3780, but let's just see. NQ. Yeah, NQ at 11,000. It hit 10,098. Oh, man. No, let's see. Meta is getting pounded. There it is. That's your little bounce. No. Oh, NASDAQ just got pump fake, dude. 11,000 bounce pump fake. Oh, dirty. Volumes through the roof. If that one gets eaten up, man, again, the volume, it's looking like yesterday, just even worse. Bro, all of them, yen, pound, everything, everybody and their mother on this one is not good. MES, Tesla, 8cam. We cut out an 8cam. What's the other guy I want? Oh, let me check. Yeah, the pound, he'll get mollywopped. All right, I'm taking $300 more on the MES. I'm going to come back to another one. I'm just going to just do this in bunches. That's it. I close out of that one. If this is our bounce, we might have fun on this. Let's see. It's big, though. The first candles we saw in the morning, he wants to move. So just be cautious on that one. But like I'm saying now, this might be our final time to determine everything, but you might get a little bit of craziness. He didn't bless the lows. No, he confused the shit out of everybody, and he left the optionality. That's it. It's all on the data right now. That's it. CPI next week, but mainly the jobs report. That's it. Big jobs data, then we really die. Otherwise, good jobs data, you're going to rally. That pretty much postponed 2 days. Even though you got a move today and we're getting action, but that's what you want to be looking for right here. Yeah, bro, that bounce ain't hitting, though. Hold on. 921. So watch out. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this is it's an interesting spot, but you've already taken a lot of the downside. We only have 30 minutes left, though, so that's going to be the key. Oh, I know who to go for next. Oh, the bonds are flushing. $10.085. That's it. Watch the bonds. That's going to be the next move. Bonds are not barely moved comparatively. The 10-year, easy play on that one. Hold on. Give it a second. Again, I know I just cut out of those ones, so right now we're just riding MYM and anything else. Again, even like a 6B. MSOS. Yeah, I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Zero component. I don't want zero. We'll go 1 and then 2. I'm holding all my Dow shorts. Yeah, I'm holding all my Dow shorts. That's it. I mean, I cut a couple shorts at a bad time. Then we took some. I closed out my calls for a loss on the ES. Again, we got to flip it. I did a bunch of flips on the NASDAQ, so not too bad, but I'm holding my Dow now. I mean, there is downside until Friday. Then there'll be more downside after Friday, or it could get even better. It really, really depends on how things play out. They're down 0.25%. So if bonds bounce back, you'll lose about $250 on a bounce back. I want to play more than one. Shorted / ZN bond play. Again, I'm just going one at a time. If we get the flush, I'm assuming the bonds will flush. They may not take all of it. So we'll be careful. Again, non-farm payrolls is on Friday. That's the next event. And pretty much that's what I'm saying. Powell said, I'm willing to be bullish if you give me bullishness. However, I'm going to be the same old Powell. That's kind of the easy way to interpret today. And that's why now any data and moving forward, it allows him optionality into December and then any of the other data. Add to your XOM. Lots of, honestly, you might, maybe. I'm with you on that one. I'm actually really, really down with that. 11090. And be careful with the futures. They price in commas. Oh, 90. Only 2 weeks of diesel. Man, that was like 2 weeks ago. I don't know what they've been talking, man. Let's see, bro. Dollar wants to come down. If he can, it'll be great. Otherwise, he's going to be bad. I mean, NASDAQ at a 10,000, man, or 11,000 flat. Huge level. And this is the candle of the low. Dude, so much volume at those levels. Near lows of last Thursday. Yeah, exactly. The same one from the earnings. That's why just be a little careful here. ZB lows. Oh, yeah, where is Airbnb? God bless you, Powell. 95, bro. 95. Yeah, we give him a little bit. I like this price, though. That's why I said I'll like it at 95. He's on deck. Let's handle these other ones first. Coming right back down. ZN's fighting. Oh, my puts too soon. Honestly, don't even worry about that. You're gonna have just if you could reload at any of these moments. That's the thing, and just set up into tomorrow too, though. But I mean, again, but there's been a lot of opportunities to take just quick bags on these moves today. So even then, if you had one good position and you wrote it out, good for you. But even then, at the same time, I mean, you're moving 6 points on the S&P very, very easily. Dollar wants to give up, but everything is still flushing. It's 48. Yeah, the Fed futures ain't doing too crazy. Yeah. All right, I shorted 50 more shares of Exxon. Great play, Connor. I like it. Very good idea. I shorted 109.37. I was already short at like 111. My average is now 110 on 100 shares short. Because, again, we're already riding that one in there, so I like it. Honestly, we're holding a lot of stability here for the low. 109.37. Airbnb flushing. God willing, baby. Let us go. I couldn't have asked for anything better on this, but $5 more. I'm still cheap. I am still cheap, man, especially after that conference. I could give even him till Friday. If anything, you're making a little bit of a move here. Oof. The bonds, again, I'm short on those at the bottom, so that's going to be, again, I already said even on the stream alert, that one's very risky. You could get eaten alive on the bond plays, or it's just like they'll come back, but super easy to lose like $100, $200 real quick. Only down 50 on that one. I'll do another one on this. Oh, we got 15 more minutes. I didn't take profits. I feel you. I could have done it. I believe me. The same ES, I took a loss for like 3,800 on it today. It's like I could have closed out for a $900 loss, and I didn't. But that's, again, it doesn't matter though, because once it started moving, I got more information, that's it. It just, I don't care, because now we have clarity coming into tomorrow now and the rest of the week. You just know. Powell is willing to be convinced to get pivoted, but it just, we need the data there to support it. And now, I mean, again, just the schedule we have lined up, I mean, it's going to be on fire. Hold on. That's a little pop. The dollar came down. There's the bonds. Oh, the bonds are already at a low, though. That's what's the scary part. Friday payrolls, Tuesday midterms, Thursday CPI. Yep, that's the schedule. Again, people will be very responsive now to any of those. XOM, I was already short on it, and there's a lot of meat on the bone with it. And then now, if this does not bring the dollar down, I think strong dollar is going to kill it. And then XOM also has political risk just looming over it. And then, again, it's an outperformer, but we got to be careful on it. Outperformers love killing me. Apple. Raising rates. They already did. I mean, by the end of today, technically speaking, your rates should occur. Yeah, there's going to be more data to come off of this, but it's like, again, I hope you could understand what Powell said today. It's just he didn't give the clarity for December, and that's what we said we wanted. Actually, I just bounced up a little bit, but you know, those are the things we need. The VIX is red because the options are a scam. Look at the VIX truly scamming. Yeah, just be careful. Again, maybe the VIX at 25 is the same thing at VIX at at 30, you know? Well, inflation's going up, and just Powell, he's close to the pivot, but not there. That's it. That's what we're going to have to do. Play the shares. I'm in the XOM shares. I'm waiting for the next. Again, I want to see this bounce there. We kind of got it, but I mean, I shorted the bonds right before. That's why I'm like, I don't know if this is going to be your, if this will be your move or not. Again, you only have 20 minutes. I think a lot is going to happen. A lot is going to happen after hours too. Mm. 6J, 6B. All right, you got a little bit. You got a little bit. You got a little bit. That's it. If we could bounce above here, like let it get a big bounce, and I would totally be down to short that before, and then just play that till the end of the day. Just short MYM right now and XOM, and that's it. Covered everything, but then I don't have that much to the long side either. All I have is those old plays that went down on me from CPI. And then anything else, I mean, I booked some big losses today, but again, booked some profits, and overall, I mean, this guy's the only thumbtack in anything I have right now. But even then, even if I wanted to walk away with everything, we're walking away positive on the quarter by, triple to quadruple what we lost. So I'm liking it. That's why now I'm going to take the risk and the time to bring this down. If I could get better closes like I've been telling you all month, I'm going to try to do that. Otherwise, we're just going to see, man. Yeah, and then we're ready for post-Powell, huh? And then long term on the long side, too. Amen. Western Gas, Energy. Well, we'll see. That one's a dollar play again. I've already been in the XOM. But we'll see. Huge upside spike. Watch the Fed futures. Again, they had a little bit of a movement, and maybe that could get optimistic, but either way, again, we're going to have to see everything else. ZN. Please don't get margin called. I have a lot of cash. I think it's literally impossible. Again, I should have got margin. If I was going to get margin called, it was going to be on these. But I made sure all of these are smaller. And then every day when you realize cash, that boisters up my cash balance. So it makes it there. But we're good. I appreciate it, though. Break-evens are ridiculous. They are. Because even the cheaper, I'm looking at options. I'm looking at anything that's down right now to see what we could hit. Here it is, Chattadonia. The bonds are trying to relax here. 1108. Damn, that hit 1130 on the NASDAQ. 17 minutes left. The BA holding. Anything to get margin. But even then, again, like positioning wise, I've not put myself in a position where even if they are a future, it wouldn't. So even these 5 MYMs that I don't think I could get margin called on it. Again, I just sat through the biggest Dow rally in history. We were good. So on it, that's why I'm like, bro, I've already experienced 99% of the worst possible thing that could have happened. Our back end is still profitable. I mean, if it did it again, that would just suck because it would eat up half of my profits. But at that point, like I'm saying, we're still up above on it. But that's why, too, if you want to learn more about this, I would look into margin requirements on futures. And look into, initial margin and then everything else and how it operates. And that's why, I've been going back and forth between big ones and small ones and just overall making sure that, I'm ready to go. By clearing up all these plays, all I have is a lot of cash. Oh, does he want it? No. 1103. That was pretty vicious. You got a big support there, but I don't know if it's going to hold, man. I did another NQ short for a flip. Bring it to the break 11,000. Call it a day. Let's go. 15 minutes. It could do the 15-minute bounce, or this is going to set up the futures for tomorrow. Airbnb 95. The dollar wants to come down. Let's see what happens. No, it's going crazy. Citi. Yeah, Citi has been... I mean, all the banks in general, you're going to want to keep your eye on them. Like I said yesterday, they would like higher for longer, but we'll find out. And then there it is. NASDAQ below 11,000 now. Ay. Oh, he's bouncing, though. He's fighting. That was the 11,000 candle. Again, a lot of support there. The orders are kind of getting lowered, but you're going to have one bigger test here, I think. We will find out. All right, I closed out the NQ 185 again on that one. So again, I'm going in and out on these. I mean, it's kind of adding up. That's like the third time I've done it today. So again, add that 700 to the other 1,000 on the other ES short. Again, we took some losses, but we've been fighting back here. And then now we ride the rest. There's the last flush. Again, 15 more minutes, 14 more minutes. Ay. Oh, the low ticker is gassing. Yeah, big volume there. And then where's the bonds? ZM. That was metal. Bonds bounce big, though. So look at, I'm already down $200 on the ZN. Like I told you, that one could just, you could get ran up on that one real quick. Literally every 0.01 is $100 or something. 2.6. Yeah, they did that ahead of the rate hikes. They knew. They're like, Powell's going to screw us. They clapped your... I think, is it because we had too much, man? I'm sorry, and honestly, man, if I missed any donos or anything, Chad, you know me, man. I love you guys. Like, for real, especially y'all who have held it down in so many ways. It's I'm sure you've felt the focus here today and what we've been going through. So Hopefully, don't hold it against me. We could go through all of them later, if anything, if they still remain. But honestly, I try to show my love for you with the game, baby. So let's go. ES new low. I'd watch again. Nasdaq is the one leading down. 3778, 10975. Lost. I see. We did good. Honestly, I think we did good either way. I mean, could we have executed better? 100%. But I'm glad. I don't think we got fooled too much on anything. You know, how great was it to have fucking Rachel Siegel's name 7 hours before everybody, huh? Come on. That's why. So it's good, man. I think we were very prepared. The initial thing, I think I played it exactly how I should have. Again, I could have done better on McDonald's. I could have done better on my MNQ, but it's even the ES. But you know what I'm saying? It's like a little bit better would have been good, but I feel like we were prepared. We didn't get fooled on anything. I think every single line, we had a general idea. We knew every follow-up. We knew every name. And honestly, I mean, even then, we're still walking away, realized profits. I mean, considering what we've been through, there's going to be some of those losses, but it's not, I mean, that could have been bad. It could have been really, really bad or really, really good, but I think we did good, man. That's it. I think we did good. Yeah, 10-minute rigged, bro. I'm thinking big pop and then flush. That's it. I think it might look crazy, but then we're going to see. But one more minute, Chattadonia. Or what's earnings today? If there is more earnings, your boy needs to take a fat dump, but I'm down. You know what I'm saying? I'm with you, man. I'm with you. NQ, another new low on the NQ right now. Meta, oof, booking, or Roku. Maybe what y'all, PayPal? Yeah, I'm down. PayPal will stay for, unless it come out after the bell, bro. I'm gonna give them 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Let's go. 10-minute rig. Do we get the pop and lock, or is it just gonna die? Ooh, big orders at 387. It's dead. Oh, my goodness. Macro dead. Oh, my goodness. They killed him. Oh, they killed him. They didn't care. And the dollar's going to break out on this one. I'll wait till China. Tomorrow, 5 p.m. Pacific, or tonight, 5 p.m. Pacific time. That's going to be, China's going to be the next one. Depending on how they take this, we're going to see. Mm-mm-mm. 375. The bond's about to turn down. I think I'm just after hours. Even then, that's why I wanted that NQ. I think the after hour moves is going to be money. That's it. I think we can make an easy after hours move in the sense of play the after hours futures, wait till the gap down in the morning or when they open at 3. But then again, the price points aren't favorable to accomplish this, though. That's what I'm saying. I just shorted. I'm flipping all of these at a couple hundred each. It's moving huge. But that would have been a way nicer position now. Yeah, Qualcomm will be big. What was lost will return fast, baby. Amen. Tesla, Microsoft, 375. Dude, it just still wants to die. That's it. You're like at the very lowest. NASDAQ could drop maybe 50 more points, but that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's going to go here without a gap down. There it is. Another flush. My goodness. 680 million to the buy side. 10960. Flip for Alexa. Now I only have that ES future. That's going to be it. Oh my gosh. That just turned into a sell. Oh my gosh, dude. That was hideous. Bro, that was hideous. Oh my gosh, that was hideous. I was like, wait, what ES am I still holding? Okay, I went one ES to the long side, just going to flip for a little end of the day shenanigans. Again, I still think it could flush here, but I'm just still, I mean, you have now 8 minutes and all you've done is die. So kill it now or forever hold your peace. You're going to pay somebody. Oh, they're killing it. No. Oh my gosh, such a big lag between what I'm seeing and then, dude, even the spreads on these, even on the ES, the spreads are wicked. So dollar's still up. You're coming into the final one. Dow's catching a bounce off that. But let's see. It is a battle, my friend. Yeah, 3770. That's literally where I'm at. Again, that level, if we bounce off here, get our move, we'll be good. Otherwise, they gonna kill it. Oh, no. It's ready. 7 more minutes remaining. God bless Chatadonia. 3771. I don't know. That still look ugly as shit, dude. Still look... no, it's flipping. 3700 just cracked. Again, it's trying to battle here, but it is definitely fighting. And this will be the big level. End of the day, I think any other big move just comes through gap or not. Yeah, he's right back up. And then right back down. 370. Google 87. Man, oh man. Again, a lot of sell orders coming in. I'm down $60 on that one. Man. And then where's Tesla? Donis. Welcome, my brother. Low ticker flushing again. Futures are going with it. 6 more minutes. Airbnb 94, bro. Google 87 flat. A lot of volume coming in, though. Again, this is what everybody going to be waiting on. Okay, I took 125 more on that one. 3772. What the hell is happening? Okay, we'll take it. We will take it. And then now the final flush of the last 5 minutes. What a 10-minute rigged, bro. What a 10-minute rigged. I like the dancing. Ready to add. Let's do it, man. It's going back up again. It might hit again. There it is. That's the move I was waiting for. Again, I caught it. I caught $100 on it, but we'll take it. Was it too late to vote? Yeah, a little bit. Finishing. I would wait. I mean, again, wait till, honestly, stick around after hours. Stick around after hours. I'll tell you that much. I'll tell you that much. Again, you're going to have Qualcomm and a few others here. And then, depending on that setup, it'll be good. Hope the market crashes. I'm tired of dancing, Queen. I feel you, man. I feel you. It brings out the emotions, though. It makes you feel alive sometime. You know what I'm saying? It just depends. Like the dancing queen, like I don't know. It's like I don't know. He just make you. He just like you feeling lucky, punk. Option bubble. We'll check him tomorrow. Just tomorrow morning will be the best assessment of it. Right now, it's going to fluctuate because of notional value as premiums and things go in and out of the money. But remember, 375, 370, that's where all the puts are. That's why, I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence we're stopping right here. Apple. Yeah, just get ready for after hours again. You have these earnings, and I think the only way we go down is like a gap down below. And after hours are why are they your favorite, Tyler Royke? Why do you like Wednesdays so much, Tyler Royke? Is there a reason why? Is there a link you might have? Is it possible that there's a real estate? You know what I'm saying? Like we got some real estate. Oh shit, we gotta land this shit. Hold on, bro. Blame Jerome Powell. Coal real estate, baby. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, though, let's go. Bring it home. That was loud. I'm sorry. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats, or be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time, and then we're going to be taking off firmly around 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 72 degrees, partly sunny, not looking too bad unless Powell hits you with the Powell pivot and hits you with the beat down, because that's what Powell does. But fortunately, we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Amen, ladies and gentlemen. Bring it home. That's it. We still got earnings after the bell. Things are still looking a little bit crazy here, bro. I'm telling you, the battle is real. Oh, look at this order book right now, man. Everybody going crazy. Oh, this is a wild one. You better bring it home, baby. Earnings after the bell and more data. 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's it. You got one more day today. You got a little bit of the after hours with earnings, and then we got to finalize it with the data. But this was a huge day. The implications are big, and where we go from here gets even crazier. But you need to finalize all of your moves. Oh, my gosh, 1 minute left. Are they really going to do this, bro? Are they really? 3769? Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. They're letting it drop. Look at this order. What's happening? Oh my gosh, they're doing it again. Oh. Ding 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 ding. Or not. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Even Tesla after hours? Oh, they're all going out. Oh, they're letting it all dump. Did Qualcomm just miss or something? Hold up, Chattadonia. This is big. Qualcomm guy. Oh, my God. Qualcomm just died it down huge. No, short. Ah! Let's see. Oh, bro. Qualcomm just guided down by like 12 bill. I might have missed that candle, and it already dropped a lot. I got to be careful on that one. Maybe go for the NASDAQ on there, but literally Qualcomm just went short. Might even play Qualcomm low-key. Oh, that one was bad. I literally that half a second hesitation, but watch out for that. That could be huge. Bro, they just guided down by $4 billion. So literally, they're already down 10% on that candle. Maybe you could even go for the NASDAQ too. But that's what I'm saying. That's going to be the gap down type thing for tomorrow. Oh, Powell's on screen. My bad, though. I went another short on the ES. I'm already down 100, though. Bad fill, but I'm going to hold that until 3 p.m. For tomorrow. That's it. Qualcomm, it's bad. Literally, Qualcomm, very, very bad. I think it's going to make a pop and drop after hours, but then right when the futures dude, that's awful. They just guided down by like $4 billion. That's hideous. I don't have all the numbers. I just saw it come across real quick, and I just went straight to the trade. That's an awful dump right there. No, bro, they sank 7%. First quarter revenue, $9.2 billion to $10 billion. Estimate was $12 billion. So, again, they might be able to bounce, but all the chip makers now, they're getting killed off of that too. Even Tesla got a little bit of a drop there as well. Let me see the NQ. Again, I'm in the ES right now. NQ 1095. That might be our gap down. That's Meta dumping money for the metaverse. I don't know. That one's hideous. But we'll see. Is there any what other reports we have? We're gonna have PayPal and a couple of others. I mean, they might bounce off of here, but I don't know. I like Qualcomm a lot, but remember, Qualcomm rocketed up because of good guidance. That's the crazy part. Remember when they were leading the way, they were outperforming compared to their peers. They've been good. They've been kind of performing like a Apple or an Amazon. You see what I'm saying? So for them to kind of go below, that's not good. Roku's on the high, so you got a little bit of hope. Hold on here. Roku rocketing again. Qualcomm. There's a lot more data. But overall, just the guidance is bad enough to destroy it. Roku revenue beat by 60 million. Shares are up 12% after hours right now. Again, they beat by 50 million. Very, very good. Futures are hitting a new low, though, right now. Yep, we're up on them now. Yeah, oh, Roku. They guided down. Net revenue, 800 million. Estimate, 897. Yep. Revenue beat. Guidance dropped again. They just guided down by like 900 million or 97 million. Gross profit, 324 million. Again, I'm like break even on this play right now. It's going to be an interesting one. I think everything's just going to gap at 3. I think you're going to bounce in between here. It might be able to go up, but watch out. Adjusted EBITDA loss was 135 million. Estimate was 45. Oh, shit, that's ugly. Yeah, Roku just got even worse. Not only did their guidance go down, their EBITDA missed. Their EBITDA missed by 3 times, 4 times. Hideous number. No, that's, dude, again, I mean, I saw Airbnb drop 10% today after beating EBITDA, a way bigger number than that, and that just flipped to a loss by 3 times the loss amount. Oh my gosh. Another 0 for 4. That was EBITDA forecast? Is it? Oh yeah, damn, never mind. That's even worse then. That's guidance. So again, I think we could have looked past it, but their guidance is 4 times lower on EBITDA. So it makes sense with the 97 million, but that's crazy. That 97 million in revenue is all of their net profit or any adjusted earnings that they could have received. Kathy Wish, she's probably going to buy. Dude, Apple, Google, they're getting Molly. Again, Qualcomm hasn't made its second leg. The conference call might be able to bring him up. Qualcomm CEO, that dude is like a pump king. I love listening to him. He gets me excited. The dude reminds me of Tony Robbins. He gets me like jumping up and down in my seat. I don't even own the stock, but he's good at good guidance. Big bounce on futures. Hold on. You had big flush and big bounce all of a sudden. I think you hit the level at 37.60 now. So again, I think this is going to be the range. You might bounce up to 37.70 unless there's a super solid good report, and then I'm going to wait till 3 p.m. I'll probably close out my ES on the watch list. But that's what I'm going to be holding for. Etsy's still not out. Either way, Qualcomm's hideous. Roku is just, Roku doesn't really matter too much. It would have been better, but again, that's just another guide down. And then what that's going to do to the S&P guidance and everything else, it just don't look pretty. Yeah, where's PayPal, Meta, Amazon? Dude, they're all dying left and right now. The SPY could rocket. It was there. You saw it. I'm telling you. It had the makings of a little. I don't think 10%. I think we could have went up 4%. Like right here was looking very good. That's it. But Powell and then Rachel's question, Powell made it very, very clear. Hey, man, that's not like y'all could take it how you please. Powell gave himself an option, but he didn't like double down on it. You know what I'm saying? Powell did what I did. He's playing both sides. Like, that's it. He's not, and he didn't put himself in a position where he has to commit, but he said, hey, I'm down to do this. I'm down, so it was looking good. Again, the fact is you had a change. I honestly think the bullishness that you had today, in a weird way, I think that was his nod to Joe Biden, where he was trying to give him a non-politically influenced, Fed, but he still, he set Biden up good, but then the press conference, in writing, he set up the midterms, but the press conference, if you were listening, he made it very clear that it's, I'm still not telling you what's going to happen in December. You know what I'm saying? So it did that. That could restore credibility to a degree, but unfortunately now we got to watch the data reaction, and that will be the real driver of everything. And that's what we were saying. Does anybody know when PayPal comes out? He played it safe. He did good. He accomplished the mission. Honestly, the one question that dropped it was the same, and even how he answered it. But he gave enough. He gave you your potential pivot, but then he didn't give it to you on a silver platter. He gave it to you, but he clouded it up a little bit so that you didn't go to 430 today. And that's it. But then again, now it doesn't give the bulls what they wanted, and that's where it's, PayPal's tomorrow. Robinhood beat on revenue. Wow, Robinhood beat on revenue. 361 versus 357. Robinhood. Than anybody else, especially Yellen. Yes, he is. That was a good report. We were ready for it, and we knew exactly what to watch, and he towed the line very well. Booking came out. He towed the line very well, and I'm very curious to see where we go from here. I'm very, very curious to see where we go from here. Booking's out. They're doing good. That could help lift up the SPY, but again, the futures are still coming down here. It's actually very weird. Your E-Trade says it's going up, but the futures aren't. Very odd. Etsy is out. I don't know. Let me check. eBay is out. Oh, Lumen. It's smaller. Palo Alto, that won't be good if they've missed. Yeah, eBay's up. Etsy, EBITDA, they guided a little down on margin. They repurchased 1.5 million shares. They see fourth quarter GMS 3.6 to 4 billion, gross merchandise 3.6 to 4 billion. They made more on revenue. They guided higher on the top end, but on the low end, they added some to the low end. So kind of like Airbnb did. I think Etsy's in the middle. Fortinet's dying. ACAM. Or no, what was it? Fortinet and Palo Alto. Yeah, they dropped. They dropped big. Do we have any more? O? Does O have earnings? Again, Qualcomm, watch what Qualcomm does. The conference call could definitely move a lot, but that one's the worst one for tomorrow. Again, especially after AMD did remotely decent. That one's not like the, it's kind of wild. It's kind of wild. So let's see. Fortinet sinks 12. Roku to continue to slow headcount due to macro. Our capital. I think that's it. I think if we might have a couple of others. Right now, it's going to be all about those conference calls. It looks like cybersecurity stocks down, Roku down. Only thing Etsy and eBay. And Etsy was kind of in the middle. I didn't look at eBay, actually. eBay's very consumer. Continuation brought to you by Powell. Bro, is E-Trade behind after hours? Bro, the E-Trade chart does not show you it on this as much. Other sources is November 3rd. eBay. Dude, every single news headline today comes in Korean. I don't know why. I've never seen this in my life. Bro, every news headline I have is Korean. So, I get it, but then it's I see this on every company today. It's just random tech. Remember I was saying that to you earlier? I think even Troy said it too. I'm like, what is this, man? It's pretty wild. But eBay, 103 to 109 adjusted EPS for next quarter. Estimate was 107, so that's good. Net revenue, they guided, added to their low end and raised up. So literally, both of these companies did what Airbnb did yesterday, where they raised their top end of the guidance, but then also lowered the low end of the guidance, and then they beat. But Etsy, eBay, a lot better in this sense that, the valuations are different. But they're holding up on that. They beat. They beat. Only bad part would be the guidance, and then that's it. That's Japanese, not Korean. How do you know so much? I didn't know any of this. I had no idea. You think futures? I think it'll recover eventually, but I think the futures are going to close here in like 30 minutes or so, or by 2, and then they're going to open up at 3, and I think it's going to allow the gap down below 37.60, and then it might just rally up, and then we'll see. But either way, we're going to have a lot to digest, man, between now and tomorrow. It's going to it's going to be weird, but I mean, for now, you know, people are going to be on edge. Commodities, I mean, we don't have insight, but be on the lookout. They might get clobbered a little bit harder if the dollar goes up on all of this. That's the problem right now. That's why I said for commodities, just watch the dollar. But at the end of the day, all you have to react to is the Fed futures, and until we have a direction, nothing matters. Again, we still have more to this move, and I hope you're thankful for that, because that means more volatility, more money, more opportunity, and it's just like it's there. I mean, that's it. You just need this thing to lead. He's in the middle. So even if you guys are calling overreaction, some people are right when it's all said and done, simply because the Fed futures are still around this level right where I made my initial short. That's why I cut out of the first good short that I had today, because I was like, you know, the Fed futures, they still don't have it. So any trade I made today, I'm operating in the dark to a degree. We got a little bit, but when it's all said and done, until we know December, nothing is decided yet. And that's why every day moving forward, whatever happens that could move those rate hike odds, I think that is going to decide our trend coming into midterms. And then Coinbase is reorganizing their team. Damn, look at Qualcomm. I kind of want to short Qualcomm. I don't know. I won't go. I'll just ride it through my future. But Qualcomm's crazy. That one's hideous. That one is hideous. More earnings. MG. Whoa. Qualis. MGM Life. Oh, man. Texas. Dude, what just happened? Oh, dude, a lot more earnings just came out. My whole high ticker went crazy. MGM getting clapped off of that one. Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. That was insane. Yeah, bro. Like 15, 20 different companies just came out. Just went, and then more Japanese headlines. Very weird. Hubs. Big beat. Yeah, you're going to get a couple of your companies there, but Chattadonia, I haven't given you anything yet. I need to take a pee, man. I do need to take a dump. I think I can hold it, but in the meantime here, give me 1 second. I'm going to step away here from the screen, and then we're gonna get into wrapping this up. But honestly, though, even before I play the music, if you came today and show love, even if you weren't able to chat, again, if you want to be petty about that, that's all on you. But I'm telling you, we gave you some top tier info, and I'm glad you had it. I hope you had access to all of it. I hope today helped. And honestly, I just want to tell you thank you no matter what. And especially if you shared the stream. But above all else, man, it's all about your attitude, having a good attitude, showing love, being in the game. That is what we respect the highest out of anything. So for all the people who've been taking everything seriously, man, for real, I hope you see the dividends, and I hope you see the fruit that falls from the tree. You know what I'm saying? So God bless you all. Thank you guys, and I am so humbled that I could even do this and still do this every day, and that we had the people that we had here today. And honestly, man, I hope I can really expose people to real education, real knowledge, and like real information, and being active in this game. And I hope all of you are inspired to know, no matter who you are, you could get it, baby. You could get it, man. And we got the tools right there. We can help give you some runway, but all I got to do is say thank you. And that's really how I feel, man. That's why we're in the game. But I hope you made the most of what you were offered today. If not, I mean, God bless you either way. It was still there. But thank you all. And I love you. And I'll be right back. I got a lot more to tell you, actually. We have a lot more to talk about. And we got a lot more to go over. You got all these. I'm going to put up the futures, honestly. I'm going to get you the futures to watch because the other shit don't look as good. You know what I'm saying? It don't look as good. I'll give you the low ticker so you can see it. You know what I'm saying? Amen, amen, amen. Amen, amen. Now run it, baby. Game time.
I'm just trying to take some, so let me taste. I'm just trying to eat some, so let me eat. I woke up in beast mode, they still asleep. Told them hit they free throws, they back on D. I could hold the L, bro, that's on me. Told them take the game slow, keep the pace. Looking at the table, my enemies don't know where I came from. I'm like E.T. running. Money ain't the motive, but it sure is motivating. You ain't a hoe with love complaining and the celebrating. You sell a home, you know I'd love to have a conversation. We was buying cribs before you knew about inflation. You ain't gotta give me credit, boy, the banks give me a lot of that. I meant it when I said it, we gon' take it all and give it back. I learned a couple lessons, the wisdom that came from all the bad. I learned the repetitions, I put that shit on my dad. My money ain't getting lag, I wanted, could get it now, but I cannot force the hand. I buy that shit when it's there, your homie just look around. We did it, I say a prayer, we bit that shit from the ground. In the foundation they saying, y'all ain't feel it though. Nah, but we ain't need them though. I ain't being cocky, I just won't look in the mirror, bro. Doing more than talking, boy, the empire empirical. Every time I sound a dotted, boy, it still feel like a miracle. I'm just trying to taste some, so let me speak. I'm just trying to eat some, so let me eat. I woke up in beast mode, they still asleep. Told them hit their free throws, and back on D. I could hold the L, bro, that's on me. Told them take the game slow, keep the pace. Looking at the table, my enemies don't know where I came from. I'm like E.T. running. Market's gonna crash, but I could kick another lesson. Till the curve uninverted and I don't talk recession. Till the dollar was stronger, then I ain't really stressing. But the fact it won't crash it until the Fed admitted 15 on 50, boy, the kid already seen this shit. Only way to get tricked off bullshit is to believe in it. 2022, like 92, you should go read this shit. Japan and how they move might really make you think they lead this shit. Inflation, hot money, boy, it sound like today. I'm not playing, it ain't funny, even the fix was raised race. Both the problem and solution started with a central bank. Call it what you want, but that one cost a decade.
We waited for it, baby. The moment is here now, bro. It's runway. End of the year, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, it's gonna be an exciting one, baby. Chatadonia, bro. I need to take a dump so bad. All I did was take the pee there. I think we've got the earnings. I'm gonna wait till, I don't know, maybe we'll see. Maybe I'll go on live a little bit. I don't know. Middle of the night. Again, we're there, baby. I don't know. Like I said, I think today might show you, baby. We're working even when it turns off, baby. So honestly, I'm very, very happy today. Literally the way y'all showed out, I'm very impressed by it. And I just really, word to the knowledge, bro. Word to the knowledge. So, and I just hope this is the standard that that is set and that we could keep moving forward like this, where, again, man, you just put whatever else you will, put everything into it, man. I'm not talking about your money. I'm talking about effort, and we all gonna get it, Chatadonia. But now we still got more. Oh, we still got more, bro. We still got more. We still got more, and that's where I hope you're not done, okay? That's it. That's it. You're not done. Nothing is done. Nothing is finished. We got to keep going now. That's all it is. Again, we know the events now. We're going to keep putting in the work. Again, you could do your homework too. I'm going to do mine as well. Let's just stay attentive. Let's be focused, man. And it's going to be wild. But like I said already, for real, thank you to every single one of you. We would not be here if people didn't tell people. Again, I think I'm probably one of the most banned stock channels on YouTube. I don't know how. I don't know why. Actually, I do. And it's just because the content that we give, man. I try to give it to you raw, direct, how it is. You see the info, but literally the positivity is that look at how many people are here. Look at you guys. Look at all that you've learned. And the people who have given an effort, I have genuinely seen a lot of changes in their life. And ultimately, I've seen some good traders created from it, man. And I'm glad to share this with you because y'all are giving it right back. There was good ideas shared, good comments. People were focused, man. And that is what it is all about. So if you came in here and you contributed, man, and you were able to hold it down and you were just being positive, anything you spoke was gracious and it was just focused for what we got, man. I really hope you realize how thankful I am for that because not everybody does that. And it means a lot when they do, especially when we put in so much work. So I love you and thank you for that. And thank you for all the people who have shared it, bro. Big, big shout out to my members. I love you, baby. My members, I love you. Amen, man. God bless you. You know that? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love y'all. Y'all did good, man. I tell you, that's what I told. Just remember, before anything, if y'all want to get mad, do whatever you want. Nobody has an obligation to explain. We've given a lot of warnings, but all I got to say, members, is before last Powell, we went members only as well, too. Before all of it, I'm telling y'all are starting 5, baby. Let's run it. If y'all want to start in the game, bro, y'all showed up. Let's go, baby. No, don't thank me. I thank you. For real. That's what I'm talking about. You know why? Because literally, man, at the end of the day, anybody could have taken this, but I know there's people giving it the same effort, bro. This could have all gone to waste. All of this, only I could have known at the start of this morning. I could have been the only one who knew who Rachel Siegel was. You see what I'm saying? And it's like, bro, it didn't go to waste, and it only didn't go to waste if you made use of it. So thank you for not putting things to waste. Thank you for using the tools that you have, baby. Amen. You get the thank you, not me. That shit was easy. That was fine. It's okay. It was a play. You have no idea how much fun I had putting that together. So amen, baby. I thank you for showing that this is going to good value, baby. Amen. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. You know, I'm just saying, listen, man, y'all know they say a lot about Phil Jackson. He coached Michael Jordan. He was coaching a lot of people, but you only remember like Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, and there was other people on the team is what I'm telling you. They didn't take the same thing. So it's how you used it, baby. Let's go. Defense. So let's go, baby. Game time. But God bless you for real. Stream alerts. I hope you didn't miss anything. We gave you the update. I hope you did not miss. I had all this info prepared for you. And if you want stream alerts, we at the very least, let you know when we did everything. Even in today, I hope you understood the risk. I did drop most of the future trades right on the dime when I got them to you. So I hope you were able to make the most of it. But at the very least, I hope you didn't miss anything. And that's why we made the stream alerts. But again, y'all see it, man, and I just hope y'all show love to the members and all the people on the stream alerts because they support this channel above all else. When, again, you know me. You know I'll do it for free. You know I will put it out there. You know, even if everybody want to act a certain way, at the end of the day, you're going to get it, and it's going to be high quality. But at the end of the day, those people have showed love no matter what. Even then, man, and they have been here for so long. So members, stream alerts, thank you guys again, and everybody else, man, even my honorary members, even if we're not able to see you right now, you know I got love for you too, and I just hope, really, that you make the most of it, and that's the best way to show, man. If you really take this seriously, or you really get something, just take it seriously, and I'm telling you, the fruit will show. The fruit will show. You judge a tree by the fruit it produces, my friend, so amen. Amen. So God bless you, Chad. But that is the day, and yes, y'all seen it too many times in the Chad, man. And that's what I'm saying. Y'all see what I do. Y'all see the work that I put in, and you will see this. Like honestly, I'll go and I'll get it all for you, man. But that's how I feel about co-real estate. And that's why I'm like, if y'all just don't, if y'all gonna sleep on me, you gonna be sleeping on co-real estate, man. They got a call at 6 p.m., bro. And even then, even if you don't see me up there, it's very hard for me in terms of the timing on some days. But literally, I got you. I'm listening to them every single Wednesday on there. I'm getting it in. But for you guys, bro, I hope you realize that is why we have co-real estate, and those are some of the only people that I trust to carry out the mission, and they're doing it every single day, every single week. Good real estate or not, but even then, I hope it's your calling, whatever it may be, but the point is, like everything else, man, and this is why, like, you know, I you know, it's so positive. You could take it negative if you want to, man, but it's like all of this stuff is there, and I just hope you take advantage of it, man. You got some awesome people, the co-real estate team, what they're already doing, man. It's absolutely wild, man, and I'm proud of every single person in the chat because a lot of them are in there, bro. Even there, here, I'll show you one. I'll show you a good one, bro. I'll show you a good one, bro. You gotta look at this one. Look at this one. Here, I'll show you, man. I'll show you. Watch, look. I'll show you. You don't believe. Look at, man. You could do it all. You know that, right? That's the whole point, bro. And I hope you realize, man, I'm going to be here working so you can go and do a lot of other things. And, bro, you can make the most of it, man. And that's why I'm saying. I closed 4,000 lots and I went to the long side. You hear that? Or to the short side off that.
We're watching. We got Chad number 1, Chad number 2.
Y'all don't feel me, bro. That's what I'm saying, man. I don't know if you don't see me there. I don't know if y'all need to see people to see work or whatever it may be. I don't know if y'all visual as hell like that, but at the end, dude, that was right there, bro. That's two Chads. One Chad and another Chad met up through the Chad, and they're closing a deal, and you hear me saying I closed out $4,000 loss. They're in the game, bro. You could be in the. It's simple as that, bro. I'm just saying, you will get whatever you put in. You have a lot of time. We have a lot of resources, so the world is yours, my friend. The world is yours. 6 p.m. tonight. Call Real Estate. Just like everything else, it's free 99. Oh, I hope they feel me. I hope they feel me, bro. But Chattadonia, that is the day. God bless you all. Go check out. I would tell you go check out all the links, but don't check them out. Don't even follow me on Instagram. Okay? If you ain't even check out Call Real Estate, you ain't been there at 6 p.m., don't even follow me on Instagram. Fuck it. You know, I'm just saying, what's the point? What's the point of going on? I don't want you on social media if you can. I'm just saying, I'm looking out for you, dog. That's it. Just screw it all. That's it. Do or die. I'll see you there. Hopefully, we'll see what happens. But, you know, that's what you got to do, babe. Hey, man, you know what I'm saying? I think y'all feel me. What's the point? Don't follow me on social media. Screw that. Screw that. Social media, you know how this social media, now Meta, Snapchat, you know, it's not, man, get out of here with that. I'm just saying, it's there. We got to run it, baby. Fritos. Hey, man. But, Chattadonia, beautiful day. Beautiful day. I'm looking, oh my gosh, 3.1 thousand. Oh, I wasn't even slanging. Hard. Let's go. Holy crap, bro. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? DOJ preparing investigation of Adobe and Figma. Adobe investigation, DOJ over their deal. Oh, they're popping off of it, though. They might benefit. Because remember, everybody got mad that they bought it? Oh, that might be bullish for Adobe. That's coming out right now. Breaking news. See, I still got you, bro. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. That's actually very interesting. But that's coming out right now. Figma is Figma. Figma. I'm not going to do the other one. Oh, actually, dude, I have the funniest story, though. Okay, since your inappropriate comment, again, I love you. Try to keep it clean, no matter what. I still love you, and I'll still laugh at the joke always. I just want it clean, everything clean. That's it. That's all. I'm just trying to stay. I gotta purify everything, bro. So I love. Amen, amen. But I'm gonna tell you a funny story because you said that now. Okay, I'm gonna give you the funny story. I'm gonna give you the fun, dude. It's the funniest shit. You're gonna die. I'm telling you, this is the. And thank you for the likes too. That's very impressive. I wasn't even slanging y'all on the tin like that. Oh my gosh, bro. I'm going to tell you the funniest story ever. Bro, I'm driving in my car. My girlfriend's with me, right? And we're talking about the Twitter deal. And I told my girlfriend what I told you guys. And I was like, dude, Elon had to pay at least $75 million just to get rid of the top 3 people in the company. And I was telling her, I was like, dude, and I was like, bro, it's so crazy. I was like, who would do that? I was like, wow, like that's a big step. The only way that you could clear out those people was like it had a high price tag. The whole thing was filled with golden parachutes. Like I was getting like super like intense with it and telling her all this, right? And I was like, wow, thank you, Elon. And then she's like, who? And then she's like, wait, who? Who did he have to fire? And I was like, oh, like the CEO guy, Powergal or whatever, Powergal, whatever. And I was going, and then she was like, no, but like, well, what about Ligma? And I was like, what do you mean? And I was like, no, like the CEO, Powergal. She said, no, Elon fired somebody named Ligma. And I said, wait, but she was like, who's Ligma Johnson? Did Ligma Johnson get fired? And bro, I'm not kidding. No, this is real, bro. Straight up for like 4 minutes. Bro, I was so confused because I wasn't processing it. She had no idea. And she's like, because I'm like, yo, he fired the CEO. And she's like, no, Ligma. And she's like, no, Ligma Johnson. And I'm like, no, like, that's who's Ligma? And then she's like, Ligma Johnson. I'm like, who is Ligma? And then she's like, here. And then she pulls up the tweet and I just die of laughter. And that's it. And then I threw her out of the car. I didn't throw her out. I stopped the vehicle. I opened the door. I let her out safely. And then I proceeded upon my destination. But, nah, bro, she literally thought it was Ligma Johnson in that tweet. The Elon's tweet confused the shit out of my girlfriend. And it turned I was so confused, bro. I was getting borderline. Like, I was like, dude. I was like, I don't know what this girl is saying right now. I was like, dude, it was freaking me out a little bit. I was like, this is weird as hell, bro. It's like, who's Ligma? Oh my gosh, bro. Yeah, no, dude. Yep, they got her, bro. They got her. So yeah, that's honestly, I felt that story. She wasn't even trolling me. I thought, she had no idea. Bro, no lie. She thought Ligma Johnson worked for Twitter. That's it. She thought Ligma Johnson was head of content moderation or the chief executive officer. I don't know. It was one or the other. Oh, my gosh, man. It was crazy. It was crazy. So that was a good story. I think that reminded me. So there you go. We'll balance it out. And amen, man. And even then, on that note, like I said, Chad, just keep it clean no matter what. You know, we could talk with those jokes and everything and do all of that. It's fine, but I would prefer cleanliness than not. Amen? Amen. That's all. Don't worry. Again, and if you show a commitment, you play in the game. And even if your jokes are not, brandished with, animosity, you're going to be good, but just try your best always. Everybody, this ain't just one person. It's just no matter what. I want it all clean. I'm sorry. I'm not even like that, though. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like the desire that I have for it is, my demand for it is very, very high. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, it's a good, a little bit of purification won't hurt. You know what I'm saying? That's why we keep doing it, man. Amen, amen, amen. But I hope, I respect, I love humor. And that's why, and I could always do it. It's just, as we're focused, I just don't want to get crazy with it. You know what I'm saying? Amen, amen. Hugh Janus, yeah, see? You guys got me on that one, but man. That was it. Wholesome. It's not even going to be wholesome. That's all I'm saying. Is just, I don't say this to you as somebody who's like, I do it perfect. I'm saying this to you as somebody who struggles with it to the point where I just, I'm going to make my best effort for it. And it's like, I would prefer that. I'm going to fight for it. I'm going to try. But y'all see it, man. You got to fight for it every day. You want to stay in this game. You got to fight for it. You got to play at it. So I don't say this to you on a pedestal. I don't say this looking down. I say this looking up to some people who have set way better examples than I have. But it's just super simple. Yeah, I want to be focused on it. And it's just like, it's crazy how little things can move stuff sometimes. But, when it's all said and done, it's not going to hurt you. That's all. That's how I could judge a lot of things. The risk to reward analysis is beautiful. So it won't hurt. I got it. Let's run it, baby. Amen. Amen. Man, a fan today. Yeah, very focused. Amen. And that's what it's going to be, man. That's it. And other stuff, I'm not going to explain a lot of things, and we're just going to keep moving. That's it. No matter what. Even anything, and that's just what it is. And I feel like you guys have been trained, and if you know, and we're gonna get it. And honestly, I just think all these little things, all of this boils down to discipline. That's it. That's all it is. And like I told y'all, the best version of yourself is gonna be the most disciplined version, and that's it. So everything, whether we could accept it or not, I don't look down upon a lot of things, but it doesn't change the fact we can't be disciplined, and we can set our standard high every single day. So run it, baby. Amen. 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 But Chatadonia, I have the PHILO, but I'm not going to lie to you, bro. I don't know if I could do this PHILO without taking a dump, and the timing ain't going to work. So good thing it's Friday. I will get that for you, but Chatadonia, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that is your day. And I hope you enjoyed it. And thank you for being here. And thank you for your time. And I hope we made the most of it. Where's everything I need to show you? You already checked it out, I hope. If not, I'll just see you on the watch list. Second link. Again, we post a video every day. And then fill out the prayer request wall, because we're going to pray for you. That's what we do. And just hit up Co-Real Estate or bust. Amen. Amen. That's how I view it. Ligma. Oh, no, or Figma. See, look what you did, bro. Figma deal. That one's already fading a little bit. It's already a fit. Man, see, this is why I tell y'all going to get me messed up sometimes, man. Oh, I'm down 400 on. All right, I need to wait for my bounce thing. This is what I was expecting. I want the gap down to 37.60. It's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Man, that's all I say, man. Get crazy on. So I got a lot of my ADD, man, go crazy. You know. But Chattadonia, I love you. God bless you. I will see you on the watch list tonight. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. Thank you all again for being here. And actually, no, screw it, man. You get one more. You'll get one more, bro. You'll get one more. I don't care. Hit him with one more, bro. Hit him with one more. They could. 75 is not going to happen in December. So let's see. Bonds. The bonds are back down, though. Again, these ain't going to move. But, man, bro, tomorrow's going to be just as fun. You know that, right? Oh, I don't know if they feel me, Chad. I'm just saying tomorrow's going to be that much more fun. So, Chad, I love you. I hope you enjoyed it. Dank, welcome. And thank you, man. Amen. Let's keep grinding, bro. Just focus. Focus, baby. Ugh. Amen. But, Chad, it was a good one today. We did good either way, regardless of all of it, man. I felt prepared. I'm glad we did what we did, and I'm glad we played it how we played it. And honestly, whatever else, there's stuff we could learn from. Let's learn from it. Let's keep riding this out, and let's do a lot, man. Let's do a lot and keep it going. And just God bless you and thank you guys again, especially if you held down everything we represent and really vibing with it, man. We love y'all, so thank you. God bless you. And that is your day. And don't ever forget why we're here and why we keep going and why we know we will reap what we sow, baby. And why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory and through the grace of God alone. Amen. 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 Amen, baby. Amen. Let's go. Chattadonia. I'll see you guys tonight on the watch list. You have a wonderful day and finish it with some positivity. Finish it with some energy. You know what I'm saying? Let's go, baby. It's game time. I'll see you tonight and in the morning. And then it's almost Friday. Again, big event on Friday now. I love you, Chad. Have a wonderful day. Thank you guys again. And peace out. Oh, hey, wait. I got a Rachel pony. Okay, love you. Bye. Tell you, what do you mean, pony? There's nothing to be ponied about right now. What do you mean, Powell? He said he's going to raise rates, then lower the rates, and that the cumulative tightening lag. What does that even mean? How about cumulativetruth.com? Sign up right now, cumulativetruth.com. Everybody needs it. I knew him. I saw the rate hike. It was a big rate hike. Magnificent. I would say it was the biggest rate hike I've seen. I've never seen them raise rates like this. I knew the guy who raised rates. Jerome Powell, tall guy. Very tall guy. He raised rates as like his height. I don't know, but he didn't do the truth rate hike. He's not telling the truth. It's very simple. I don't get what they're doing. I tell you what he did. He did what I told him not to do, but I told him to do it because I didn't tell him to do it. You little prick, come on. Come on, he gave me the olive branch coming into the term. That's exactly what we're going to win it. Come on, hey. Seriously, I mean it. I'm not joking here. It's not hyperbole. We're going to win the term. We're going to hit the term, and then the market's going to turn to a turd. I'm kidding. Your 401k's fine. Why are you complaining? You look at the dollar. Why are you crying? Your dollar's strong. Why would you cry that you're so strong? It doesn't make sense. Inflation's a lie. I brought it down. I'll bring it down again. And then we're going to tax all these people making profit, except for Pfizer. What? Where am I? Okay, I love you. You have a wonderful day. I love you. I got to get going. So you have a wonderful morning and